Dong already knew what he was planning. Nearing 70, having spent his life hunting, with bushy eyebrows and big eyes, honest to a fault, and limping due to a leg injury, his father, who was timid in front of his mother, suddenly wanted to become a village official. What the heck? So what if I'm 70? Old General Feng is over 80 and still fighting the enemy. His father suddenly got worked up, puffing out his cheeks and glaring at Dong in a hushed tone. Dong quickly reached out and gently patted his father's back, saying, "Dad, listen to me. I just think you're too old for this. Being a village official requires a lot of energy. I didn't say you couldn't do it. So why are you getting so worked up? Look at you and Mom managing over 100 acres of orchards. You're already exhausted." His father huffed through his nose. "I'm still full of energy. Being a village official won't affect anything. Other village officials also have a lot of land at home, and it doesn't hinder their work." Seeing that his father was determined, Dong sarcastically replied, "Dad, do you really think they would elect someone your age as a village official? What are you thinking? The people in our village would choose you? Unless they've lost their minds. Something's not right. Very wrong." His father's insistence meant he must have some assurance about becoming a village official. The villagers wouldn't elect his father, but the newly appointed village chief, Lu Xiangnan, might. This so-called election, this so-called fairness and openness, regardless of the era or country, when it involves voting, it typically has nothing to do with fairness. His father must have been maneuvered into this position by Lu Xiangnan. "Don't underestimate my influence in the village. You may be called the Little of Chunlu Village, but your dad is no less. Everything you know, I taught you," his father said, patting Dong's shoulder with a triumphant expression. Dong thought, I heard little again. This is giving me a headache." He wanted to tell his father, "Dad, if you don't mention little, you still my real father." Knowing his father well, Dong realized that this plan to become a village official had indeed been orchestrated behind the scenes. "Xiao Wu, do you support your dad becoming a village official?" his father whispered. Dong nodded. "Dad, how could I say I don't support this? That is not possible." His father replied directly, "You must support me." Dong, with a long face, said, "Dad, what about Mom? You two are already busy managing such a big orchard. Don't you worry about her scolding you?" His father's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a hint of fear. Then he shook his head and whispered, "What does she know? Besides, if I'm just the village's agricultural production fruit tree planting director, that's right up my alley. I'll mainly guide villagers on planting fruit trees on some slopes and in the nooks and crannies. It won't interfere with the orchard work. I'll lead a group of people who want to plant fruit trees to our orchard and guide them in their work. It'll save labor. Don't worry about your mother. She is short-sighted. Xiao Wu, you're young and smart. Just support me. Our family hasn't had anyone in government for generations. If I become the village agricultural production fruit tree planting director, that's still a position." When he mentioned being an official, his father's excitement was uncontrollable, and he wore that nervous smile again. Dong nodded. "Sure, I support you. How could I not support you? You are my dad." He didn't expect his father to be such an official enthusiast. The key is, what is so appealing about being a village official? The title of agricultural production fruit tree planting director. Lu Xiangnan really knows how to impress the rural folks. No wonder his elderly father was so easily swept away by this excitement. With this title of agricultural production director, how could ordinary villagers resist such temptation? Initially, Dong thought Lu Xiangnan appointed his father as a village official because of his own influence, as he still had some pull in the village. However, having his father teach the villagers about planting fruit trees truly suited him best. When it comes to planting fruit trees, his father's experience is unparalleled. The orchard under his father's name was established during the production team era when the village collectively opened the mountain and planted it. While hunting, his father was more responsible for the orchard's management. This is also why he is so attached to this orchard, treating it like his own child. Lu Xiangnan's idea of having his father serve as a village official to teach fruit tree planting is a perfect fit. I must say, Lu Xiangnan is a practical person, thinking to start with fruit tree planting. Given the geographical conditions of Chunlu village, there isn't much flat land. Most of it is hilly or in valleys. Large-scale planting of crops doesn't yield good results. There are no big mountains, no big rivers, not much fertile land, and poor transportation, with plenty of nooks and crannies. In the future, Dong knows that the village will be full of fruit trees, as well as wild vegetables, ginseng, mushroom greenhouses, and free-range chickens. Lu Xiangnan's foresight is commendable. All right, Xiao Wu, if your mother brings this up, you remember to speak well of me, his father said, unable to hide his nervousness. Dong nodded. Sure, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely say good things about you in front of Mom. Chen Laoshu. Just wait to be scolded by Zhang Cuizue. Sure enough, after Lu Xiangnan finished counting the votes, Chen Jingchang's name was mentioned. Chen Jingchang is Chen Laoshu's real name. At his age, Dong thought he was acting a bit unusually. Besides his father, the names of the other village officials sounded impressive, like the director of corn planting guidance, the director of animal husbandry, the road maintenance director, and the sanitation management director. Those elected as directors looked quite happy, as if they had just been appointed to some prestigious position. All right, now let's invite the director of agricultural fruit tree planting, Comrade Chen Jingchang, to say a few words. Everyone, please applaud. Lu Xiangnan clapped. The crowd applauded, and the old man with his aged face, slightly flushed, stepped forward to speak. However, after just a couple of sentences, he brought up his good son Dong. Chapter 140, Beautiful Village Head. A small mountain village, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers. Although I'm quite old, when it comes to fruit tree planting skills, I dare say that in our village, I'm second to none. Even my little Wu agrees with this. My little Wu just told me that he fully supports my work. In the next 10 sentences, 8 of them involved Dong. This made Dong, sitting on a stool, feel extremely uncomfortable, his rear end twitching, and he had to cooperate with his father's repeated mentions by nodding in agreement and showing supportive expressions. After all, so many people were watching him. Knowing one's father is better than knowing oneself. Dong understood why his father kept mentioning him. It was simply because his father felt somewhat insecure about being a village official. Just yesterday, he was an old man planting fruit trees. And today, he had become the agricultural director. This was a huge contrast for his father. He had been thrust into this role without any mental preparation. Fortunately, he had a good son, and his good son had some prestige in the village. If he didn't use his good son as a backing, he would feel uneasy. After his father finished speaking, everyone at the village meeting applauded. Uncle Air said, well, since little Wu supports you so much, we will also support your work. Uncle Air, my family is also planning to plant fruit trees, so you have to guide me well when the time comes. Uncle Air, you have such a good son like little Wu. Little Wu, I wonder why you don't become a village official. It turns out you're avoiding suspicion. You let your father be the village official. You truly are a great filial son. Little Wu is indeed a great filial son. You would rather not be an official yourself, allowing your father to take on the role. It really moves me to tears. One by one, these people were flattering Dong. Their compliments were so clever that Dong felt embarrassed. His father was already a village official, and yet they said he was a great filial son. It was truly ridiculous. The village meeting ended, and Dong quickly left the village committee courtyard. Otherwise, he would have died of embarrassment. Mainly, they were flattering him and praising him in various ways. It made him recall how he used to praise Chen Sanming in the village. And then, Chen Sanming died. These villagers were very simple and full of hope for the future. Lu Xiangnan thought about the villagers' reactions at the village meeting and couldn't help but smile. She had been assigned to the countryside as a village head, and the higher-ups were there to assess her abilities. In the coming years as a village head, she must achieve some results. She couldn't rely on external aid, but needed to depend on her efforts and the development of the village. Her family and she placed great importance on this assessment because it meant a lot. These villagers were indeed very simple. It was your arrival, Sister Lu. That gave them hope, said a short woman. Lu Xiangnan shook her head and smiled. Dolly, you don't know how to flatter. I just arrived and haven't brought anything to the village. I think it's this little crouching dragon in the village who has given hope to these people. After all, everyone thought the former village head's death was caused by him. The former village head was like a mountain pressing down on them. He was the one who toppled that mountain. Now, no matter who becomes the village head, the villagers have hope in their hearts. The woman protecting her was named Wang Dali. The name was rather casual, but her skills were impressive. The higher-ups sent followers to protect her while simultaneously monitoring the authenticity of her actions over the years. Wang Dali said, I have investigated the police files regarding this matter and what Dong has done. It does seem to be a coincidence because previously, Dong and Donglian had a conflict, and he cleverly played a little trick by intentionally befriending Chen Sanming to gain the orchard's contracting rights. He also deliberately praised Chen Sanming for several days, causing many villagers to imitate him and threaten Chen Sanming for benefits. If it weren't for Chen Donglian running into Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei, it is likely that Chen Sanming wouldn't have lasted long as village head, as more and more villagers wanting to threaten him would have reported him multiple times. After hearing what Wang Dali said, Lu Xiangnan raised her eyebrows and smiled like a spring breeze. He really is quite clever. No wonder he is called a little crouching dragon. This strategy of retreating to advance, flattering the opponent, and provoking others to attack is quite brilliant. Originally, Wang Dali had a serious face, but now it showed a hint of something unusual. He should be a cunning hunter. According to information from the black market National Security, he assisted National Security in capturing several ruthless criminals involved in murder and trafficking. He, along with another villager in the village nicknamed Erjuzi, cooperated with him as the main force, and with National Security's permission, utilizing the terrain, he personally killed 3 ruthless criminals. Among them, he used a bow and arrow. And with a 56 semi-automatic weapon, he broke the mental defenses of the other criminals, causing them to surrender voluntarily. In addition, at night in the black market, he fought against a dozen people, using a weapon belt strapped to his body, handling 13 opponents alone. The next morning, he fought with Erjuzi in front of the black market supply and marketing cooperative against more than 50 people, and without getting injured. He captured the leader of that group. As for Erjuzi, he broke the limbs of 8 people and barehandedly captured a man who attempted to ambush him with a watermelon knife. Chen Dong must be quite cunning. Chen Donglian was dragged for over 20 minutes by him, returning home just in time to encounter the situation with Chun Sanming and his wife. This cannot be a coincidence. It seems he designed it deliberately, along with Chun Dongqing's death. Wang Dali said seriously, "Today, I secretly observed Chen Dong, and I couldn't feel anything particularly special about him. He is either truly ordinary, or he is hiding very deeply." Besides the above, Chen Dong also participated in an incident a while ago involving driving away wolves in a nearby village called Wangtuan. He killed 3 wolves with the help of several hunting dogs. Coincidentally, the 2 people who had conflicts with him were bitten to death by wolves. One of them, due to being drunk, was bitten to death at home, a tragic death. As for the villager named Erjuzi, I also observed him today. He is strong, powerful, and agile. It is said that he has practiced a few moves with a stick and possesses natural strength, able to subdue a raging bull barehanded. These 2 seem extraordinary. One is cunning, skilled in marksmanship, and brave, while the other, though not very clever, has exceptional natural strength and reflexes. In addition, in this village, there is also a special combat hero who has fought against the Japanese in the Civil War and against the American Eagle. Lu Xiaonan was surprised. So, does that mean the former village head's death was indeed designed by Chen Dong? Lu Xiaonan asked. Originally, she thought Chen Dong was just a somewhat clever villager. But after what Wang Dali said, she realized Chen Dong was not simple. Wang Dali, being specially sent by the government to protect her, found it easy to gather detailed information about the village from National Security. So many things were connected to Chen Dong, and he managed to escape unscathed. The situation is not simple. This uncertainty can only be confirmed by hearing it directly from his mouth. After all, there is no evidence. And we need to investigate his matters thoroughly, Wang Dali said. Lu Xiangnan showed a serious expression and said, "Dali, don't investigate anymore. Since my grandfather sent me to this village, he must know about the situation here. If he asked me to come, there must be a reason. A small mountain village. Yet it harbors such hidden talents. It's quite interesting." Chen Dong naturally didn't know that some of his actions had raised suspicions. If Lu Xiangnan hadn't stopped it, they would definitely have investigated him more thoroughly. At this moment, he had just returned home when his mother dragged his father's hand and came to his house looking fierce late at night. Seeing his mother's fierce expression, Chen Dong knew what she wanted to do. Chapter 141. Mother, Xiao Wu, do you really want to be a second-generation official? Xiao Wu, why don't you stop your father from being the director of agricultural fruit tree planting? You, this mischievous boy, not only don't stop your father, but you also support him in this official position. Your father is already at this age, managing such a large orchard. How does he have the energy to pass on the fruit tree planting to others? He is almost 70. How many more years does he have left? Besides, your father is not suited to be an official. He was just a shepherd when he was young and was a groom for one day. He hasn't held any other official positions. His mother was very angry, pouting as she turned her face away, pointing at his father who was sulking. During this process, she also used her hands to poke his father's shoulder, trying to pull him over to face her gaze. However, his father, like a sulking child, refused to look at her directly. Earlier, when his father had just arrived, he had given Chen Dong a knowing look, which Chen Dong understood. Mom, don't think like that. My dad is in good spirits now, and you both will live a long life. Chen Dong smiled and said to his mother. He thought to himself, with me making soup or dishes for you with the spiritual spring water every few days. It's very hopeful that you both will live a long life. In fact, being a village official, to put it nicely, is an official position, to put it bluntly. It's just guiding everyone on how to plant fruit trees. If we're talking about who is the best at planting fruit trees in our village, it must be my dad. So, being elected as the fruit tree planting director is a done deal, and since my dad has this enthusiasm, just let him do it. In ancient times, General Feng was 80 when he carried a coffin to fight against foreign invaders, and Lianpa was in his 70s when he went to battle. My dad has just turned 65, which is the prime time for a second venture. Chen Dong, with a smile on his face, said to his mother, presenting the reasoning he had already thought of. He naturally anticipated that his mother would come to him about his dad wanting to be an official. However, since his dad was determined to be a village official, as his son, he had to support him. It was clear that at his father's age, being able to serve as a village official was quite significant, and it could be seen as fulfilling his dream of being an official. Although a village official is not a real official, if his dad is happy, then that is enough. I heard from the Day family that those who attended the meeting came to support your dad because of you. Otherwise, how would they choose your dad? You're not an official, yet you're pushing your dad to be one. I don't know what you're thinking. Do you really want to be a second-generation official? His mother huffed at Chen Dong. When his mother said this, especially when referring to him as a second-generation official, Chen Dong's expression became a bit strange, and he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Mom, my dad is just a village official, merely guiding everyone on how to plant fruit trees. How can you say such nonsense? I'm still a second-generation official. He really wanted to say, Mom. If I really had the chance to be a second-generation official, I would love to be one. His father turned his face away and sternly retorted, Xiao Wu, why are you explaining this to her? She doesn't understand anything. She has no concept of the collective. She doesn't take village officials seriously. My job is to guide everyone in planting fruit trees, and when they all get rich in the future, how could they forget me? I'm the one leading the people in the village to prosperity. My name will be remembered in our village for generations to come. She just has short-sighted views. After finishing, his father forcefully lifted his good foot and stomped on the ground, speaking with a very strong tone. His mother was so angry that she stomped her feet in response. Xiao Wu, look at your father. He has become obsessed with wanting to be an official. Quickly go get your four-eyed uncle to come and call him back to his senses. He must be bewitched by the yellow weasel. His mother cried out, her words sounding almost like a song. Then she sat down on a stool, banging on the door with force. He's here. He's here. His father, feeling powerless and furious, stomped his feet in anger. His mother's crying, fussing, and drama all came together. All those memories came rushing back. In the inner room, the three girls were gathered together, looking at each other and whispering about their father becoming a village official and the quarrel between their parents. Chen Dong told the three of them to stay inside and not get involved in this matter. This kind of big scene was not something they could meddle in. Su Yun was their daughter-in-law, but for Chen Dong, she was still pregnant, and even if his parents quarreled, he didn't want to get involved. Why did Uncle suddenly want to be a village official? My brother-in-law supports him too. If my brother-in-law didn't support him, Uncle wouldn't have much confidence in becoming a village official, Zhou Lanxin said softly. She hadn't finished talking to Chen Dong all afternoon, and even during dinner, she hadn't said much to him. Of course, she couldn't tell Su Yun about this matter. Chen Dong hadn't responded to her yet. If Chen Dong disagreed, there would be no need for Su Yun to know. If Chen Dong agreed, she thought about how she would have to muster the courage to tell Su Yun about it, since she had already discussed it with Chen Dong. Now, when she thought about this matter, her heart was in turmoil, not knowing how to face Chen Dong. Zhou Honglian said, don't worry. If your brother-in-law helps your uncle become a village official, he will definitely have a way to persuade your aunt. She believed she understood Chen Dong better than Su Yun did. Therefore, she was confident in what Chen Dong would do. Chen Dong hadn't let Su Yun know too much about his affairs. Zhou Honglian was self-aware and knew that in Chen Dong's heart, Su Yun's position was the most important. Of course, Zhou Honglian accepted this situation. Let your brother-in-law and your aunt and uncle talk about this. We really can't meddle in this matter, Su Yun decisively stated. Meanwhile, Chen Dong was jumping back and forth between his parents, finally using his eloquence to calm them down. Chapter 142, Little Parents, let us settle this, Mom. Think about it. If my dad becomes the director of fruit tree planting, guiding some villagers in planting fruit trees, can you grow fruit trees in a year or two? When they learn from my dad how to plant fruit trees, they have to help out in our orchard during the busy seasons. Bringing some gifts for my dad during festivals? Isn't that right, Mom? Even if we give them some fruit to eat, how much is that worth? You can't overlook big money for small change. Their labor is worth more than just a few kilos of fruit, right? Plus, the gifts they bring are also money. It seems like my dad is spending energy teaching planting techniques, but for an old man who's not mobile, exchanging that for a group of strong laborers. Wouldn't you say that it's worth it? Listening to Chundong's words, the mother's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but nod with a smile. Ah, yes. Yes, yes, then I must change. You know, your mother would love to replace your father, that old man, with a group of strong young lads. You have to work hard now. Cough, cough. Mother, you shouldn't say that. What are you implying? Are you suggesting we bring a bunch of strong laborers to help out in our orchard? Chundong corrected his mother's slip of the tongue, his forehead breaking out in cold sweat. What is this about? At my age, I'm still thinking of getting a bunch of young stepfathers for you. The father, with a stern face, grumbled, Zhang Shui, you're old enough to be talking like this in front of your daughter-in-law. Don't you feel ashamed? If you don't want to be with me anymore, then we might as well part ways. I can find someone else. Upon hearing this, the mother pouted angrily. Chenzhong, can you be a little more normal? Even a fool can tell I misspoke. That's not what I meant. You're going to find someone else? Is it that he dashing from Da Tun who was interested in you before? She's all confused now. Can't even take care of herself on the Kong. Go serve her if you want. We have an old saying, loud voices often become foolish in old age, and she really has become foolish. The mother said with hands on her hips and a mocking laugh. On the side, Su Yun listened to the quarrel between her parents and regretted coming over to help Chundong persuade them. At their age, they were still saying such things, leaving her as the daughter-in-law, with no room to speak. Then she looked at Chundong with her big watery eyes. Dear, help me. I don't know how to persuade your parents. Chundong hurriedly stepped forward, holding his mother's hand. Mom, can you say a little less? This is your fault. We were having a good conversation, and you just had to start rambling. The mother, a bit indignant, replied, Xiao Wu, how was I rambling? I just spoke a little too fast, and didn't he explain clearly? Admitting fault? The mother was habitually stubborn and wouldn't he admit mistakes. But saying this meant she already knew she had misspoken. Not explaining clearly, and you still have a point? The father on the side habitually seized on the mother's verbal mistake, using it as an excuse to retort her. The mother was ready to argue back, but Chundong calmed her down, whispering in her ear, Mom, the issue of getting a bunch of laborers for the orchard and the gifts we receive during festivals all fall on Dad. For the sake of money, can you say a little less? Money? The mother shot a glare at the father and said, for Xiao Wu's sake. I want to argue with you today. Chundong then said to the father, Dad, all right, don't be angry. Mom just misspoke. There's no need to keep bringing it up. Besides, didn't Mom just agree to let you be the director of fruit tree planting? If you keep arguing, she might get so mad that she won't let you have that position, and then you'll be dumbfounded. Do you still want to be an official? The mother was a little money-minded, while the father had a bit of an officialdom obsession. Thankfully, at their age, the father had never held an official position. Or else with this pair of official-minded and money-minded people, they would definitely be candidates for jail time. Hearing Chundong's words, the father's tone softened immediately. I'm just irritated by your mother. She never admits when she's wrong. Chundong replied, since you know she never admits when she's wrong, why bother to argue with her? Mom knows she's wrong but is just stubborn. However, her actions show she knows it, right? All right. Let us not bring this up anymore. Let us talk about your work as the director of fruit tree planting in the future. You can guide others in planting fruit trees, but you can't do it for free. Those who come to learn from you need to help us with the orchard. The main reason the mother didn't want Dad to be the director of fruit tree planting was this. At his age, he was still guiding others in planting fruit trees. She was worried he would tire himself out. She was concerned for him. Being a son is hard. Especially being a good son is even harder. I really want to be a second generation. The mother interjected quietly, humph, a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Not recognizing a good person's heart. Good intentions are treated like donkey liver and lung. The father wasn't angry, but instead, he grinned, revealing some darkened teeth. And then said to Chundong, Xiao Wu, if I teach people planting techniques, it's not right for them to just help out, right? I'm afraid they LL gossip later. Chundong replied, Dad, don't underestimate the fruit tree planting techniques. Learning requires a cost. If you feel embarrassed, when they come to learn from you, you can provide them with lunch, a simple meal of steamed buns and pickles. If they're learning your techniques and eating at your place, It wouldn't be right if they didn't help out, would it? Even they would feel it's inappropriate, right? Upon hearing that they would provide lunch for the learners, the mother immediately exclaimed, Xiao Wu, are we really going to provide lunch for those learning? Shindong said, Mom, a few buns and pickles don't cost much. If we're willing to spend a little money, we can get a bunch of laborers for free. If that doesn't work, I'll have you and Aunt Honglian's family gather the more than 100 acres of land you both have, and when Dad is teaching fruit tree planting techniques, he can pretend to be busy in the fields, and they will surely come help. Upon hearing this, the mother's eyes brightened again. Xiao Wu, you really are the little genius of our village. You can think of such clever ideas. You're even more cunning than Huang Shuren. This plan is great. If I can't manage it, I'll just take over those lands or discuss it with your two sisters-in-law and Uncle Yu. And then we can count the labor costs as money. Shindong felt a headache coming on. I'm not a little genius. He wanted to say that it was because he had a mother like her that he was so cunning. Shindong accidentally revealed his ugly side from his past life as a capitalist. One was eager to become an official, and Shindong helped him keep his position. One was worried about money, and Shindong helped her earn more. Shindong accurately grasped his parents' weaknesses, easily taming them like a well-trained donkey. With the couple calmed down by Shindong, they left happily. Suyin walked up. Dear, you're amazing. You managed to persuade them just like that. I thought they would have a big fight this time. Shindong raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly. Of course I'm amazing. With me around, there are no surprises. Not long after the parents left, Suyin pulled Zhou Lanxin into the room, while Shindong entered Zhou Honglian's room. Good little brother, I want to learn again. Teach me how you persuaded your parents today. Upon entering Zhou Honglian's room, she was wearing a bright red short-sleeved shirt and white shorts. Propping her head on her arms and looking at Shindong with a flirtatious expression. Shindong, I must teach my flirty sister how to learn properly. Good little brother, I want you to teach me how you persuaded your parents, not this learning thing. Didn't I just? Sister, you're too beautiful. I can't handle it. Keep it down. Lanxin is next door. My sister-in-law is next door. Then she must hear the sound first and verify the goods. In the adjacent room, Su Yun and Zhou Lanxin were chatting. Chapter 143, Zhou Lanxin. I drank too much water last night and need to go to the bathroom. Lanxin, don't blame your brother-in-law for not visiting you lately. So many things have happened in the village recently, making it inconvenient for your brother-in-law to see you. So don't be mad at him. After hearing Zhou Lanxin talk about some things that happened while attending night school, as well as some interesting stories about classmates and living conditions in the county, Su Yun took Zhou Lanxin's hand and said, when Zhou Lanxin just returned, she had a fight with Shindong. Then they didn't talk much. Even during meals, the two of them hardly spoke. So Su Yun felt that Shindong was angry with Zhou Lanxin, and on Zhou Lanxin's side, she could be quite stubborn at times. As her older sister, she could only try to persuade her. As for Shindong, she would wait until tomorrow to talk to him. The main issue was with Zhou Lanxin. After she returned home, she had given Shindong a cold shoulder, which was normal for Shindong to be angry about. Sister, I'm not angry with brother-in-law. I know he has been through a lot recently. When I just got back, I was just joking with him. I wasn't really angry, Zhou Lanxin said, gently touching Su Yun's slightly protruding belly. Su Yun nodded. It's good that you're not angry, but why didn't you talk to your brother-in-law during dinner? He treats you so well. He took you to the county for night school, bought you things, and gave you so much money for living expenses. Just a few days ago, when he went to the city to buy things, he didn't forget to buy you something, and he even made you such a beautiful dress. Zhou Lanxin quickly replied, Sister, I know brother-in-law treats me well. Su Yun then shook her head and smiled. If you don't take the initiative to talk to your brother-in-law more, he might still be angry with you. Sometimes he has a childlike temperament. If you say a few words to him, he won't be angry anymore. While saying this, she gently pushed Zhou Lanxin's hand and scolded her playfully. She knew that her sister, who had a good relationship with her, could be quite stubborn at times. It wasn't that she was willful, but she could be quite headstrong and had some peculiar little quirks. In her view, the problem was that Zhou Lanxin was in the wrong first. She had just returned home and then gave Shindong a cold shoulder. The key was that Shindong had made her such a fitting dress. It was definitely wrong for her to give Shindong a cold shoulder. As for Shindong ignoring Zhou Lanxin, he had done nothing wrong. If she didn't apologize or take the initiative to soften her stance, it was normal for him to ignore her. And Shindong was a big man. She didn't think he should not be angry in this situation just because he was a man and should take the initiative to be nice to Zhou Lanxin. On one side was her good sister, and on the other side was her husband. She would naturally lean more towards Shindong in her heart. Well, Should I apologize to brother-in-law now? Zhou Lanqin said, feeling scolded by Su Yun. Of course, she couldn't tell Su Yun about what she had said to Qindong at that moment. If Qindong didn't agree to be with her, they wouldn't tell Su Yun, and she could still interact with them in the future. But if she told Su Yun, how would she face her in the future? The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt for being impulsive. When Su Yun heard Zhou Honglian's voice outside, she quickly reached out to hold Zhou Lanqin back. Lanqin, don't go out yet. Let's wait until tomorrow. In her heart, she was complaining, Sister Honglian, you and Qindong are always at it, making noise day and night. You clearly did it during lunch, and now you're still at it. The key is that Lanqin is back. Lanqin is still a child. You're doing it right in front of her. It's a bit excessive. It must be Sister Honglian, with her figure and the energy in her brows. She's definitely a woman with strong needs. She thought she had to have a serious talk with Sister Honglian, asking her not to cling to Qindong all the time. If she kept this up, he would wear out in no time. Sister, why do I hear Sister Honglian calling out so loudly? Did something happen to her? Zhou Lanqin wanted to sit up from the bed, looking very nervous. Su Yun quickly held her back and whispered, Lanqin, Sister Honglian is fine. You don't need to go out. Zhou Lanqin frowned. Sister Honglian is making such a loud noise. How can she be fine? Your brother-in-law and she are doing that. Su Yun whispered, they are doing that. Zhou Lanqin was puzzled. Sister, they are doing that? The next moment, she realized something. And her face instantly flushed red and felt hot, as if ants were crawling all over her heart. Then, she lay on the bed without saying a word. She naturally knew what Su Yun meant by doing that. Su Yun, on the other hand, was trying to make small talk to distract Zhou Lanqin. Zhou Lanqin responded to Su Yun's words, but an hour passed quickly, and Zhou Lanqin's face was still flushed, her heart itched like a cat's paw. And she felt quite stirred up. However, the noise continued next door. Sister, my brother-in-law and Sister Honglian are still doing that. Zhou Lanqin couldn't help but say. Su Yun was silent for a moment, then said, they will be at it for a while longer. Let's keep chatting, don't think too much about it. You are still a child. She had originally thought of reminding Qindong and Zhou Honglian to be more restrained and quiet, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. As long as Qindong was happy, that was what mattered. After more than an hour, the noise finally stopped. Sister, my brother-in-law, and Sister Honglian. Sister Honglian must be feeling terrible. My brother-in-law is too much. Zhou Lanqin said, confused, not knowing what to say. Then, she couldn't help but put herself in Zhou Honglian's shoes. If she were Zhou Honglian, she would think, oh my god, the sky is falling. Su Yun reached out to pat Zhou Lanqin. Okay, time to sleep. I'm going to the bathroom. Zhou Lanqin said, I drank too much water tonight. I also need to go to the bathroom. Su Yun thought, as a woman who had been through it. She knew Zhou Lanqin wasn't just going to the bathroom. Soon, Zhou Lanqin lay in bed and couldn't help but ask, Sister, how is your relationship with Sister Honglian and brother-in-law? Are you all getting along well? Su Yun replied, of course, we get along well. Now sleep. She wanted to tell Zhou Lanqin that in a couple of years, she should start looking for a partner. But with the sounds of the next door, she felt it was inappropriate to bring that up. However, thinking about Zhou Lanqin being a little sister-in-law, it also felt a bit inappropriate to mention her brother-in-law in this context. It's all Sister Honglian's fault. She's too flirtatious. A night passed quickly, and the next morning, when she saw Qindong going out to walk the dog, Su Yun found Zhou Honglian, who was also getting up, and said sternly, Sister Honglian, I think we need to talk about some things. Chapter 144 Su Yun, you can't just give in to his demands. Seeing Su Yun so serious early in the morning, Zhou Honglian probably guessed what she wanted to say. Xiaoyan, what is it? Zhou Honglian asked. Su Yun's face turned slightly red as she said, Sister Honglian, you and Qindong can't keep doing this. You two did it yesterday at noon, and again so late at night. You need to let Qindong take care of his health. Otherwise, over time, he won't be able to handle it. You can't just give in to him whenever he wants. Also, yesterday when Lanqin came back, she couldn't sleep well all night because of you two. She's still a child. You need to avoid her a bit in the future. It's so embarrassing. She originally wanted to be a bit harsher, but after thinking about it, she decided to be more gentle. After all, such things can't be one-sided. It wouldn't be right to blame everything on Zhou Honglian. But she couldn't tell Qindong. So she spoke to Zhou Honglian instead. After all, this was a family matter that should be handled by the women. She certainly couldn't say it was Zhou Honglian's fault. Zhou Honglian also nodded with a slightly red face, smiling shyly. I will definitely keep him in check from now on, and make sure he takes care of his health. Lanqin is not a child anymore. She really should start looking for a partner. she wanted to say, but he insisted on it. He was so wild yesterday. Clearly, her sister-in-law Zhou Lanxin was next door, and he still went ahead. Now, Zhou Honglian felt weak all over, her legs trembling as she stood. Of course, after all the excitement yesterday, her sleep quality was exceptionally good. As for why Chundong acted that way in front of his sister-in-law, unusual circumstances must have something unusual going on. He must have some purpose. From the notes Chundong wrote, she knows that when a person suddenly behaves strangely, there must be a reason behind it. Here, the unusual circumstances must have something unusual going on. Therefore, Chundong knew that his sister-in-law was sleeping in the next room. Yet he still acted this way and even let go. That means it was meant for his sister-in-law to hear. Why let her hear it? Combined with Zhou Lanxin's reaction from yesterday afternoon to evening, there seems to be something going on between Chundong and Zhou Lanxin. Firstly, based on Zhou Honglian's understanding of Zhou Lanxin, if Chundong really did something inappropriate, she would have resisted long ago and exposed Chundong to Su Yun. Secondly, although Chundong appears to be carefree and a bit reckless, he is actually very intelligent and wouldn't easily do something inappropriate towards his sister-in-law or express his feelings for her. Also, why did Chundong spend so much time with her last night and deliberately let Zhou Lanxin hear? It's simply to prove that he isn't just relying on Zhou Honglian alone. Zhou Lanxin's involvement is just right, considering many factors. Along with Zhou Honglian observing Zhou Lanxin's attitude towards Chundong, there is only one truth. Zhou Lanxin has expressed her feelings to Chundong. Then, Chundong said he would think about it. Now, he has considered it clearly and intends to accept Zhou Lanxin. Last night, Chundong's actions with her were a form of testing the waters. Thinking of this, Zhou Honglian suddenly felt extremely clever, and her admiration for Chundong deepened. The sharp reasoning and perspective she now has come from the books Chundong wrote for her. For instance, last night, she asked Chundong what method he used to convince his parents, who seemed very difficult to persuade. Chundong told her to first understand their needs and then address them accordingly. Her father is obsessed with power, and her mother is obsessed with money. It was her mother who opposed her father becoming the head of fruit tree planting. Therefore, the key issue lies with her mother. He needed to show her mother the benefits, such as the many laborers they could get for free and the gifts received during festivals. Of course, these things are quite superficial, and he deliberately mentioned that they could have those laborers come over for lunch, making it impossible for them to learn the skills for free and eat for free without helping. On her side, if her mother could get so many laborers to help work for free, she would definitely feel uneasy and think it was unreliable. However, if she had to provide some lunches and sacrifice a bit to get those laborers to help, she might feel a bit pained, but would think it was reliable. Zhou Honglian asked, what if those who came to learn planting techniques, but didn't he help? Chundong said he would talk to them. He had never seen people who learn for free and eat for free without helping. Listening to Chundong's words made Zhou Honglian ponder, and she suddenly felt the feasibility of the matter. Everything is under Chundong's control. Many people would come to learn planting techniques for free. After all, who wouldn't he want to take advantage of such a big bargain? Would they not help with the work later? In Chundong's words, as long as some people become greedy, they would become the laborers sent to the orchard for free. Zhou Honglian asked how to break this situation. Chundong said, unless they don't want to learn planting techniques or eat free lunches. He asked her back if she could learn planting techniques and eat free lunches. Would she be willing to come to the orchard? Zhou Honglian said, of course, she would be willing. Once these words were said, Zhou Honglian felt a chill run down her spine. Sister Honglian, don't misunderstand. I have no other intentions. I'm just thinking about Chundong's health. After all, we still have to rely on him for a good life in the future, Su Yun said, blushing. Zhou Honglian nodded and smiled. Xiaoyan, I know, I didn't misunderstand. Actually, I don't want him to always be like this, but when he sees me, I can't help it. If I become pregnant, I don't know where to put this energy of Chundong's. Zhou Honglian pretended to look worried. She had no intention of putting Su Yun down, because she knew that Su Yun had no other intentions, just pure concern for Chundong's health. She didn't mean to target Zhou Honglian. However, Su Yun spoke with the tone of the head of the household, which made her feel a bit competitive, of course, in that petty way women sometimes do. So, she deliberately said that when Chundong saw her, he wanted to do something. It was just subtly telling Su Yun that she was pretty and had a good figure. And Chundong liked her. As for the latter part of the sentence, it was meant to provoke Su Yun. Xiaoyan, can't you sense that there is something between Lanxin and Chundong? Lanxin has lived with you and Chundong for a year. Su Yun's face also showed difficulty. Since they had been living like this, how could they live differently? Let us just stay at home and let Qindong not worry too much outside. She thought Zhou Honglian meant that Qindong might, like other men, sometimes look for other women outside. But Su Yun didn't dare to think too much about such things. Because even now, she sometimes felt that Qindong's drastic changes in such a short time felt like a dream. Big brother, when did you come back? After walking the dog for a while, and confirming that no one was watching, he took out a lot of offal from the spiritual spring space and threw it to the 8 dogs. After walking around, these dogs caught 5 big wild rabbits. Not bad, not bad. They didn't waste all the spiritual spring water he fed them. He then encountered a group of wild chickens having a morning gathering, and using the double-barreled gun he carried, he shot 2 shots and directly hit over a dozen wild chickens. What luck to encounter a flock of wild chickens while taking a morning stroll. However, Qindong still didn't dare to enter the mountains now. As he didn't know who those 2 people were, he was still hesitant to go in. What if he got shot at? He planned to continue waiting for a few more days. Those people actually wanted to do something to him, so they would definitely come. Soon, he arrived at the orchard to see if there had been any changes in the fruit trees irrigated with the spiritual spring water in the past few days. When he saw his brother Qinjun talking to their parents, he immediately walked over to greet them. Qinjun showed a hesitant expression upon seeing Qindong, unsure whether he should ask Qindong something. Little 5, are you walking the dogs? You've raised these dogs well. They're all eating like little calves. De Huang and De He look much more spirited than before. Qinjun looked at the few hunting dogs circling around and nodded in praise. He was also a skilled hunter and was naturally familiar with hunting dogs. The 8 dogs Qindong raised looked very strong. Just their spirit was impressive. An experienced hunter could tell a hunting dog's condition just by looking at its spirit. Qindong smiled and said, I feed them well. I give them good food every day, so they must grow well. Little 5, I heard from our mother that with your support, our father is now a village official. Just now, when our father told me about it, he was as happy as a kid. Qinjun shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. Qindong grinned widely. Of course, I just realized our father is a power enthusiast. Yesterday, when our mother didn't let him take the position, he got angry at her. Their mother leaned over and said with a frown, Little 5, I made a deal with your father. If those who learn fruit tree planting don't help us in the orchard, I'll have him resign from this position. Who would take on this village official role without any benefits? Dad mumbled, what do you know? You're just a woman, what do you understand? Being an official isn't about making money. It's about contributing to the people. If you think like that, then what's the point of being an official? Having just been the head of fruit tree planting for a day, Dad started talking in an official tone. Qindong reached out and held his mother's hand. Mom, since you've already agreed to this with Dad, are you going to go back on your word? I just caught a few wild rabbits and wild chickens. I had Xiao Yin stew them for lunch. He shook the bag behind him that contained the wild chickens and rabbits. Then Qindong said to Qinjun, Brother, I'll give you a wild rabbit and a wild chicken, so you can have a good lunch. Qinjun shook his head and laughed. No need. You might as well take them to exchange for some money. These few wild rabbits and chickens can definitely fetch you 20 bucks. Their mother pointed at Qindong and said, Xiao Wu, you should exchange the game you hunt for money. Don't think wild chickens and rabbits aren't worth much. After all, they've all been consumed. You earned quite a bit of money recently, but money always seems to diminish as you spend it. Money is saved bit by bit. Xiao Yun is going to give birth in a few months. If you can save more money, then save it. Qindong nodded in agreement. Got it, Mom, got it. He continued, I still have bear, sika deer, roe deer, and greenskin furs in hand, plus that gold gallbladder. I'm not in a hurry to sell. I'll wait until the prices rise and sell everything together. He added, you don't need to worry about money. I know what I'm doing. Besides, Xiao Yun needs to nourish her body now. Eating more game is good for the baby. Hearing about the baby in Su Yun's belly, along with Qindong not having sold the furs and gold gallbladder yet, he would have quite a bit of money when the time comes. Then, the few wild rabbits and chickens really wouldn't be worth much. Their mother thought this and didn't say much more. Mom, Xiao Wu is right. Xiao Yun's health is the most important now, and she needs proper nutrition. Xiao Wu is very thoughtful about money, she added. Also, the fruits in the orchard look great this year. The early ripening peaches have all grown to the size of fists. They can all be sold as first-class fruits. Isn't that another way to make money? Qinjun laughed. Their mother quickly nodded. Yes, yes. This year the fruit trees have a good yield, and the water and fertilizer we put on a few days ago really helped. The fruits have been sprouting these days. Just this batch of early ripening peaches must weigh over 10,000 pounds. If we go by last year's price for first-class fruits, just the early ripening ones could sell for 5 or 600. In this era, fruits aren't expensive, especially local seasonal fruits. Selling for 5 or 6 cents a pound is considered a high price. There's no way. In this era, most people struggle to fill their stomachs. So grain prices are definitely higher. Of course, grain prices are only a few cents. So, for peaches, apricots, and apples, selling first-class fruits for a few cents is considered good. When the topic turned to money, their mother's eyes sparkled. Dad grunted from the side. Your mother is just obsessed with money. She would split a penny in half if she could. Xiao Wu is in a better position now. Should we let him and Xiao Yun live a hard life? Xiao Wu, give me a wild rabbit and 2 wild chickens. I'll take them to the village head. Qindong nodded. Okay. Let the new village head taste our game. Although he didn't want to get too close to Lu Xiangnan, after all, her background was too intimidating, and he worried about her discovering some of his secrets. If it came to light, he knew that in this era, even though they had just finished the feudal system and the Four Olds, he had heard from several big bosses that the government had established a department to study special abilities during this time. In a few years, many who claimed to have special abilities would be on television. However, Qindong wanted to keep his distance from Lu Xiangnan while trying to butter her up. He thought about how to approach her and flatter her while maintaining a good relationship. Knowing that Lu Xiangnan was the new village head, he had the intention to get closer and flatter her. With Dad's connections, it was perfect. Dad never imagined he had become Qindong's tool. If he could handle his relationship with Lu Xiangnan well, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. He could ask Lu Xiangnan for help if something big happened. He felt a bit conflicted, wanting to and not wanting to. Hey, Qin Laoshu. What are you sending the new village head to eat? She asked from the big city. Does she need this little bit of food? We could keep it for ourselves and gain a bit of weight. Their mother waved her hand fiercely when she heard Dad was sending game to the new village head. Dad said sternly, what do you understand? She asked the village head. I'll be working under her in the future, so it's only proper to send her something. Look at the people in the agencies. They often give gifts to their superiors. The second child even sends things to their workshop director. As the head of fruit trees, sending something to the village head is only right. I assent it. Xiao Wu, don't you think so? Qindong thought Dad was getting smarter, making him support him in everything, believing that with his support, things would get done. Qindong then said to their mother, you have to give to get. Now Dad is sending some game over, so the village head will think of us if she needs anything in the future. Their mother finally nodded reluctantly. Dad took a wild rabbit and 2 wild chickens and limped away from the orchard, while their mother went off with her tools. Qinjun and Qindong chatted briefly, discussing Qindong's anger over Qin Sanming and Zhao Damiai, and after some idle chatter, Qinjun finally spoke up about what he had been hesitating to say. Chapter 146. Finally, I know who you are. Xiao Wu. After we met at the supply and marketing cooperative in the forest farm that day, did you notice 2 people secretly following me when I was going back? Qinjun asked, looking serious as he puffed on a cigarette. Qindong replied directly, brother, I didn't see anyone. I left not long after you did. And I didn't see anyone following you. He responded quickly, without hesitation. Moreover, he spoke somewhat ambiguously, not admitting he had followed Qinjun for a while, but neither denying it. He had encountered a few people while following Qinjun. If he denied it, and someone found out he was lying, it would be easy to connect the dots. Why would he lie? Qinjun didn't ask him if he had followed him. Qindong also didn't voluntarily confess. He left himself a way out by not saying too much. If it really came down to it, he could always admit to having dealt with those 2 people. His brother couldn't just turn him into the police, could he? If that happened, it would only lead to fratricide. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Oh, I thought you saw those 2 people. I ran into Old Guo at that time. And later he said that someone from the supply and marketing cooperative saw you following me. So I thought I'd ask if you noticed those 2. Qinjun smiled. Qindong quickly shook his head and smiled. I took the main road from the entrance to our village. Part of the way was the same as yours. Brother, what is going on? How come there were 2 people following you? Qinjun explained. A few days ago, I caught 2 unruly people hunting in the forest. I confiscated their game. Then, while I was on my way back from the supply and marketing cooperative, I remembered your warning about people using illegal firearms. So I paid attention. That's when I noticed those 2 sneaky guys following me. At that time, I thought, these 2 brats wouldn't want to shoot me with a black gun, would they? So I became cautious and deliberately led them on a run for a while. And they really did follow me closely. I thought to myself, if they dared to shoot me, I would take care of them. Later, I ran into old Gua and chatted with him for a bit. After we parted ways, those two kids disappeared. Their families reported it to the police. And the police went to the supply and marketing cooperative to investigate. I was also pulled in for questioning, but in the end, nothing was discovered. It seemed like those two had just vanished. It's no wonder Chen Jun suspected that Lin Dai and Lin Xiao, whose disappearance was related to Chen Dong. Chen Dong was the one who first reminded him to be wary of black guns. Additionally, the people at the supply and marketing cooperative said Chen Dong left right before they did, heading in the same direction. Then he learned from his parents that Chen Dong had made a great contribution to the police when he went to pay respects to his godfather. And he had gone to the city with a reward of quite a bit of money, but he told Chen Jun not to spread this around. Also, how Chen Dong obtained the rights to the orchard, and while watching a movie, Chen Dong pulled Chen Donglian to chat for a bit. When he returned home, he happened to encounter Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei dealing with something, and Chen Donglian ended up killing his father and wife in a fit of rage. This naturally made him think, could this be related to Chen Dong? This was a major case of missing persons, and he didn't want Chen Dong to be implicated. If it were true, he would have to think of a way to eliminate any possible evidence. Could he send his own younger brother to the police to face bullets? That was impossible. I really haven't seen those two. With both of them missing, I suspect they encountered some enemies or got involved in something, and in the end, they were silenced, casually buried in a pit, or thrown into a lake, making it impossible for the police to investigate. We've had many cases of people going missing around here. Chen Dong shook his head and smiled. Their bodies are now on me, and there's no evidence to prove otherwise. I'm not afraid. Chen Jun nodded and smiled. That's right, the forest isn't very peaceful these days. A few days ago, I heard what sounded like thunder coming from the Erlong Mountain area. Later, I found out that the thunder was actually someone setting off firecrackers on the hillside. A group of foul-smelling things found a large tomb, and when the police arrived the next day, quite a few interesting items had already been taken from the tomb. I heard experts say that this large tomb could possibly belong to a great king from the Jin dynasty. Those damn thieves. How could they have such a keen nose to find a tomb in such a remote place? It's impressive. They don't fear being caught by the police. They'll line up for bullets when the time comes. Chen Jun cursed and shook his head when talking about tomb raiding. In the old forests of northeast China, places initiated by the Qing dynasty, Jin dynasty, and other northern ethnic minority dynasties, even the so-called dragon veins of the Qing dynasty are located in these old forests. Therefore, there are many large tombs of royal descendants and nobles from these dynasties on some mountains in the old forests. Over the centuries, tomb raiders have been active in the old forests. After the founding of the country, the punishment for tomb raiders has been very severe. Those involved in tomb raiding or selling cultural relics are basically sentenced to death if caught. Over the years, many tomb raiders have been shot at the execution grounds annually. However, despite this, many tomb raiders appear every year. They are executed one batch after another. The reason is simple. It's too profitable. Just rummaging through an ancient tomb for some antique porcelain or jade, or if they find some bronze artifacts. Smuggling them abroad could easily fetch tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. These people are really taking risks. Walking by the river, who doesn't get their shoes wet? If their accomplices are caught, they could all be wiped out together. Chen Dong laughed. That bastard Wang Changhe was just raiding tombs with others, right? If it weren't for me sending him to an early grave, he would have gotten into trouble with his tomb raiding in another year. It seems he was also involved in the Jin dynasty tomb at Erlong Mountain. Suddenly, Chen Dong thought of something. Xiao Wu, you should honestly run the orchard from now on. When you have nothing to do, you can go into the mountains to hunt and supplement the family income. Xiao Yin will have a baby in a few months, and you'll be a father. It's better to do things steadily and safely, avoid causing trouble, and that's better than anything else. Chen Jun patted Chen Dong's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Chen Dong suppressed his impulse and nodded, appearing to heed the advice. Brother, you're right. You're right. Brother, I'll give you a rabbit and 2 wild chickens. You and my sister-in-law can stew them for lunch. I'm heading home now. After handing a wild rabbit and 2 wild chickens to his brother, Chen Dong said a few words and turned to go home. Watching Chen Dong leave, Chen Jun shook his head and smiled. Whether the disappearance of those two was related to Chen Dong was actually unimportant to him. With Chen Dong's cleverness, even if he did it, he certainly wouldn't leave any evidence. Watching his little brother grow up, Chen Jun felt very gratified. On the way back, Chen Dong's heart was filled with murderous intent as he thought, finally, I know who you are. Then you can go die? These days, he had been cautious, wary of the two lurking in the shadows, and now Qin finally knew their identities. Chapter 147. Capturing the traitor who sold his movements. One of those two was named Wu Yong, and the other was named Luo Daqiang. Their identities were tomb raiders. They were part of the tomb raiding gang with Wang Changhe. In about 6 months, they would get caught, and then be taken to the grassland to be shot. At that time, Qin had seen news articles from the county, which displayed photos and names of their 6-member tomb raiding gang. That was why Qin felt familiar with them, but couldn't remember why at first. First of all, he hadn't thought of Wang Changhe's tomb raiding gang at all. After all, Wang Changhe was dead. At that time, he had told him about the thefts he knew of. But he didn't mention that he knew about Wang Changhe's tomb raiding activities, mainly to leave himself some leeway. Theft and tomb raiding are not the same concept. Tomb raiding could get you shot. Then he thought Wang Changhe would definitely have some internal strife with his accomplices over the thefts. Even when they didn't know who the traitor was, they wouldn't expose his words. He took the opportunity to kill Wang Changhe before he could deal with him, preventing Wang Changhe from possibly revealing what he knew about their secrets, which would lead them to confront Qin. However, they never came to confront Qin, which meant that before Wang Changhe died, they didn't know Qin was aware of their activities. So, Qin gradually relaxed his vigilance. Unexpectedly, after so much time had passed, they came to deal with him. Either they were afraid of drawing suspicion and didn't rush to take revenge, or they had just learned about the situation and immediately came to retaliate against him. Regardless of the scenario, they were certainly aware of what happened the night he orchestrated Qin Donglian to angrily attack Qin Sanming and Zhao Demei. On one hand, they thought he was clever. On the other hand, during those days, the police were coming by multiple times a day, scaring them away from approaching. Plus, in these past few days, Qin had been cooped up at home. Even if they wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't dare to come into the village. If nothing unexpected happens, they would be waiting for me to leave the village or go into the mountains to hunt. Then they could ambush me at that time. And how did they know I was going into the mountains to hunt? There's a traitor in our village. Qin originally thought about secretly finding those few people and killing them one by one, storing them in the spiritual spring space. But after thinking about it, that wouldn't work. On one hand, he was unsure whether those people had let more people know about the situation. On the other hand, the elder brother was asking about the disappearance of Lin Dai and Lin Xiaohu, and if those few people went missing again, it might lead to suspicion falling on him. Even if he made excuses to go into the mountains to hunt, the fact that the 5 of them disappeared for no reason, coupled with the possibility of them telling others what he had done, meant that if he killed them, many would certainly think of him. The key issue was that Lu Xiangnan was currently in their village, which made him feel apprehensive, worried that some skilled individuals might be secretly lurking around. Report to the police. Report their tomb robbing activities. Let the police catch them, and let them suffer the consequences. Make sure Ermao doesn't tell anyone that it was me who reported them. Try to avoid letting their families know that it was him who reported them, fearing retaliation from their families. Reporting can be done anonymously. As for how he knew about their tomb robbing, he could just make up any reason that would hold up. Xiaowu, you went hunting again so early in the morning. Huh? You're lucky, catching wild rabbits and wild chickens. On the way back, he ran into the village accountant, Qin Jinglin, who was riding his bicycle toward him, and he smiled as he spoke to Qin. During the village meeting yesterday, Lu Xiangnan had retained some village officials, and Qin Jinglin, being the accountant, continued in his role. Qin shook the bag containing his catch and said with a smile, "Today's luck is not bad. Xiaowu, when are you going into the mountains to hunt?" "When you catch some big game, I want to buy more," Qin Jinglin said, stopping his bicycle. Qin replied with a smile, "That's hard to say. Why are you asking me when I'm going hunting? What does it have to do with you?" He was about to say that his family orchard was busy at the moment, with the early peaches about to come down. However, in the next moment, he realized something. This guy was most likely the internal traitor who was selling his whereabouts. For several consecutive days, whenever Qin Jinglin encountered him in the village, he always asked when he was going into the mountains to hunt. Once or twice could be just a casual inquiry. But asking every day meant there was something going on. Something unusual must be afoot. His mind raced as he brainstormed how to operate, ensuring that Wu Yong, Luo Daqiang, and the others would face the consequences, while he could stay out of it and his family wouldn't be threatened. He could kill them, or even create the illusion that he was an antique dealer targeting them. However, illusions are just that. If he encountered a skilled investigator, they could trace back to him from the clues. He could also report anonymously to the police. But that might lead to the suspicion of those people's families that he was the one who reported them, especially since he had revealed to Wang Changhe that he knew about their theft. If he knew about the theft, it was possible he also knew about the tomb robbing, and their families might harbor resentment toward him, secretly seeking revenge against him or his family. Such things were not uncommon. If Chen Jinglin was indeed the traitor selling his whereabouts, Chen Dong wanted to ask what was really going on first. After learning the specific details, he would proceed with his next plan. Having experienced so much in his past life, Chen Dong was naturally cautious, considering everything as thoroughly as possible, rather than acting impulsively. All right, let me know when you're going into the mountains to hunt, and I'll be waiting to buy your meat, Chen Jinglin said with a laugh, preparing to ride away on his bicycle. Without saying a word, Chen Dong stepped forward and kicked Chen Jinglin off the bicycle. Bang! The bicycle fell heavily to the ground, pinning Chen Jinglin's leg under it, causing him to scream in pain. Xiaowu, what the hell? Why are you doing this? It hurts. Chen Dong walked up to him and slapped him hard across the face, saying, Chen Jinglin, what the hell are you talking about? You've been asking me every day when I'm going into the mountains. Are you trying to find someone to shoot me in the back? He wasn't afraid of wrongly accusing Chen Jinglin because he knew some of Chen Jinglin's dirty secrets. From Erjuzi, he learned that Chen Jinglin often carried the scent of his niece-in-law, Luo Fengwan, and that he had benefited significantly from following Chen Sanming in the village, with many of Chen Sanming's schemes being suggested by Chen Jinglin. So even if Chen Jinglin wasn't the traitor, Chen Dong felt no fear in beating him up. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Chen Jinglin's face displayed nervousness. Seeing this, Chen Dong was immediately certain that this guy was indeed the traitor selling his whereabouts. Chapter 148. Chen Dong, fifth uncle, I curse you. Xiaowu, you're simply slandering me. Do you believe I'll report you to the police for defamation? Lying on the ground, holding his stinging face, Chen Jinglin shouted angrily at Chen Dong. Chen Dong didn't waste time on him, stepping forward and slapping him across the face again, saying, slandering, huh? Then he kicked him in the chest. Going to report me, huh? You think I don't know? Chen Sanming is dead, cutting off your money-making path. And you think I did it? Always trying to scheme against me. The Chen family has reported me to the police several times. Are you behind that? And now you keep asking me when I'm going hunting, just waiting for a chance to have someone shoot me in the back. Let's go to the police station. I'll expose all the things you've done before. Don't think I don't know. You, like Chen Sanming, are also involved with your own family's woman. While beating Chen Jinglin, Chen Dong kept talking. When Chen Jinglin heard this, especially the part about him being involved with his own family's woman, he originally pretended to be tough, but panicked. He quickly said in a low voice, Xiaowu, let us talk this over. Let us talk this over. There really are people asking me when you're going hunting, saying they want to shoot you in the back. Although he didn't know how Chen Dong knew about his affair, it was clear that he had grasped something. Remembering that Chen Sanming had been killed by his own son, if his nephew found out, he would surely come after him with a vengeance. At that moment, a villager riding a bicycle came bumping along the dirt road and saw Chen Jinglin sitting on the ground. He smiled and said, Accountant, what happened to you? Did you fall off your bike? Chen Jinglin quickly nodded and smiled, saying, Yes, I hit a bump and fell. Xiao was just thinking of helping me up. Chen Dong then reached out his hand to Chen Jinglin, saying, Fifth uncle, be careful when you ride in the future. Accountant, why is your face so red? The villager noticed that both of Chen Jinglin's cheeks were quite red and immediately asked with concern. Chen Jinglin touched his stinging face and grimaced. I fell and my face hit the ground. The villager didn't ask much more, just reminded him to be careful of cars before riding away. After the villager left, Chen Dong coldly said, Fifth uncle, now will you tell me who wants to shoot me in the back? It's Wang Tun's Wang Changshan. Chen Jinglin quickly replied. Looking nervous, Chen Dong was puzzled. Who is Wang Changshan? He is Wang Changhe's cousin. He said he wants to take revenge for his brother, claiming that if it weren't for you breaking off the engagement, his brother could have been the groom before dying. He has always been fixated on marrying your sister-in-law. Chen Jinglin explained quickly. Damn, you're really willing to sell me out. I can't believe we're from the same village. We can't write the same two characters for Chen. Without thinking much, Chen Dong slapped Chen Jinglin across the face again. Wang Changhe's cousin wanted to break off the engagement with Wang Changhe, which made Wang Changhe unable to forget this matter until his death, leaving with regrets. Therefore, he wanted to find someone to take revenge on him behind his back. How could this be possible? Chen Dong knew that the ones who wanted to take revenge were those 5 tomb raiders. This meant that Wang Changshan likely learned from Wang Changhe that he knew about their theft, but was unaware of the tomb raiding. before Wang Changhai died. He must have wanted to find Wang Changshun or the Wang family to deal with Chen Dong and force him to reveal who the traitor was. However, Wang Changhai was suddenly bitten to death by a wolf. So, it is likely that Wang Changshun did not know about Wang Changhai and the others raiding tombs. After Wang Changhai's death, they wanted to avenge him, but they were afraid of being discovered. So they directly contacted those tomb raiders and mentioned that Chen Dong was an informed party. The tomb raiders were cautious and worried that Chen Dong knew about the tomb raiding, so they planned to kill him together. Because Chun Sanming and Zhao Damei were killed, the police frequently came, which made them afraid to act in the village. I didn't want to, but he threatened me, and I couldn't help it. Chen Zhenglin explained for himself. Chen Dong angrily retorted, then why didn't you tell me? You still want to avenge Chen Sanming? Chen Zhenglin hurriedly shook his head in panic. How could I possibly want to avenge Chen Sanming? I'm actually happy he's dead. In our village, no one wished he would die sooner than I did. He forced your aunt to sleep with him years ago. I wanted to kill him long ago. He slept with your aunt, and I was cuckolded. I have to thank you for killing that bastard Chen Sanming. Chen Zhenglin cried, with a snotty nose, looking extremely sad, making one feel a sense of sorrow just by hearing him. Chen Dong looked at the tearful and sorrowful Chen Zhenglin with a strange expression. He didn't expect that Chen Zhenglin's wife was slept with by Chen Sanming, and that Chen Zhenglin had actually been his accountant for several years. Such explosive information was uncovered. However, Chen Dong naturally didn't fully believe what Chen Zhenglin said. He speculated that Chen Zhenglin deliberately let his wife sleep with Chen Sanming to please him. Uncle Wu, what do you mean I killed Chen Sanming? Chen Sanming's death has nothing to do with me, okay? Don't say random things. Chen Sanming was killed by his son Chen Dong, and it has nothing to do with me. Chen Dong shook his head speechlessly. Yes. Chen Sanming's death has nothing to do with you. Little. Chen Zhenglin hurriedly nodded. What the hell, little? I'm not some little. I hate being called little. Upon hearing Chen Zhenglin call him little, Chen Dong reacted again and punched and kicked him a few times. His father, mother, and older brother called him little, and he tolerated it. But Chen Zhenglin called him that. How could he endure it? Of course, he just lightly hit him a few times. If he really went all out, it wouldn't be hard to smash Chen Zhenglin's head with one punch. Uncle Wu, let's go report to the police in the county later. You ride the bike in front, and I'll follow behind. When we get to the police station, just tell the truth. Don't try to be slick with me. Or don't blame me for being rude. While hitting Chen Zhenglin, he felt much calmer and thought of a way to get himself out of this matter while also getting Wu Yong, Luo Daqiang, and the others caught. His side would not be affected at all. Even if those tomb raiders were about to die, they wouldn't know that he actually knew about their tomb raiding. But upon hearing Chen Dong say he wanted to report to the police and tell the truth, Chen Zhenglin suddenly knelt down. In chapter 149, using Chun the accountant as a shield. Xiao Wu, I was wrong. Please don't make me report to the police and tell the truth. If I reveal your aunt and Chun Sanming's matters and the things I've done before, how can I have the face to stay in the village? The collective property I greedily took, even if I don't get executed, I would have to spend decades in prison. Please let me go. If you want money, I can give you money. What about your two younger sisters? They just turned a certain age, right? I can let them sleep with you. Chen Zhenglin said in a panic. He thought Chen Dong wanted him to go to the police and tell everything. If he told everything to the police, he wouldn't just lose face in front of the villagers. He could face light prison time or heavy sentences. Damn, my two younger sisters are so young. Chen Dong was shocked by Chen Zhenglin's shamelessness and cursed, letting his 15 or 16-year-old daughter sleep with him. What a sick father. Chen Zhenglin quickly said, if you think your two younger sisters are too young, I can let your aunt sleep with you. Chen Dong felt a black line on his forehead. Without saying a word, he slapped Chen Zhenglin. Damn it, stop disgusting me. What I mean is, you report to the police about what Wang Changshun threatened you to do, and let the police come to catch him. As for your matters, I won't meddle in them, out of respect for our fellow villagers. Chen Zhenglin's wife, Xie Dajiao, was big and rough-looking, just like a burly man, and was already 50 years old. Would Chen Dong be interested in her? Just thinking about it was disgusting. Upon hearing that Chen Dong didn't want him to reveal what he did in the village, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, he looked worried and said, Xiao Wu, if I report him, what if he retaliates against me later? What about my children? Fine. Then I need to personally go to the police to talk about your matters, Chen Dong said coldly. He really wanted to say, I'm just letting you draw the fire. Otherwise, what do you think your role is? Do you really think your two 15 or 16-year-old daughters can interest me? Chen Zhenglin quickly said, Okay. I'll report to the police. I'm going to report to the police. Xiao Wu, You must not let the police know about my matters. A dead friend is better than a poor monk. As for whether Wang Changshan would retaliate against him in the future, that was a matter for later. What he needed to do now was to please Qin Dong. Qin Dong had already given him some leeway because they were from the same village. Otherwise, if Qin Dong turned him in to the police and revealed all the things he had done, his life would be over. He never expected that in Qin Dong's eyes. He was just a shield to draw fire. Since Wang Changhai participated in tomb raiding, he believed his family should be able to find some antiques from the tomb. Even if they couldn't find anything, it didn't matter. He could forcefully accuse Wang Changhai of the crime of tomb raiding and have Mao and his brother-in-law go catch those 5 people. At that time, he wouldn't believe they couldn't find information about the tomb raiding antiques from their family. Qin Dong's plan was to have Chun Jinglin report to the police and then accuse Wang Changshan of threatening him and intending to do something bad to Qin Dong. Then Qin Dong would come up with a reason, saying that when Wang Changhai was engaged to Zhou Lanxin, he drank too much and said a few things about when and where he stole things. He would shift the blame to the deceased Wang Changhai. This way, he would also have a reason to let those tomb raiders and the police know how he knew about their involvement in the theft and tomb raiding. Privately, Qin Dong would also tell Mao that Wang Changhai's words seemed to suggest that they might have been involved in the recent theft of the Jin dynasty prince's tomb at Erlong Mountain. But he asked Mao to keep it a secret. When catching them, he planned to find a way to search their house. If they really couldn't find anything from the tomb, then he could conduct a surprise interrogation later. Don't think that police interrogations are all polite like they show on TV. There are many tricks to interrogation, unless the criminal is a real tough nut. And let's give some credit to Mao and his brother-in-law. As for whether it will raise suspicions from Lu Xiangnan and the forces behind her, that remains to be seen. Qin Dong didn't think too much about it. He had already made such a detailed plan. However, if Lu Xiangnan or the forces behind her insisted on keeping an eye on him, then Qin Dong would have no choice. Although he was a reborn person, in the eyes of those big powers, he was at most just a somewhat capable rural hunter. Nothing more than that. As for why Qin Dong was so cautious, it was merely a symptom of some paranoid ideation. Next, Qin Dong discussed with Qin Jinglin, and then Qin Jinglin went home for a while before riding to the county town. As for Qin Dong, he followed behind Qin Jinglin. After leaving the village for a distance, they went to the county town together. Qin Dong had to guard against Qin Jinglin informing Wang Changshan. Of course, he believed that Qin Jinglin would not tip off Wang Changshan. At this point, would he still consider someone unrelated like Wang Changshan? It was better to think more about his own affairs. On the way, Qin Dong put 3 dogs into the spiritual space. As for the remaining 5 dogs, he planned to leave Dahe and Xiao Wang at home, letting Da Huang take the other 2 dogs outside. If any accidents occurred, he would find a chance to secretly release the 3 dogs. With the combat power of the 6 dogs now, it would be no problem to face more than 10 people. It had to be done steadily. Soon, Qin Dong returned home. In the kitchen, Su Yun was cooking breakfast. As for Zhou Honglian and Zhou Lanxin, they had also gotten up. Su Yun said that Zhou Lanxin had gone to work in the orchard with Zhou Honglian. Qin Dong didn't encounter them on the way. They probably took the mountain path. Wife, I'm planning to go hunting in the mountains in a few days. So I'm going to the county town today to buy some hunting supplies. You 3 can have breakfast. I'm going to that shop in town that sells lamb buns to buy 2 buns to eat, Qin Dong said to Su Yun with a smile. Hearing that Qin Dong was going to the county town to buy things, Su Yun nodded. All right, you can go buy 2 lamb buns in town. Honey, you're going to hunt in the mountains in a few days? Qin Dong nodded. Yes, I'm planning to go hunting. We've spent quite a bit of money recently. And although Dad and Mom are giving us the harvest from the orchard, we should ask them for a bit more. I can't manage the farming and fruit management, so I should stick to hunting. You're going to the county town today? You didn't sleep until so late last night, so you shouldn't go to the county town today. Just rest at home, Su Yun said with a slightly flushed face. Qin Dong couldn't help but laugh. Wife, you don't need to worry about me. I'm strong. You can't keep doing this to yourself. And Lanxin was also with you and Honglian last night, Su Yun said softly, her face getting redder. Qin Dong scratched his head. If I need to blame someone, it's Honglian for being too tempting. I will definitely pay attention in the future. Tell Lanxin that I won't take her to the county town this afternoon. Let her go with our uncle from the village who takes fertilizer to the county town. We can give him a couple of bucks for gas money if needed, Qin Dong said to Su Yun. Zhou Lanxin was going back to the county town after lunch today. She had only stayed at home for a day. Originally, Qin Dong planned to ride his bike to take her back to the county town in the afternoon, but he was in a hurry to go to the county town for business. As for the matter with Zhou Lanxin, it wasn't appropriate at home. Besides, He had to give Su Yun a process to accept it and test her attitude. After explaining all this, Chen Dong rode his bike. With 2 hunting rifles on his shoulders, accompanied by Da Huang and the other 2 dogs, leaving the village. Not long after Chen Dong left, Zhou Honglian and Zhou Lanxin returned home. When they heard Su Yun say that Chen Dong had gone to the county town to buy supplies, Zhou Lanxin's heart instantly felt heavy. Chapter 150. Old man. Xiao Wu, having a dad like me, you must be very happy. Lanxin, it's okay. You can take the tractor driven by uncle to the county town after lunch. He drives the tractor back and forth to the county town every day. The tractor can carry more cargo, so when you leave, bring a few more clothes and some dried meat and dried goods with you. Su Yun said, looking at Zhou Lanxin, whose face was slightly red and whose eyes sparkled with tears. Zhou Honglian, standing beside her, patted Zhou Lanxin's shoulder and said with a smile, Lanxin, what's wrong? Are you crying because your brother-in-law didn't take you? Haha. Your brother-in-law is busy hunting to earn money, so he can buy more good fabric to make you more skirts. Zhou Lanxin joked back. Then she changed the subject and smiled at Su Yun. Xiaoyan, Chen Dong plans to go hunting in the mountains in a few days. Isn't it peach season soon? He has been working in the orchard lately. Isn't it too urgent for him to go hunting? She could roughly guess why Zhou Lanxin wanted to cry, but she didn't say anything. She wouldn't say anything about Chen Dong either. When it came to the matter between Chen Dong and Zhou Lanxin, they could develop it on their own. She didn't want to bring it up with either of them, as it would only make things awkward. Sister Honglian, I didn't cry. A little bug just flew into my eye, Zhou Lanxin said while rubbing her eyes, trying to suppress the urge to cry, forcing a smile on her face. Then she said to Su Yun, Sister Yun, it's fine. I'll take Uncle's tractor this afternoon. I won't bring dried meat or dried goods. There are too many people at home, so you can keep them for yourselves. I can eat in the cafeteria at school. They have rice and dishes. After saying that, she walked into the house. Just as she stepped inside, her tears burst forth. Why did Chen Dong go to the county town so early without even seeing her? He didn't even eat breakfast. Was he in such a hurry to buy things in the county town? Did he not want to see her? Did he avoid her to prevent awkwardness? Then his attitude was a rejection of her. He didn't want them to be awkward, so he would just pretend nothing had happened. Thinking of this, her heart felt inexplicably heavy, although she knew that Chen Dong most likely wouldn't be with her. On one hand, it was because of Su Yun. On the other hand, he had already accepted Zhou Honglian. When the 3 sisters came here together, 2 of them followed him. If he agreed to let Zhou Lanxin follow him too, wouldn't that mean all 3 were following him? If their relationship was revealed, Chen Dong would surely be embarrassed in the village, at least from Zhou Lanxin's perspective. Now Chen Dong's reaction was just as she had imagined. He was rejecting her. She didn't blame Chen Dong at all. Not at all. But her heart ached. Chen Dong said that most of the orchard's profits would go to his parents because they worked so hard, while he was still thinking about hunting to earn money. After all, he was good at it, and with the hunting dogs and guns, he had spent so much money to prepare, he had to make use of it. His eagerness to go hunting was also to earn more money since their family's expenses weren't small. After explaining why Chen Dong wanted to go hunting again, Su Yun said seriously. Zhou Honglian nodded. Chen Dong supports our family's expenses on his own. The pressure is indeed considerable. Xiaoyan, you just focus on taking care of the baby. I'll handle the household chores and the orchard work. Su Yun shook her head with a smile. Sister Honglian, I'm not that delicate. I can still manage some household chores and field work. Let's tidy up the house well, and not let Chen Dong hold us back. Director Chen, your little Wu is quite the hunter. Early this morning, wandering around nearby, she managed to catch so much game. Looking at the big fat live rabbit and 2 wild chickens brought to her by Chen Laoshu, Lu Xiangnan smiled and said. Chen Laoshu held the big fat rabbit in one hand and pinched its belly with the other, laughing. Not bad, not bad. Hunting relies on luck. And my luck has been pretty good lately. Village chief, you and this young lady take the rabbit and the chickens. You can kill them and cook them for lunch. You just came to our village, so you should try our wild game. This rabbit and these chickens are much more flavorful than farm-raised ones. Look how fat this rabbit is. Being called the village chief by Chen Laoshu made him feel really good inside, to the point that he straightened his back a bit. This feels great. Is this the feeling of being in power? Lu Xiangnan shook her head and waved her hands. Director Chen, I won't take the rabbit and chickens. You can take them back. Chen Laoshu insisted a few times, but Lu Xiangnan remained firm on not accepting them, which made him reflect that this is what a good leader from a big city looks like. A good leader never takes anything from the people. Such a good leader is bound to rise to great heights in the future. With her being so young and becoming a village chief, she will definitely be promoted later. And I, as the fruit tree planting director, will be her foundation. When she rises, won't I also follow along to success? Then I can gain ranks, wealth, and return home in glory. Chen Laoshu understood some of the workings of government. Some promising leaders are sent to the countryside to experience the life of the common people and test their abilities. Generally, such promising leaders will hold important positions when they return. So he speculated that Lu Xiangnan, this parachuted village chief, must be a cultivated leader. However, just as he was thinking about following her to success and gaining ranks, he suddenly realized he was nearly 70 years old. This realization doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of ice water. It was chilling. Some phrases from storytelling suddenly popped into his mind. You were born when I was not. You were born when I was already old. Can the old Lien Pastil eat? I originally had my heart set on the bright moon, but alas, the bright moon shines on the ditch. I was born with talents that must be of use. Do not forget to tell my father at the ancestral worship. The sky is vast and the fields are boundless. The wind blows the grass low, revealing cattle and sheep. Old vines, old trees, and crows at dusk, small bridges, flowing water, and homes. How did I get old? My dreams of gaining ranks and wealth. Thinking of this, Chen Laoshu's eyes welled up with tears, and he shook his head. If Chen Dong knew what his father was thinking, filled with lines from storytelling that reflected his current mindset, he would surely say, Dad, what are you doing? This is a test. Stop making stuff up. Seeing Chen Laoshu suddenly shake his head and cry inexplicably, Lu Xiangnan hurriedly asked, Director Chen, why are you crying? Chen Laoshu quickly wiped his tears and said, Village Chief, you are a good leader. Why didn't you come to our village sooner? If you had come sooner, it would have been great. Lu Xiangnan quickly replied, Director Chen, how about this? I will give you some money for your rabbit and chickens. Just consider it a purchase from you. After all, I appreciate your goodwill, and it wouldn't be right not to keep something. But it's not easy for you common folks to hunt. Originally wiping his tears, Chen Laoshu cried again, shaking his head. You are truly a good leader. Such a good village chief touched the long-hidden desire in Chen Laoshu's heart to be in power. Just thinking about his age made him feel incredibly sad. Village chief, if you encounter any difficulties in your work in the village in the future, you can tell me. My little Wu still has some weight in the village. People will respect her a bit. Chen Laoshu wiped his tears again. Little Wu, your father is paving the way for you. Though you are still young and can't grasp the matter of being in power yet, in a few years, you will be able to. Our Chen family must produce a government official. Little Wu, if you knew what I, your father, have done for you, you would surely be overjoyed. Meanwhile, Chen Dong was on his way to the county town with Chen Zhenglin. Upon hearing Chen Zhenglin talk about their father's matters, Chen Dong internally complained, Sigh, my dad. If you weren't my biological father, I would find it too distressing to have a father like you. Because Chen Zhenglin actually said that the person who reported to the police is Chen Zhenglin, what does that have to do with Chen Dong? It turns out the village chief is asking my dad to find a few experts in fruit tree planting in the village and appoint him as the fruit tree planting director. And my dad volunteered to take this position? I wondered why my dad, at his age, could still be appointed as the fruit tree planting director. The village chief must be out of his mind. It's not like my dad is the only one in our village who knows how to manage fruit trees. He even volunteered to apply for it. What is he thinking? Chen Zhenglin explained how their father applied to be the fruit tree planting director, which made Chen Dong so angry that he felt pain in his back teeth. Dad, you are truly a burden. No, you are a burden to your son. While your good son is thinking about how to maintain distance from Lu Xiangnan to avoid attracting attention from her backers, which could lead to being scrutinized, you, for the sake of your dream of being in power, have invited trouble into the house. How can you be so reckless? No wonder Lu Xiangnan would choose an old man like him, who is nearing his end, to be the fruit tree planting director. Originally, Chen Dong thought Lu Xiangnan's goal was to rope him in, Chen Liutuan's little sleeping dragon, to help with work in the village. Lu Xiangnan came with an assessment task. They definitely planned to carry out projects related to agricultural production or use surrounding resources to increase the income of the villagers and influence the income of nearby villages. They need the cooperation of the villagers, right? Such promising leaders can't cheat by using family connections for their performance assessments. Poor mountains and bad waters produce cunning people. Don't be fooled by how obedient the villagers are in front of him. It's because he is kind. However, when facing outsiders, especially someone like Lu Xiangnan, the parachuted village chief, the villagers might not cooperate with her work. That's for sure, especially since she is a female village chief. It seems I was overthinking it. She doesn't care about Chun Liutuan's little sleeping dragon. My dad is the one who is eager to be in power. Oh, it's because I, the good son, gave him the confidence to become a village official. Chen Dong realized later on that it was his father who told the village chief that he had spent his whole life planting fruit trees. And when it comes to the ability to plant fruit trees in this village, he is the best. No one dares to say otherwise. Don't be fooled by his age. He is still full of spirit. He also said that with you, his highly respected son, assisting him, the villagers would support his work. The village chief asked about you. I said what your father said is true. You are indeed a good son in our area, and when you are mentioned, nearby villages give you a thumbs up. You are highly regarded in our village. Chen Zhenglin pedaled the bicycle while giving Chen Dong a thumbs up with one hand. Chen Dong wanted to say, "Little Wu, your compliments are a bit exaggerated." However, he ignored Chen Zhenglin's flattery and instead observed his surroundings with a bit of guilt. Only then did he start discussing Lu Xiangnan. So, he was worried about being overheard by her people. "Xiao Wu, I've seen you turn your head several times. What are you looking at?" Chen Zhenglin asked curiously. Chen Dong, with a serious expression, replied, "I think I saw Wang Changshan." Hearing this, Chen Zhenglin was so scared that his hands trembled, and he instinctively pressed the front brake. The bicycle screeched to a halt, and the rear end lifted up, causing both the person and the bike to tumble over, landing face first on the ground. He fell hard, like a dog eating shit, and his nose started to bleed. They were riding on a main road leading to the county town. Although the surface was made of a mixture of lime powder and cement, making it much smoother than regular dirt roads, it still offered some waterproof effect when it rained. It wasn't the rainy season yet, so the surface was quite rideable, allowing them to pedal at a good speed. Chen Jinglin's sudden braking was on the front wheel, which naturally led to a flip. If he had braked the rear wheel, such a situation wouldn't have occurred. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? What's going on?" Chen Dong stopped the bike and hurried over to Chen Zhenglin, who was lying on the ground with the bike on top of him. Seeing Chen Zhenglin covering his face in pain, Chen Dong couldn't help but want to laugh. "Your mental fortitude is too weak. You dare to hit on your niece-in-law, but you get scared just because I said I might have seen Wang Changshan. Xiao Wu, if Wang Changshan knows I reported him, he will definitely beat me up. You have to stop him," Chen Zhenglin said nervously, wiping his nosebleed. Chen Dong shook his head seriously. "Xiao Wu, why are you so nervous? I just said I might have seen Wang Changshan. It's just a possibility. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Chen Zhenglin wiped his nosebleed vigorously and shook his somewhat dazed head. "Ah, you scared me. I thought he really came." He wanted to curse Chen Dong, but didn't dare. Chen Dong nodded solemnly. "I'm afraid he might follow us. Xiao Wu, hurry up and get up. Wipe your nosebleed. Let's go to the police station and report him." Half an hour later, the two arrived at the police station. Coincidentally, they ran into a familiar police officer. Chen Dong asked if Mao was around, and the officer went to find him. Chen Dong then explained that Chen Zhenglin was threatened by Wang Changshan, who was stalking him in the village and trying to hire someone to shoot him while he was hunting in the mountains. Chen Zhenglin nervously nodded in agreement. Mao slapped his thigh and said they should go catch Wang Changshan. However, Chen Dong pulled Mao aside to a quiet place and told him how he learned from the drunken Wang Changhe that he and a few accomplices had committed theft, including stealing state-owned assets. In addition, Chen Dong mentioned that it seemed Wang Changhe was involved in the recent tomb robbing at the Jin Dynasty Wang Prince's tomb in Erlong Mountain. "Xiao Wu, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? This is such an important matter," Mao said seriously. Chen Dong scratched his head, pretending to be uneasy. "Mao, you're a police officer. Of course, you're not afraid of this. But I'm just an ordinary citizen. I'm afraid of getting into trouble. However, now that Wang Changshan wants to hire someone to shoot me, I really suspect it could be related to those tomb robbers. If they want to harm me, then I have to deal with them. But I don't want more people to know about this, except for your brother-in-law. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. My wife is already a few months pregnant, and I'm really afraid of retaliation." Mao nodded seriously, indicating he understood. He then said he would go talk to his brother-in-law about this. Before leaving, he patted Chen Dong's shoulder and said that if those people were indeed the tomb robbers from Erlong Mountain's Jin Dynasty tomb, then he and his brother-in-law would receive a great contribution. Not long after, Zhang Aigua arrived with 7 or 8 police officers in 2 vans, and Chen Zhenglin followed in one of the vehicles. Chen Dong didn't go with them, saying he still needed to buy some things at the supply and marketing cooperative. After all, it was Chen Zhenglin who reported to the police. What did it have to do with him? If those tomb robbers or their families sought revenge, they would just find Chen Zhenglin to retaliate. Hopefully, this wouldn't involve him. Soon, Zhang Aigua and Air Mao drove to Wang village and, after making some inquiries, arrived at Wang Changshuan's doorstep. Chapter 152. Comrade Police. I want to make a contribution while bearing my sins. Wang Changshuan was not home. He was working in the field. When he saw several police officers and recognized Chen Zhenglin, who had a bruised face and was somewhat unrecognizable, he immediately had a bad feeling and took off running. However, as an ordinary person who had never trained, he couldn't compare with the police officers who exercised daily. Initially, Wang Changshuan ran quite fast, but after a few minutes, he was out of breath and was caught by the police, who knocked him to the ground with a kick. In pain, Wang Changshuan lay on the ground, crying out in agony. Air Mao stepped forward. Without saying a word, he kneed him in the back and forcefully cuffed his hands behind him. Run, huh? You think you can run away? Air Mao slapped Wang Changshuan's head down to the ground. Is there such a thing as brutal law enforcement? Not at all. Whether domestic or foreign, harsh measures against criminals have always been a means of deterrence. If Chen Dong saw Air Mao's law enforcement process, he would definitely say, Air Mao, did you not eat? Because in the 21st century, in the free and civilized countries, law enforcement can be suffocating, truly suffocating. Comrade Police, what are you doing? What have I done? I haven't done anything. Wang Changshuan, pressed to the ground, turned his body, struggling loudly as his face turned purple and his neck muscles bulged. What do you mean? What have you done? You threatened others, stalking other citizens, and attempting to hire someone to kill them. Don't you have any self-awareness? Air Mao sternly questioned Chen Zhenglin. Chen Zhenglin nodded vigorously. Yes, it's him. He threatened me to do this. If I didn't comply, he would deal with my family. He said he would find someone to shoot Xiao Wu in the back while he was hunting in the mountains. Chen Zhenglin spoke with a trembling voice to Zhang Aigua. At this point, Chen Zhenglin no longer cared if Wang Changshuan or his family would retaliate against him. He just wanted to ensure his own safety first. Zhang Aigua stepped forward and kicked Wang Changshuan in the head coldly. Do you have anything else to say? Let's go to the police station. Attempting to hire a murderer. You can just wait for your sentence. Wang Changshuan, hearing this, quickly said, Comrade Police. It was Wang Changtao who asked me to do this. He wanted to take revenge for our cousin. Please investigate clearly. Zhang Aigua then sternly said, Now I'm giving you a chance to make a contribution while bearing your sins. Explain everything clearly. Upon hearing Air Mao mention Chen Dong, Zhang Aigua's emotions became uncontrollable. Arresting a few thieves of state-owned assets was already a significant achievement. If they were truly the tomb robbers from the Jin Dynasty Wang Prince's tomb in Erlong Mountain, then it would be a great accomplishment. Air Mao said that Chen Dong spoke at this time because he was afraid of retaliation. Zhang Aigua replied that this was easy to explain. Only the two of them knew about this matter. As for what they declared to the outside world, they should not say that Chen Dong reported them as tomb raiders. They could go to Wang Changhe or a few other tomb raiders' homes and search under the pretext of rummaging for stolen state property. There were 6 of them in total, and they didn't believe they couldn't find anything related to tomb raiding. As long as they found a little evidence, they could directly accuse them of tomb raiding and interrogate them, without implicating Chen Dong too much. As for not letting the higher-ups know that this matter was reported by Chen Dong, that was also not a problem. First, they had solved a major case. Secondly, the police had the responsibility to protect the privacy and safety of informants. I'll achieve merit by confessing my guilt. I'll achieve merit by confessing my guilt. I'll tell the police comrades what really happened, Wang Changshuan said, eager for the opportunity to achieve merit. The several cousins and so on, who cares about them? I must achieve merit. Then he revealed that they had discussed taking revenge on Wang Changhe and mentioned that Wang Changhe wanted to retaliate against Chen Dong because Chen Dong somehow learned about his theft with several others. However, the 5 cousins naturally did not dare to kill Chen Dong themselves. Instead, they planned to inform Luo Daqiang and the others about Chen Dong knowing about their theft of state assets, hoping to use Luo Daqiang and others to take revenge on Chen Dong. Luo Daqiang and the others said they were ready to kill Chen Dong at any moment and asked them to find a reliable person to keep an eye on Chen Dong's movements. When Chen Dong went hunting in the mountains, they would shoot him from behind and finish him off. Wang Changshuan and Chen Zhenglin had some familial ties. When he talked to Chen Zhenglin about Chen Dong, Chen Zhenglin had many grievances against Chen Dong. Chen Zhenglin said that Chen Dong used scheming tactics, which led to Chen Dong killing Chen Sanming and Zhao Damei, and he even supported his second uncle Chen Jinghua to become the village chief. If Chen Jinghua became the village chief, he, as the village accountant, would have no chance of making money in the future. Then Wang Changshan suggested that he keep an eye on Dong's movements and inform him whenever Dong went hunting in the mountains, so that he could find someone to shoot Dong. Hearing about the plan to kill Dong, Junlin was scared, but he said he would only be responsible for keeping watch, and how they dealt with Dong was their business. When the police heard what Wang Changshan said, they immediately lifted the collapsed Junlin from the ground and handcuffed him. If what Wang Changshan said was true, then Junlin would definitely be considered an accomplice. After all, he was an informed party. Soon, the remaining 4 of Wang Changha's cousins were also arrested. At first, they were still tough, but after hearing what Wang Changshan said, they all wilted like withered eggplants and no longer dared to be tough. If they continued to be tough, they would definitely face harsher penalties. Police comrades, I want to achieve merit by confessing my guilt. I know that Wang Changha and his group not only participated in the theft of state assets, but also raided tombs several times. A few days before Wang Changha was bitten to death by wolves, he excitedly told me that he was going to make a fortune this time. And when the money was in place, he would go live in the port city or abroad. At that time, I asked him how he was going to make a fortune, and he said he had dug up treasures from Erlong Mountain. There were reports at that time saying that tomb raiders stole a large tomb from the Jin dynasty in Erlong Mountain. So I suspect they were the ones who dug up that tomb. A man named Wang Changtao whispered to Jiang Aigua. Hearing this, Jiang Aigua's eyes showed a hint of excitement. They had indeed encountered a major case. Now I can achieve great merit. At noon, more than 10 miles away from Wangtan, in a village called Lejagu, 5 men were gathered together in a brick house in a farmer's courtyard, smoking and drinking amidst a haze of smoke. One of them, named Zhao Yujun, frowned and said, "Brothers, this won't do. We need to quickly get rid of this kid Dong. I'm really worried that one day he might report us for theft, and we'll end up in jail. If the police find out something, especially about that big tomb in Erlong Mountain, then we will all go down." After hearing Zhao Yujun's words, the other 4 also spoke up. A man named Luo Daqiang, who had silver teeth and a scar on his forehead, shook his head and said, "That's the thing. It doesn't matter if that kid knows about us stealing the big tomb in Erlong Mountain. He is a big threat to us. After all, if we get caught for stealing grain, the punishment will be severe." A man with a round face named Wu Yong spoke with a mumble. Killing him must be put on the agenda. A few days ago, the police kept coming to their village, and we didn't dare to go. Now that the police aren't going there, and he is staying in his orchard all day, who knows when he will go hunting. So we should take advantage of the darkness tonight to go to his house and finish him off. His wife is very beautiful, and now there's a stunning sister-in-law living with him. When the time comes, we can have fun with his wife and sister-in-law, hee. Wu Yong said with a lewd expression. A man named Ho Baodong, looking like a monkey with a sharp face, shook his head and said, "I think we should avoid alarming the snake. There wasn't originally any issue, but we are just scaring ourselves. That kid may seem tough in the village, but he doesn't want to cause trouble. Otherwise, he would have reported us long ago." I suspect Wang Changha probably got drunk and accidentally said a few words to his sister-in-law while he was engaged. We can confirm that we didn't tell anyone else about this. This is also why the sister-in-law wanted to break off the engagement. She didn't want to push herself into the fire pit. Also, he probably doesn't know about our tomb raiding. At most, he knows about those 2 grain thefts. Otherwise, with the black market offering a bounty of 5,000 for that big tomb, he would definitely be tempted to report it anonymously. 5,000 is a lot. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Ho Baodong took a puff of smoke and squinted wisely. He then picked up a piece of pig head meat and said, "For now, we shouldn't startle the snake. Even if we deal with him, we can't go into the village to handle it. Instead, we should wait until he goes hunting. Secondly, we are waiting for the big seller to come. When the money is in place, we will leave immediately. Those who want to go abroad can go abroad. Those who want to go to the port city can go to the port city, or to other cities to hide their identities." Ho Baodong was considered the brains of their small team, knowledgeable about some feng shui and geomancy, and was quite clever, nicknamed Monkey Spirit by them. The tombs they raided were all found thanks to his expertise in feng shui. A man standing nearby with long hair covering half his face, hiding one eye, nodded in agreement. "I agree with Monkey Spirit. We can't go into the village to kill that kid. He has 8 dogs at home, and his marksmanship is good. If we get entangled with those 8 dogs, or he takes out 1 or 2 of us with his gun, we'll be left staring. So, if we are going to act, it should be when he is hunting, shooting him from behind. He won't know it was us. The key point is that we are waiting for the seller to bring the money. Once the money is in place and the goods are exchanged, we can leave immediately. Why bother with killing that kid? This man was named Wudamo. He didn't know who his father was, but others said his father was a Japanese invader. They are the main force of the team to solve the traps in the tomb, and they also know some martial arts. Wang Changhe, that bastard, is dead. And we still have one less share of the money. Isn't that good? Wu Damu said with a sinister smile. The other four also showed happy expressions on their faces, thinking about how much money they would make from this batch of goods, each getting hundreds of thousands of US dollars, and then they could go wherever they wanted. A man named Tianbin shook his head and sighed, saying, I wonder when the seller will come. What if he ran into some dangerous bandits in the old forest and got robbed? The term bandits is used by locals to refer to criminals, fugitives, or spies hiding in the old forest, as well as ruthless individuals. This area is close to the old forest, which connects to the borders of Russia and Outer Mongolia. So some Russians or foreigners sneak into the country through the border forests to carry out destructive actions. The old forest covers a vast area, and even if the entire national army were deployed, many bandits would still escape capture. Therefore, it's normal for such a large area to hide many criminals. The tomb they plundered was a royal tomb from the Jin dynasty, which contained a lot of valuable items. An intermediary helped contact a foreign buyer, and the final price negotiated was $2 million US. Once the money arrives, they would all be able to disappear. The US dollar is a universal currency abroad, and since they plan to go abroad or to Hong Kong, they naturally need US dollars. Otherwise, just 1 or 200,000 RMB would take 2 or 3 sacks to carry. For tomb robbers like them, selling ancient artifacts abroad is a common operation in this era, as the domestic market cannot offer such high prices and the regulations are strict. Moreover, many foreign big shots enjoy collecting domestic antiques for their private museums. They don't care about selling these antiques abroad. The foreign buyers sneak into the old forest through the borders, check the goods here, and pay once they're satisfied. Such transactions are clandestine and cannot be conducted through normal channels. Many criminals also trade in the old forest. This is why they worry that the foreign buyer might run into some bandits. Hunters in the mountains cannot venture too deep into the old forest, and the bandits know to avoid local mountain dwellers, as the hunters are generally not wealthy. Usually, if mountain bandits encounter hunters, they will hide. Come on, let's keep drinking. Once the money arrives, who knows when we will get together again. Luo Daqiang raised his glass and said with a smile to the others, when we get abroad, we must have a good time with some foreign girls. Haha, that's a must. I'm definitely going to ride some foreign girls. Even Jesus can't stop me. Haha. Just as he finished speaking, the courtyard door burst open, and more than 10 armed police rushed in. Don't move. Raise your hands. Don't move. Anyone who moves will be shot. The police, upon entering, pointed their guns at the people in the room. Originally, they were happily drinking and dreaming about the money they would soon have to enjoy life abroad, but unexpectedly, they were surrounded by a group of armed police. The leader was Jiang Aigua, who hadn't gone to the county seat, but had taken more than 10 people from the town police station to come here. He first went to Wu Yang's house and learned from Wu Yang's wife that he was at Luo Daqiang's place drinking, so he headed straight to Luo's house. To his surprise, the group was still gathered together. As expected, this tomb raiding gang was taken down in one fell swoop. Chapter 154. A thief must have the courage of a thief. Chen Dong didn't know if Jiang Aigua and the others could catch all the tomb raiders, but he planned to go back later, around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, to check the situation at the police station. Regardless of whether everyone was caught, he needed to have a clear idea in his mind. If they were all caught, it would be a happy ending. The tension he had been holding on to would also be relieved. If some managed to escape, he would have to be more cautious in the future. Of course, even if they escaped, the chances of them seeking revenge on him were slim, as Chun Zhenglin was still there. In fact, he suspected that if Wang Changhe's cousins found out about their tomb raiding, they might even report them to earn some merit. That would give him 2 more people to draw fire away from him. It wasn't that Qin Dong was afraid of trouble, but he wasn't a lone wolf and couldn't act without any concerns. He had the ability, but he also couldn't underestimate the police of this era. So, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't step into the spotlight to showcase his abilities. It's better to avoid trouble. He decided to go to his sister's house for lunch and see her. After buying some hunting supplies from the supply and marketing cooperative, he took a turn and, seeing no one around, stored a large bag of items in the spiritual spring space. Carrying these things was quite exhausting. He would take them out when he was almost home. These included nets for trapping and more than 10 animal traps. With the existence of the spiritual spring water, he could effectively lure wild animals in the mountains without using a gun. So he planned to create a water hole in areas where wild animals frequent, drip in some spiritual spring water, and then set up nets and traps. The supply and marketing cooperative only had more than 10 animal traps, which he had bought. He planned to go to the Forest Farm Supply Cooperative in a day or two to buy another 10 or 20 traps. When a group of wild animals was attracted to the water hole by the spiritual spring water, he would activate the nets, and while they scattered in panic, they would step into the traps and be unable to escape. Compared to hunting wild animals alone with a gun, using nets and traps would yield much more prey. After all, even if he had excellent marksmanship, once the magazine was empty, the wild animals would already have disappeared into the mountains. Of course, to achieve a higher capture rate with nets and traps, he had the advantage of spiritual spring water. Although he could catch many animals, he couldn't sell them all at once. He could sell them bit by bit or sell some valuable items. As for the meat and offal of wild animals, they were good for raising more hunting dogs. Around 2 in the afternoon, he went to wait at the vocational school's entrance for Lon Xin to return. He planned to chat with her and take things to the next level. Remembering how Zhou Lanxin had confided in her feelings for him yesterday, and how he spent most of the night with Zhou Honglian, making sure she knew his worth, he felt he must take action today. If he didn't deal with those tomb raiders, he would have found an opportunity at home to tell Zhou Lanxin that he agreed to be with her. Promising to be with her without letting her become a real woman would be despicable. So he had to take that step today. Chen Dong wasn't like Zhou Lanxin, a Navi girl who had just fallen in love. He couldn't drag it out for so long. If he said he liked her, he should strive to let her become a woman sooner. If he liked her, then he should sleep with her. That's the essence of being a man. Liking someone but not being eager to sleep with them is simply being a rogue. However, if he was at home, it wouldn't be convenient for him to do anything with Zhou Lanxin. On one hand, there was Su Yun, and on the other hand, he didn't want Zhou Lanxin to lose her virginity in the same room where he had just fought with Zhou Honglian. Mainly, if Zhou Lanxin is at home, he and Su Yun talk about their matters. Zhou Lanxin is shy and probably doesn't want to tell him and Su Yun so soon. As for Chen Dong, he naturally has ways to talk to Su Yun about this matter and persuade her. If she can accept Zhou Honglian, then accepting Zhou Lanxin shouldn't be difficult. However, it's better to take action first and report later. Since there is a thieving heart, how can there be no thieving courage? As for Zhou Xianglan, their matters should be carried out secretly without telling Su Yun. What man doesn't have a few little secrets? At noon, Chen Dong arrived at Chen Chunhua's house. When he saw his younger brother had come, she naturally received him warmly and prepared some good food from the refrigerator for him. Chen Dong also bought some gifts for his 2 nieces and nephew. Chen Chunhua asked why he was wasting money on this. Chen Dong replied that as the little uncle, it was his duty. Xiao Wu, this is 1,000, money for the bear paw your brother-in-law's boss is buying. Chen Chunhua took out a small stack of money from the cabinet and handed it to Chen Dong. I was planning to take the money back to you when I took the 3 kids to my family next Sunday, but since you're here, I'll give it to you directly. A few days ago, Chen Dong had brought the bear paw from the bear they killed to his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law's boss was thinking of buying some rare game to send to the higher-ups. The bear paw is naturally a high-quality mountain delicacy. Chen Dong didn't hold back and accepted the money. Sister, by the time you go back next Sunday, the early peaches in the orchard should be ripe. If it's convenient for you, you can bring back some peaches to give to your friends or have my brother-in-law send some to colleagues. Our homegrown peaches are doing really well this year, much bigger than the peaches from other orchards in the surrounding villages. Chen Chunhua nodded and smiled. Okay, I'll have your brother-in-law borrow a truck from work to bring more back. Xiao Wu, I met Dong Sai's family last time, and he said you helped our dad rent the orchard. You're quite clever, able to take the orchard from Chen Sanming. Chen Dong shook his head. Sister, I didn't take it. Chen Sanming thought he wasn't managing the orchard well, so he let our dad manage it. The big county isn't too big or too small. The Donkai mentioned by the eldest sister is someone who works in a county-level institution. Xiao Wu, I heard from Dong Sai's family that Chen Sanming was killed by his son Chen Donglian because he caught Chen Sanming and his wife Xiao Damiai in the act. Chen Chunhua asked with some gossip. Chen Dong nodded. Yeah, Chen Donglian beheaded both of them. It was terrible. TSK, that Chen Sanming actually slept with his own daughter-in-law. And the child born to her was actually his. No wonder Chen Donglian beheaded him and Xiao Damiai. Chen Donglian had raised his son for several years, only to find out he was his own brother. Where can you make sense of that? Chen Chunhua laughed with interest. Then she leaned in and whispered, Xiao Wu, Dong Sai's family said that Chen Donglian stepped in your poop first and then talked to you for a while, which is why he caught his dad and his wife in the act, leading to all this later. They say you're now the little in our village. Chundong felt a headache coming on. Sister, this has nothing to do with me. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. If this was related to me, the police would have arrested me after the investigation. Another little? This is making my head spin. After lunch, Chundong and Chun Chunhua chatted for a while. Then he rode his bike to the vocational school's staff dormitory. He didn't wait long. By around 3 o'clock, he saw his uncle from the village driving a tractor, which sputtered to a stop at the dormitory entrance. Then he saw Zhou Lanqing get off from the back of the tractor. Chapter 155, Sister-in-law, Brother-in-law. Can we go back to how we used to be? Lanqing, next time if you want to leave, just wait for me at the roundabout at 4:30 in the afternoon. I basically come back and forth to the county every day to haul fertilizer and such, his uncle said to Zhou Lanqing, who had just gotten off the tractor. He was the driver for the grain depot in town, responsible for transporting fertilizer, grain, and pesticides between the town and the county, and also carrying people to earn a little extra. With a heart full of worries, Zhou Lanqing didn't pay attention to her uncle's words. Her mind was in a jumble, thinking about a lot of things. She didn't know how to face Chundong in the future. After all, she had already expressed her feelings to him, and their relationship could never go back to the way it was. She regretted that she hadn't kept these thoughts to herself. But Chundong was so good to her. And with 2 pursuers at school, seeing others in pairs naturally made her think a lot. Her impulsive words made it impossible for her to maintain her previous relationship with Chundong. Regret, self-blame, she even felt very cheap. Clearly, Chundong and Su Yun had a good relationship, yet she, as the nominal sister-in-law, liked her brother-in-law. Liking him was one thing. Secretly liking him was fine. But she had expressed her feelings, making him unable to face her now. Wasn't she just seducing her brother-in-law? How cheap. If this were a few years ago, or if another woman were in Su Yun's position, as long as she reported her, she would have been in serious trouble. As for Chundong and Zhou Honglian's matters, that was their business. Zhou Honglian lost her husband and was living such a hard life, helpless and unfamiliar with the place. So she could only join forces with Chundong. But now, she was an unmarried woman, not like Zhou Honglian who was so pitiable. Not to mention Chundong would not agree to this matter. If Su Yun knew, she would definitely refuse. I'm really so stupid. Why am I so stupid? I'm really too stupid. Now I've made my brother-in-law unable to face me. I also feel embarrassed to go home. Woo-woo-woo. Walking down the road, Zhou Lanqing thought about how she would face Chundong, how she would face Su Yun, and how she would return to the home she had lived in for more than a year. Then she shook her head and squatted down, holding her face and crying. Because she thought about how her family had died due to natural disasters, and her home was gone, and now, because of her impulsiveness, she had lost the only people she could rely on. It left her with a sense of helpless loneliness. This loneliness felt suffocating, as if she couldn't catch her breath. Beautiful girl, what's wrong? A male voice rang in her ears, and she felt someone tap her shoulder. I'm fine, thanks. Zhou Lanqing wiped her tears with both hands and stood up, waving her hand. However, when she looked at the person standing next to her through her tear-blurred vision, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Because through the tears, the outline of this person looked somewhat like Chundong. Lanqing, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Is it because I didn't take you to the county, and you're crying? Chundong looked at his sister-in-law, who was crying with tear-streaked cheeks, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Originally, Chundong intended to follow his sister-in-law back to the dormitory, surprise her, and then they could go into the room together. After that, they could do whatever they wanted. But when he saw her get off, walk a few steps, and then hug her head and cry on the ground, he couldn't just stand by and watch. So he walked over. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Zhou Lanqing was definitely crying because of their situation. If Chundong guessed correctly, his sister-in-law must think that he rushed to the county town because he rejected her and didn't know how to face her, which is why he left home to avoid seeing her. Chundong didn't want her to misunderstand this. However, he wasn't in a hurry to go to the county to report to the police. He wanted to catch those tomb robbers as soon as possible, so he could end the safety risks on his side. When Zhou Lanqing saw that it was Chundong and heard what he said, she was momentarily stunned. Then she suddenly burst into tears, crying even more sorrowfully, saying, "Brother-in-law, why did you come?" Seeing Chundong made her grievances, which had been bottled up inside, pour out like a flood. Tears streamed down her face. Chundong quickly said, "Lanqing, don't cry. Don't cry. Let's go back to where you live and talk there. In a bit, you'll need to cry from pain. Brother-in-law, can we go back to how we used to be?" Zhou Lanqing wiped her tears and sniffled, speaking in a negotiating tone. Although she felt a bit reluctant, if she could be with Chundong like before, she would be very content. Even if they couldn't be together as a couple, being together as family would be fine. At least she would still have a home and someone to rely on in the future. Qindong was startled and quickly looked around. After seeing no one nearby, he whispered, "Lanxin, we're on the street right now. Let's talk about anything at your place. It would be embarrassing if someone heard us." "Sister-in-law, what do you mean? I've treated you as my woman, and now you want me to continue being your brother-in-law? I can't accept that." The two of them entered the vocational school staff housing and arrived at the place Zhou Lanxin rented. After Zhou Lanxin entered, Qindong quickly closed the door behind him. Without waiting for her to speak, he pulled her into his arms, his hands on her waist, and pressed his lips against hers. Chapter 156. Zhou Lanxin, brother-in-law. "You're so nice, woo-woo." Zhou Lanxin, who was holding Qindong, trembled slightly, her brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she spoke softly to him. Smack! Qindong slapped her back and kissed her on the cheek, raising an eyebrow and grinning mischievously. "So now you still call me brother-in-law?" After arriving at the place, Qindong didn't waste any time and directly kissed Zhou Lanxin after picking her up. Everything fell into place naturally. Zhou Lanxin became his woman. From then on, the three sisters who came from the south all fell into Qindong's hands. It was a sense of accomplishment that was undeniable. Although they weren't blood-related sisters, they were still considered sisters. Compared to Su Yun's delicate and gentle demeanor and Zhou Honglian's passionate and fiery charm, Zhou Lanxin was pure, sunny, and full of vitality. Although it was her first time, she was quite energetic, crying while being playful. One must say, young women experiencing it for the first time are quite something. Although they might not be as skilled as some experienced older women, the sight of their tender bodies, like freshly picked flowers, and the feeling of having picked those flowers was a sense of achievement that was beyond words. Not to mention what some experienced men say about mature women. When it comes to ripe and tender, they absolutely prefer the tender. With youth on her side, why would she choose an older one? A young body is truly wonderful, especially her pair of braided pigtails, which were quite stable to hold on to. As for the future, they had already made things clear during this process. Qindong promised to be with her, which made Zhou Lanxin so happy that she cried. However, Zhou Lanxin said she didn't want Su Yun to know about their relationship yet, especially since Su Yun was pregnant. She was worried that Su Yun might overthink things, which could affect the baby. Besides, she feared that even if Su Yun verbally agreed, she might have other thoughts in her heart. Qindong understood that she was worried Su Yun wouldn't accept their relationship, and if that happened, she would have no face to stay in this family. In Zhou Lanxin's words, it was fine for them to be together in this way for now. Additionally, she was currently attending night school and would definitely work in the future. If their relationship was known to classmates or future colleagues, it could bring some negative influences to both of them, which would then affect Su Yun. Qindong told her that he couldn't give her a legitimate status, just like with Sister Honglian, but he would treat her the same way he treated Su Yun. Qindong was being crafty, cooking the rice first before saying such things. As for men, Zhou Lanxin said she didn't care about status or anything. What mattered to her was Qindong as a person. If she really cared about status, she wouldn't like him or be with him. Qindong then said seriously, "Lanxin, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged." Zhou Lanxin asked Qindong many questions, including why he agreed to be with her. Qindong said he thought about it all night and confirmed that he liked her. In the past, he only regarded her as family, but after she told him she liked him and wanted to be with him, he couldn't stop thinking about it. He didn't know when he started to like her, but he knew that if he didn't be with her, she would gradually distance herself from him. Just thinking about being distant from her made Qindong feel uncomfortable. Zhou Lanxin said, "Me too." Zhou Lanxin asked again if he wasn't worried about what would happen if Su Yun opposed their relationship. Qindong said that based on his understanding of Su Yun, she would likely agree to their being together. After all, if Su Yun accepted Zhou Honglian, why wouldn't she accept Zhou Lanxin? Then Qindong said seriously, "If Su Yun disagrees, I will beg her until she agrees." This deeply moved Zhou Lanxin. As for Qindong, he was secretly delighted. Sometimes, life requires a bit of strategy. Zhou Lanxin asked many questions, and Qindong answered them one by one. He knew she was the type to ask until the end, so he answered half seriously and half jokingly, saying things that would touch her heart. She even asked if he had planned for Qindong to kill Qin Saming and Zhao Demiai, as everyone in the village said he was a little sleeping dragon. This prompted Qindong to intensify his affection towards her. "Fifth brother, if you miss me, you can come to the county to find me, and I will sleep with you then," Zhou Lanxin said while hugging Qindong. Qindong reached out to rub her collagen-rich tender face, and, Being a bit mischievous, said, Lanxin, I didn't expect you to learn from Sister Honglian and be so flirtatious. One must say, once men and women become intimate, flirtatious talk naturally begins. The once pure and sunny Zhou Lanxin now also spoke flirtatiously. Hearing Qindong say this, Zhou Lanxin's face turned bright red, and she buried her head in his arms, clinging to him, her body pressed against his like a little piglet nudging around. Brother-in-law, what are you saying? How am I being flirtatious? I just learned from Sister Honglian after seeing you with her for half the night. Qindong hugged her and chuckled mischievously. Zhou Lanxin then saw Qindong take out 500 yuan and said, Here, take this. In the future, eat whatever you want and don't worry about saving money. Your brother-in-law will find ways to earn money so you three can live well. Qindong handed Zhou Lanxin 500 yuan. If Zhou Lanxin hadn't become his woman, Qindong would have given her only 100 when he came to the county to visit her. But now, things were different. He gave her 500. A woman should not hesitate to spend money on herself, right? It is already 5:30 in the afternoon. He plans to go to the police station to see if Jiang Aigua and the others have caught the tomb raiders. This matter is very important. Also, he should go home. It takes 2 hours to ride a bike from the county town to the village, and even though it gets dark late now, it will still be dark by the time he gets home. Fifth brother, I don't want the money. You keep it for yourself. I still have a lot of money on me. The money you gave me last time, I haven't spent it all yet. Zhou Lanxin quickly waved her hand, refusing the money Qindong handed her. Qindong stuffed the money into Zhou Lanxin's hand and said, Lanxin, just take this money. I have money managed for your sister and Honglian as well, and I'll give you some to manage too. You three are the same in my heart. Hearing Qindong's words, Zhou Lanxin pouted, and tears instantly streamed down her face. Brother-in-law, you are so nice, she said, moved to tears. She even had the thought that if she had known her brother-in-law was this good, she would have gotten together with him earlier. If Qindong knew her thoughts, he would surely want to say, the old me wasn't worth you being with me. The current me is a completely reformed person. He reached out and patted Zhou Lanxin. Zhou Lanxin hugged Qindong and giggled. Fifth brother, I don't want you to leave. Lanxin, if friendship lasts long, does it matter if it's day or night? Qindong gently rubbed Zhou Lanxin's long hair and said tenderly, Yes, I know, fifth brother. I will save this money. When I've saved enough, I'll buy a house in the county town, and we will have a home there, Zhou Lanxin said while hugging Qindong. Qindong left, under Zhou Lanxin's tearful gaze. Without any hesitation, as Qindong said, there was no need for her to see him off. Her current condition wasn't suitable, and he didn't want to see her cry because her tears would soften his heart. Then Zhou Lanxin cried very sadly, until she watched Qindong's figure disappear into the sunset from the window. Her heart seemed to follow him away. For her, everything felt like a dream. Originally, she thought her story with Qindong was like a novel with an imperfect ending. Unexpectedly, there was light at the end of the tunnel. The beautiful story between her and Qindong had just begun. Xiao Wu, this time you helped me and my brother-in-law achieve a great feat. We caught a big fish, a very big fish. Outside the police station, after learning that Qindong was looking for him, Ermao pulled him to a secluded spot and excitedly said, Chapter 157, Beasts. All three sisters have become your wives. Ermao, calm down, calm down. Qindong patted Ermao on the shoulder. Ermao, with a joyful expression, shook his head and smiled. I can't calm down. You know, the people you mentioned are the ones who dug up the Jin Dynasty tomb at Erlongxin. Earlier, the city leaders said that whoever catches this gang of tomb raiders will be greatly rewarded. This time you helped me and my brother-in-law achieve this great feat. And my brother-in-law's promotion is definitely secure. He asked me to tell you that he must find a chance to thank you properly. The 5,000 yuan reward for reporting will be given to you in full, and all the bonuses from the city leaders will also go to you. My brother-in-law has been trying to get promoted for years, but has been held back. Now he will definitely get promoted. The more Ermao spoke, the happier he became. To get promoted in the agency, one either has to serve for a certain number of years or rely on merit. His brother-in-law's time was almost up, but because many people were applying for promotion, his qualifications were slightly lacking compared to others, so his promotion had been delayed. As for merit, he had some achievements over the years, but they weren't outstanding compared to others. And now, first, he caught a major murder suspect. Then, he broke up the tomb raiding team at Erlongxin. This merit was substantial. Qindong inquired about the process of Ermao's capture. Hearing that someone from the Wang family reported their tomb raiding activities, then Tian Aigua called the local police to take them down. They were just in the middle of a big drinking spree. so they were all rounded up. When Tian Igua mentioned their involvement in tomb raiding and said that whoever first explained their crimes would gain a chance for leniency. One of the tomb raiders, nicknamed Monkey Spirit, voluntarily confessed and revealed where they had hidden the stolen items, hoping to redeem himself in front of Tian Igua. Tian Igua agreed and said he would apply for a reduced sentence for him. For those tomb raiders, they naturally knew that when Tian Igua said someone had reported them, they were done for. Even if they were tough-talking, the police had ways to extract confessions. However, since Monkey Spirit was the first to step forward and admit to the tomb raiding and disclose the location of the antiques, the remaining 4 had no chance to redeem themselves. Truly, he was Monkey Spirit. Now many people from the police station and the County Cultural Relics Bureau have gone to the countryside to retrieve those cultural relics. Damn it. Chen Zhenglin is really not a good person. Chen Dong cursed angrily after hearing Ermao say that Chen Zhenglin was involved in the plot to harm him. Although Chen Zhenglin didn't say anything about it, Chen Dong could guess with his toes that he certainly wasn't telling the truth. Sure enough, after the Wang family was arrested and they compared testimonies, it became clear that Chen Zhenglin was one of the planners behind the assassination attempt on him. Although he wasn't the mastermind, if convicted, he would face significant penalties. Ermao, have my brother-in-law use his connections to get him a heavy sentence, Chen Dong said coldly. Ermao nodded fiercely and said, Xiao Wu, don't worry, I must make my brother-in-law give him a heavy sentence. Chen Dong promised not to reveal Chen Zhenglin's actions, but he certainly wouldn't ignore the other crimes he committed. Xiao Wu, it's so late. Why don't you just stay the night? Ermao quickly said upon hearing Chen Dong say he was heading back to the village. Chen Dong shook his head and replied, no way. My wife is waiting for me at home. If I don't go back, she will definitely overthink things. I have to go back. Wow. You little brat are now a wife lover. In the past, when we went out to play for a few days without going home, you never said you missed your wife. Look at you now. All you know is your wife, Ermao weakly complained. Chen Dong reached out and patted Ermao's shoulder, mocking him. You, a single man, don't know how good a wife is. Are you thinking about your wife? I think you are thinking about your sister-in-law. Ermao replied with a lewd smile. Chen Dong, with a thick skin, proudly said, what sister-in-law? She's also my wife. We just haven't registered yet. Don't underestimate an unregistered wife. Cut it out. Ermao pushed Chen Dong's shoulder and then thought of something, raising his eyebrows with a lewd expression and said softly, Xiao Wu, since you're with your sister-in-law, haven't you thought about being with your little sister-in-law? I feel like your little sister-in-law has an interest in you too. The other day when I went to see Lan Xin, I saw a handsome guy pursuing her, but I scolded him, saying he wasn't worthy of Lan Xin. But I didn't deal with him because he's genuinely pursuing her. It wouldn't be right for me to hit him, right? Chen Dong whispered, Ermao, actually, Lan Xin is also my wife. You have to keep this a secret. Ermao is not an outsider. He will definitely keep this matter confidential. Telling him is just thinking that in the future, when Ermao has time, he can go to Zhou Lanxin's school to check on her and protect her while driving away those who pursue her. He and Zhou Lanxin's relationship is something he doesn't want others to know. However, it doesn't matter for Ermao. After hearing Chen Dong's words, Ermao's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Dong, then shook his head and forcefully grabbed Chen Dong's shoulders, shaking him as he exclaimed, Damn, damn, damn. Xiao Wu, you son of a dog, you've got all 3 sisters as your wives. How did you manage that? Teach me, brother. Chen Dong seemed to hear the sound of his heart breaking. He placed his hand on Ermao's head and shook his head, saying, Ermao, this is something I can't teach. Mainly, I'm handsome. How can I teach that? Ermao punched Chen Dong's chest, saying, Damn, I'll kill you. He never expected that Chen Dong would actually be involved with the 3 sisters, who are all stunning beauties. And they are together with Chen Dong. Moreover, Su Yin knows about it, which left Ermao in disbelief. But upon thinking about it, he felt it was quite normal. Finally, Ermao said he would drive the van to take Chen Dong back to the village since it was so late. If Chen Dong rode his bike back, it would be very late when he got home, and riding back would be inconvenient. Chen Dong agreed and suggested that Ermao take 2 police officers back to Chen Zhenglin's house to inform them about his arrest and also talk to the new village chief. After all, Chen Zhenglin is the village accountant. If he was arrested, it would involve many financial accounts of the village collective, and they needed to let the village chief know before re-electing the village accountant. Driving was faster than riding his old bike, especially since riding on dirt roads didn't allow for any speed. If he wasn't careful, he could easily fall off by hitting potholes or small stones. Soon, Chen Dong returned home, saw Su Yun, and assured her he was safe. then said he was going with Mao and the village chief to discuss some matters. Upon arriving at the village committee's office courtyard where Lu Xiangnan lived, she was cooking, and a delicious aroma filled the yard. When she heard Mao mention Chen Zhenglin's situation, Lu Xiangnan was quite surprised. Chapter 158. Oh no, did my wife find out about my affair with my sister-in-law? Accountant Chen, because of his schemes with others, attempted to harm comrade Chen Dong, Lu Xiangnan said with a look of astonishment. She knew that rural people were wild and that the local customs were tough, but she didn't expect it to be this extreme. Mao, being a police officer, immediately explained the situation to Lu Xiangnan, and Chen Dong recounted how he discovered Chen Zhenglin's plot to harm him. These past few days, Uncle Wu kept asking me when I would go hunting in the mountains. Repeatedly. Today, I suddenly felt his behavior was strange, and under my questioning, he mentioned that someone from Wang village wanted to find someone to shoot at me while I was in the mountains. Initially, I thought Uncle Wu was being threatened, so we went to report it to the police in the county. After the police arrested those people from Wang village, I found out that the situation was a bit different from what Uncle Wu said. He actually intended to harm me because he thought my relationship with Chen Saming's death was involved, so he held a grudge against me. Chen Dong briefly explained the situation. As for the theft of the ancient tomb case, he naturally did not mention it. He knew what should be said and what shouldn't. Mao and the accompanying police officers expressed their agreement with what Chen Dong said regarding the matter. After finishing the conversation with the village chief, Chen Dong returned home, while Mao and the other two police officers drove back to the county. The tomb raiding case needed police manpower. It wasn't just about catching the criminals and calling it a day. They needed to find and recover the looted cultural relics and conduct thorough searches of the homes of those involved to find any possible hidden items and investigate if they were involved in other cases. Accountant Chen was too bold to dare to collude with others to commit harm. Lu Xiangnan couldn't help but sigh. Wang Dali said, "It's normal. The more remote the area, the tougher the customs." However, this so-called little sleeping dragon of Chen Lu, Chen Dong, only realized he was being followed today. This shows a lack of vigilance, which is a bit disappointing for someone with that title. Wang Dali shook his head and chuckled. Lu Xiangnan smiled and said, "He's just a rural person who attended a literacy class, with a bit of cleverness, plus the villagers call him that. You can't compare him to the people you've seen. What troubles me now is that I need to choose a new accountant." Regarding Chen Zhenglin's attempt to harm Chen Dong, Lu Xiangnan was surprised, but she didn't find it particularly special that Chen Dong was able to discover this. If it was true that Chen Zhenglin had been asking Chen Dong repeatedly about when he would enter the mountains for several days, it was normal for him to have suspicions, and under Chen Dong's questioning, Chen Zhenglin admitting to it was also normal. After all, being discovered, and since Chen Dong wasn't harmed, it was considered attempted murder, and with a voluntary confession, he could still have a chance to earn some credit for his wrongdoing. However, his father was indeed good at growing fruit trees, and their orchard was well managed. Those early peaches that were about to ripen were much larger than the early peaches grown in other villages. Lu Xiangnan smiled when mentioning old Chen's trees. Before coming to this village, she had investigated the local situation and knew that Chenlu village was located on the edge of an old forest, being one of the more remote mountain villages far from the county town, with only that mountain road leading out. To develop Chenlu village, it would be necessary to find ways to integrate local conditions for development. Chenlu village has many slopes suitable for fruit tree planting, livestock and poultry breeding, and cultivating some economic crops rather than just planting corn. The elders of her family had told her that for her assessment of being a village chief, as long as she did nothing wrong, it would be fine. However, with her high aspirations and desire to achieve something, Lu Xiangnan naturally couldn't just follow the rules without making any effort. She wanted to accomplish something. When Chen Dong returned home, Su Yun had left food for him. There were braised wild rabbit, stewed wild chicken, scrambled eggs with wild chives, and northeast soybean paste, with steamed buns, as the staple food. "Wife, why did you leave so much rabbit and chicken meat for me? You guys should eat more meat. I can manage with just a little." Looking at a large bowl of rabbit meat, and the stew with both meat and soup, Chen Dong asked while gnawing on a bun. Then took a sip of the chicken soup that Su Yun had served. "Okay, got it." Su Yun gently nodded and said, "Husband, drink more chicken soup. This is mountain ginseng I got from my dad. My mom said it's very nourishing when used for soup." Looking at the large bowl of chicken soup, filled with chicken and ginseng roots, Chen Dong joked after taking a sip, "Wife, I'm afraid if I drink so much ginseng chicken soup, Sister Honglian will suffer again tonight." Sitting under the oil lamp, Zhou Honglian was sewing clothes, and upon hearing Chen Dong's words, She giggled and said, "Xiao Yun, did you hear that? This really can't be blamed on me." Su Yun, with a slight blush, nudged Qindong's hand and said softly, "Husband, can you sleep with me tonight? I have something I want to discuss with you." She had to consider Qindong's health carefully. That night, as Qindong touched Su Yun's slightly protruding belly and leaned in to listen to the movements inside, Su Yun had just told him that he needed to be more restrained in the future and couldn't continue like this. Even the best health could be ruined. After all, men are different from women. Qindong understood her good intentions and said he got it, but inwardly he thought, "I have the spirit spring water's blessing. I'm a cow that can't be worn out. Husband, can I talk to you about something? Is there something going on with Lanqin?" Su Yun gently placed her hand on Qindong's head, which was resting on her belly, listening for sounds. Qindong's heart skipped a beat. Had my wife found out about my affair with my sister-in-law? They say women are meticulous, but Su Yun is really too meticulous. Chapter 159. Dad, why are you two so scheming? Wife, what's wrong with Lanqin? Qindong asked. He naturally couldn't explain his relationship with his sister-in-law. Since his sister-in-law said they would maintain their relationship like this for now, Qindong decided not to say anything. As a man, promises that should be made must be made. However, for Qindong, the so-called promises that should be made are those he feels should be made. And those that shouldn't be made, he won't mention. He felt that since she went to the county town to study and then came back yesterday, something felt off. Especially when she left in the afternoon, as if her soul had been lost. I suspect she might be dating someone at school. Su Yun gently stroked Qindong's head and said. Qindong immediately shook his head and said, "Wife, you're overthinking it. I think Lanqin is quite normal. She just came back yesterday and even threw a tantrum at me. When she left today, she looked like she had lost her soul. I guess she must be reluctant to leave home." He really wanted to say, "Wife, you have a good eye? She is indeed in a relationship now, with me." Su Yun, that should be the case. She just came back for a day and went back to school. It's normal to miss home, especially since she won't be back for more than 10 days. I just wonder if there are any other boys bothering her at school. Qindong hugged Su Yun and smiled. "Wife, you don't need to worry about that. I've asked her Mao to visit her school often. Her Mao is now in the police, so she won't be bullied at school. As for if she really has a boyfriend, what can we do? After all, it's her own choice. The previous engagement we arranged for her has been cancelled. Let her make her own choices. After all, she is grown up and capable of making her own decisions." Su Yun nodded. 2 days passed in a flash. In these 2 days, apart from running to the orchard to help with some work, Qindong also asked his parents to help organize the hunting nets. In addition, he set up more than 20 animal traps. When his parents learned he was going to hunt in the mountains, they suggested he could work in the orchard instead, as the early ripening peaches would be ready to be harvested in half a month, and he didn't need to work so hard. Qindong said he wanted to go hunting a couple more times before the peaches were harvested. This time, he would use bait to set traps and nets for hunting. There wasn't much danger involved. He just needed to find a place nearby to camp and check the nets regularly. However, he would have to spend the night in the woods, possibly for 2 or 3 days. His main goal was, of course, to go to Bearblind Valley first to find that wild ginseng king, and then set up some spiritual spring water traps nearby, along with the animal nets and traps. Bearblind Valley is over 100 miles from Chunliutuan, deep in the old forest and part of the forest farm, known for the hibernating bears in the area. There are plenty of large wild animals. It would be great if he could use the spiritual spring water traps to attract many large wild animals, trap them, and then shoot them, collecting them into the spiritual spring space. The distance to Bearblind Valley is quite far, even if Qindong is fast on foot. It would take him a day or 2 to walk through the mountains and forests, not getting lost in the process. However, getting lost is unlikely. Hunters walking in the woods usually have detailed maps of the area. Looking at the map and combining it with the terrain around them, they can easily know where they are. Plus, they also carry compasses. When he was 11 or 12, when his dad's legs were still good, he had followed him to participate in the autumn hunt near Bearblind Valley 3 times. With his current excellent memory, he could recall those paths just by thinking about them. The paths in the old forest generally don't change much, at most. There are a few more fallen stones or some bushes and small trees growing. He lied to his parents, saying he was going hunting with a hunter from another village, assuring them that they didn't need to worry, as he had companions and so many hunting dogs with him. If he had told them he was going into the mountains alone for a few days, they would have definitely worried. The day before yesterday, he asked his older brother to help bring over 7 hunting dogs. There were local hunting dogs and 2 Mongolian greyhounds, a total of 7. It cost Qindong 500 yuan. This was still a friendly price. It was a hunter that his brother knew who was no longer planning to hunt and wanted to get rid of his 7 hunting dogs. When he heard Qindong asking him to help find some hunting dogs, his brother went to find that person the next day and brought the dogs over the same day. With Queen Dahuang and the 5 previous dogs' intimidation and Qindong's use of spiritual spring water as bait, the new 7 hunting dogs recognized Qindong as their master in just 2 days. Qindong planned to keep 4 of the previous hunting dogs at home, letting Dahuang communicate with them to ensure they protect Su Yun and Zhou Honglian well as keeping an eye on the orchard. After a month of being fed with spiritual spring water, the 5 Orluncheon hunting dogs not only became stronger and taller, but their intelligence had evidently increased a lot. The spiritual spring water has the effect of enhancing animal intelligence. Under Qindong's instructions and with Dahuang as the dog translator, these 5 hunting dogs could cooperate to do many things according to Qindong's wishes. In contrast, the newly bought 7 hunting dogs, compared to the previous 5, were like simpletons. However, for Qindong, it didn't matter to take them into the mountains. With Dahuang giving orders, they could cooperate in some hunting and protection actions, which was enough. Xiao Wu, you are really clever. You know what? Yesterday, the method you taught me, inviting a few people to our orchard for lunch while learning how to plant fruit trees, actually brought over 20 people today. I just used 20 or 30 steamed buns, some corn cakes, and vegetable soup, and they helped us with a whole day's work in the orchard. Originally, my dad and I would have to work for 10 days or half a month, but they finished it all in 1 day. Hee. My dad and I just had to point and direct them today. In the evening, Mom pouted and smiled at Qindong. Qindong chuckled. Mom, my method is effective, right? I told you, I definitely wouldn't support my dad in becoming an official for nothing. I learned from you how to be cunning. Our family won't be taken advantage of for free. Yesterday, Mom followed his advice and provided lunch for the villagers learning to manage fruit tree planting, which was just some steamed buns, corn cakes, pickles, soybean paste, and vegetable soup. Then, today, over 20 people came. Dad and Mom directed them to do the miscellaneous work in the orchard, treating them to steamed buns and corn cakes for lunch. These things are worth very little in Mom and Dad's eyes, but they helped the old couple with several days' worth of work, at least in Mom's view. She made a huge profit. Hearing what Qindong said, Mom reached out and pinched his ear, pouting angrily. What do you mean by learning from me to be cunning? Why don't you say you learned from your dad to be cunning? I call this living wisely. After releasing Qindong's ear, Mom put her hands on her hips, and her wrinkled face was filled with a proud smile. Qindong nodded in agreement. That's right, Mom, you know how to live wisely. Dad, who was beside them, could no longer listen to their banter and shook his head angrily. You two would be a pair of scheming officials in ancient times. Mom got angry, pointing at Dad, and said, Chen Laoshu, you're so self-righteous now that you're an official. Qindong stood beside Mom, puffed out his chest, and pointed at Dad. Exactly, Dad, now that you're an official, you're so self-righteous. Dad instinctively reached for his belt at his waist, cursing, You little rascal, you're turning against the heavens. Qindong ran off, shouting as he went, Mom, when I go into the mountains tomorrow morning, I'll come to see you and bring you some good food. Don't let Dad have any. Just a daily tease for his parents. After running a few dozen meters, he suddenly sensed a glow emanating from the spiritual spring space. As the light merged with his consciousness, he was overwhelmed with joy because the rewards for the new month in Chapter 160 of the spiritual spring space were incredible. The spiritual spring space refreshed once a month, and this time it granted him a first-class equestrian skill, a master-level Xingyi Quan skill, and 3 puppet talismans. First-class equestrian skill refers to techniques related to horseback riding, including riding moose. He had initially planned to lead 2 moose into the mountains, especially since he was bringing so many animal traps and nets. He needed to look the part. Once he got into the mountains, he would store these traps and nets in the spiritual spring space. His intention for buying the moose was to use them as tools. For example, when he returned from hunting, he could load some game onto the moose's back as if he had caught it himself. He could ride a horse, but he was only average at it. Moose can also be ridden, but Qindong had been too inexperienced to ride one before. The big and strong moose he bought from Uncle Yu had gained strength from being fed spiritual spring water for over a month, and it ran really fast. Now, with a first-class equestrian skill, he had to ride the moose. He realized there was so much to learn about riding. After merging with the first-class equestrian skill, Qindong gained a deep understanding of riding techniques. Side riding, prone riding, riding while standing, if he applied first-class equestrian skills to Sister Honglian. Master-level Xingyi Quan skill. His mind was filled with many concepts about Xingyi Quan forms, making him excited to practice a few postures. Tiger form, monkey form, crane form, snake form, dragon claw. He felt that just casually demonstrating a few moves would give him the confidence to say he could take on 10, no, 100 opponents. As a master-level Xingyi Quan expert, his every move had reached a level of simplicity indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Thus, even under the watchful eyes of Lu Xiangnan's guards, they wouldn't realize he was actually a martial arts master. Haha, tonight, I'll test it out on Sister Honglian. I'll catch her off guard. She'll scream. Zhou Honglian was completely unaware that Qin Dong, who had just acquired 2 new skills, was already planning to test them on her. It was easy to predict that Zhou Honglian would suffer tonight. As for the puppet talismans, they were impressive. When taking fatal damage, the talismans would activate, transferring the deadly blow, though the body would still endure some damage. But this was equivalent to saving his life. This was amazing. It was like having 3 extra lives. If he ever found himself in a situation where he had to fight for his life, he could force a 1-for-1 exchange. No matter how strong an opponent was, he could manage a 1-for-1 exchange. The spiritual spring space was incredible, rewarding him with such great items this time. Awesome skills, awesome special items. In Qin Dong's eyes, 2 skills and a puppet talisman were extremely practical. The puppet talisman was like giving him 3 extra lives. As for the master-level Xingyi Quan, it made him a martial arts expert. He may not necessarily fight with others, but if he did encounter an expert in the future, he would have the strength to stand his ground. Having ability was different from having none. Little Wu is getting more and more mischievous. I say a few words to him, and he even retorts back, that little rascal. After witnessing Qin Dong leave, his mother laughed and scolded. Though she often bantered with her husband, she was fundamentally a traditional woman. In her eyes, it was inappropriate for a son like Qin Dong to joke with his father. His father shook his head and smiled. What do you know? Little Wu is just trying to make us happy. Look at how he has been keeping us entertained lately, asking Xiao Yun and Honglian to bring us meals. Our spirits have improved, and my legs, which used to hurt often, Haven tea bothered me lately. His mother nodded and smiled. Indeed, little Wu has been a handful lately. But he's really trying to cheer us up. He's grown up, and he knows how to think of ways to make money. When mentioning Qin Dong, the 2 elders looked at each other with satisfaction. Wife, I'm going into the mountains tomorrow and might stay for a few days. Don't worry about me. I'm going with others, and there are plenty of dogs with us. After dinner, Qin Dong picked up a piece of meat for Su Yun. Su Yun nodded, okay. I understand, dear. Be safe in the mountains. Qin Dong smiled. You and Sister Honglian wait for me at home. I will definitely be careful. And you too. Don't hesitate to buy some treats. If you want something, just go to the distribution point or the supply and marketing cooperative in town to get it. My goal in earning money is to ensure you both live well. Su Yun's eyes glistened with emotion, and she nodded. I understand, dear. Zhou Honglian said seriously. Xiao Yun is worried about you. After all, it's your first time being away for so long. While Qin Dong and Su Yun were talking, Zhou Honglian didn't interrupt much. She was very clear about her position at home. Spending time with Qin Dong and Su Yun had made her realize that no matter how much Qin Dong liked her, it couldn't replace Su Yun's position in his heart. Of course, she no longer felt the need to compete for that position. It wasn't about resigning to fate. Rather, the more she understood Qin Dong, the more mysterious his image became in her heart. Thanks to the notes he had written for her, she just didn't understand why Qin Dong relied on hunting to make money. Clearly, with his intellect, wouldn't it be better to do business in the county town? Qin Dong replied that the time wasn't right yet, and besides, individual business was just beginning to emerge, still in the testing phase. What if they couldn't do individual business in the future? Wouldn't they be considered speculators then? In fact, Qin Dong wanted to tell her that business requires capital. There's a significant upfront investment. Right now, he was accumulating startup funds for future business by hunting and digging ginseng. Besides, who said hunting doesn't make money? Actually, Zhou Honglian was unaware that Qin Dong was intentionally training her to do business. If she helped him with business in the future, he could be a carefree manager. In this new life, he wasn't there to suffer, but to enjoy life. I know, Sister Honglian. Let us finish eating quickly. After dinner, I'll discuss some new things with you. Dear, later I'll sleep with you. Qin Dong said to the 2 women, not hiding anything, as he grinned at them. In Chapter 161, first-class equestrian skills were indeed impressive. Sister Honglian didn't disrespect Su Yun. Su-Yun also knew that he didn't mean to disrespect her. She didn't know when it started, but Chen Dong had become a bit naughty, and she liked this naughty side of him. As for Zhou Honglian, she naturally wouldn't feel disrespected. The two of them were straightforward with each other. She and Su-Yun would also talk about Chen Dong. Using the words she said to Su-Yun, if Su-Yun weren't pregnant, they would both help Chen Dong together. When Zhou Honglian said this, Su-Yun's face turned red with embarrassment as she playfully scolded, Sister Honglian, you're really bold. Zhou Honglian chuckled charmingly, saying that she was flirtatious in bed, but not in front of others, so what was the big deal? Men like it when women are flirtatious at that time, and once Su-Yun gives birth, they can give it a try. Su-Yun blushed and softly said, we'll see then. Zhou Honglian rolled her eyes at Chen Dong and spat. What new thing is this? Chen Dong grinned mischievously. You'll know in a bit. I guarantee you'll like it. Su-Yun, her face slightly flushed, whispered, head of the family. You and Sister Honglian shouldn't go too far. Just enough is fine. I don't mean anything else. I just want you to accompany me to sleep earlier. I might sleep early. She hurriedly changed her tone for the last few sentences, her voice timid and even a bit aggrieved. She was worried that Chen Dong would go too far. After all, he still had to travel to the mountains to hunt tomorrow. However, she was also afraid that Chen Dong would think she didn't want him to have fun with Zhou Honglian, dampening his spirits. So she expressed her concern, but also mentioned her desire to sleep early, subtly referring to the child in her belly. After saying this, her face flushed red with guilt, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Dong. How could she be obstructing Chen Dong's enjoyment with Zhou Honglian and using the baby in her belly to threaten him? Chen Dong reached out to rub Su-Yun's head and smiled. Wife, I promise I'll accompany you to sleep at night. I'll try to make it earlier. Su-Yun, her face completely red, with tears in her eyes, said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Chen Dong laughed dismissively. You haven't done anything wrong. I know you're doing this for my sake. You don't need to apologize. This silly wife, I didn't say anything. It's clear that you overthought it and made yourself cry. Chen Dong understood the little schemes in Su-Yun's words. He wasn't angry at all, and even found this silly wife adorable. Zhou Honglian chimed in cheerfully. Don't worry, Xiaoyan. I guarantee our head of the family will accompany you to sleep early. Chen Dong thought to himself, Sister, you can't guarantee that. After dinner, Su-Yun took the initiative to say she would tidy up, while Chen Dong pulled Zhou Honglian to her room. As soon as they entered, Chen Dong immediately unleashed a dragon claw technique. Su-Yun, who was tidying up the dishes, naturally heard the commotion coming from the room. The clucking sounds of Zhou Honglian like a hen laying eggs, and the soul-stirring impact sounds that made her imagination run wild, causing a tingling sensation in her heart, as if insects were crawling inside. She even had the thought of wanting to observe what new game was being played. How could Zhou Honglian be even more uninhibited than before? If she witnessed it with her own eyes, she would surely exclaim, is it possible to play like this? Can a person be ridden like a horse? Chen Dong was also using his fists and feet on Zhou Honglian, performing a black tiger steals heart technique. Remembering the words she had said to Chen Dong during dinner, she felt a pang of guilt. In truth, she was a bit jealous because Chen Dong was always with Zhou Honglian. Of course, she knew she was in the wrong. After all, she couldn't provide Chen Dong with that kind of experience now, and Zhou Honglian was someone she encouraged Chen Dong to be close to. Since Zhou Honglian came to this family, and she couldn't give Chen Dong what he needed, it was only natural for her to spend more time with him. As for Chen Dong spending too much time with her, he wasn't a child and should know how to control himself. Saying this to him, and to Zhou Honglian, seemed like it was for his good, but she knew she had her own little schemes. What made her feel the most guilty was that she had actually used the baby in her belly to threaten Chen Dong. How did I become such a vindictive woman? 2 hours later, Chen Dong had finished his battle with Zhou Honglian early. The new skills made Zhou Honglian feel curious and excited, ultimately hard to resist. It was truly hard to resist. Top-tier riding skills, paired with master-level Xing Yiquan. Top-tier riding skills could tame even the fiercest horse. Master-level Xing Yiquan made Zhou Honglian scream in agony. The reason for ending so early was that Chen Dong was thinking about accompanying Su-Yun. On the other hand, Zhou Honglian had already collapsed under his new skills, crying and begging for mercy. Sister Honglian, I'm leaving now, you rest well. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Chen Dong smiled. Zhou Honglian, who was forced into double ponytails, weakly waved her hand, snorting through her nose and weakly saying, You beast, hurry and go. Chen Dong grinned mischievously. Sister Honglian, let's continue next time. Zhou Honglian shook her head, playfully saying, No more next time. Even though it was a bit of a hassle, she still wanted more. Leaving Zhou Honglian's room and heading to his and Su Yun's bedroom. When he saw Chun Dong come in, Su Yun, who was originally lying on the bed, turned around. Her eyes filled with tears and guilt as she spoke. Chapter 162. Sister, don't move around. I'm going to rob you. Head of the family. I was wrong in the future. I won't disturb your enjoyment anymore. I won't use the baby in my belly to threaten you anymore. Su Yun, tearful and full of self-reproach, spoke to Chun Dong, who had just walked in. After hearing Su Yun's words, Chun Dong quickly went to the bedside, lay down, and hugged her, first kissing her forehead, then rubbing her head. Wife, what are you saying? You haven't done anything wrong. You're really overthinking things. I know you're doing this for my sake. I don't think you were threatening me with the baby in your belly. You need to rest early so that the baby can rest well too. But if we're talking about mistakes, you indeed have a lot of them. Chun Dong's expression turned serious as he continued. After hearing Chun Dong's words, under the warm glow of the oil lamp, Su Yun's eyes, glimmering like they were filled with stars, looked at him seriously. Chun Dong playfully pinched Su Yun's delicate nose and said, You little girl, you just like to overthink. There was nothing wrong, but you created problems in your mind. You need to change this habit. If you don't change it properly, I'll have to deal with you harshly next time. Smack. Chun Dong's hand slapped Su Yun's bottom. This silly girl. She has too many inner dramas. With all the drama in her mind, she could film a TV series. However, Chun Dong was quite touched by the fact that she always looked for her own faults rather than his. In their relationship, she always prioritized him. Although in the eyes of people from later generations, Su Yun was seen as insecure, what man doesn't want a woman to prioritize him? He used such a stern tone to talk about Su Yun's issues because he knew that if he didn't scold her properly, she would feel uncomfortable. When Su Yun heard Chun Dong's words, she initially thought he was going to give her a serious talking to about her behavior, but instead, he said this, causing her tears to flow down suddenly. Pouting, she reached out and hugged Chun Dong, resting her head on his shoulder, crying, Head of the family, I understand now. I will try not to overthink in the future. Chun Dong gently patted her back to comfort her. As long as you understand in the future, that's enough. All right, stop crying. Thank you. You're so nice, Su Yun said, her voice choked with sobs as she hugged Chun Dong. Chun Dong gently replied, You're my wife. Treating you well is only right. This silly wife. The two of them chatted for a while. Chun Dong talked again about his hunting trip into the mountains, saying he would be back in 4 or 5 days, at most a week, accompanied by others, and with so many hunting dogs. He reassured Su Yun not to worry too much or overthink it. Su Yun replied that she understood. As for the hunting trip, Chun Dong planned to return in about a week at most. Whether he could find that century-old wild ginseng was uncertain, and he would only know after a week. If he couldn't find it, he could only say that he was unlucky. Today, he used the Rui Pearl to check Su Yun's emotional threshold for the next 3 days, to see if anything would trigger her emotions. Over the next 3 days, nothing significant would trigger her emotions, even if there were some occurrences. They were related to the baby in her womb, such as feeling the baby move, which made her very happy. She also made a skirt that she thought was nice, which made her happy, and her parents praised her cooking, which also made her happy. Yesterday, Chun Dong used the Rui Pearl to check Zhou Honglian's emotional threshold for the next 3 days. She also did not experience any significant events during that time. As for the day before yesterday, when he parted ways with Zhou Lanxin, he had also checked her emotional threshold for the next 3 days. And nothing significant happened to her either, just some trivial matters. This was also why Chun Dong felt at ease about going hunting in the mountains. Of course, even without the Rui Pearl's ability, he would still go hunting. He couldn't let the unknown future and the potential worries about Su Yun and his family stop him from doing what he wanted, could he? The future is inherently unpredictable. No one can guarantee what tomorrow or unexpected events will bring. Now, he had the ability to foresee the next 3 days, which was already a blessing. As for what would happen in 3 days, if it did happen, he would just face it. He comforted Su Yun, telling her not to overthink things in the future. Regarding his parents, Zhou Honglian and Su Yun, they would have to stop taking the spiritual spring water for a few days. However, they had been drinking the diluted spiritual spring water for almost a month, and their health had already seen significant improvement. For instance, his father, who had a limp, was now walking with a slight limp, but moving around like a little whirlwind. The spiritual spring water gradually improved one's health, and the improvement was set. It could only be said that as people age, their bodily functions slowly decline. It wasn't like if they suddenly stopped using the spiritual spring water. Their improved health would regress all at once. It didn't work that way. After chatting for a while, they went to sleep. After falling asleep, Su Yun unconsciously leaned against Chen Dong and wrapped her arms around him. The night passed without a word. Early in the morning, Chen Dong got up. And Su Yun also woke up immediately. Chen Dong kissed her cheek and said with a smile, "Wife, why don't you sleep a bit longer? I'm going to tell my parents about breakfast. Honglian said she would come and cook, so you can get up when I come back to eat." Su Yun replied softly, "I'm awake. I can't sleep anymore." Chen Dong didn't say much in response. As he stepped out of the room, he found Zhou Honglian, who had been exhausted and begging for mercy last night, now wearing an apron and a short-sleeved shirt with loose shorts, busy at the kitchen stove. Seeing her in an apron with her backside sticking out made Chen Dong, who had just had 2 drops of spiritual spring water that morning, feel a surge of excitement. "Wife, you stay back in the room. I want to steal a glance," Chen Dong whispered to Su Yun, who had just stepped out of the bedroom. Su Yun was taken aback. "What do you mean by steal a glance?" Chen Dong replied, "Didn't I go to bed early with you last night? I didn't get enough. I want to add an hour this morning." Upon hearing this, Su Yun understood what Chen Dong meant, and her face instantly turned red. "Oh," she said, her face flushed. And she went back into the room, thinking to herself that she had thought he woke up early for something else, but it turned out he was looking for Honglian. If Chen Dong knew what Su Yun was thinking, he would have said, "I originally planned to talk to my parents, but with Honglian in an apron, wearing shorts, and her backside facing me at the stove, the atmosphere is already set. I can't help it." Chen Dong quietly approached Zhou Honglian, who was facing away from him, bent over the stove, and suddenly hugged her from behind, saying, "Sister, don't move. I'm going to steal a glance." "Chen Dong, stop messing around. Isn't shying up?" Zhou Honglian turned her head and said irritably, but before she could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered. Chapter 163. There will be plenty of time in the future. Half an hour later, Chen Dong left, whistling and feeling content, leaving Zhou Honglian in the kitchen, one hand on the stove and the other on the wall. Her face flushed and eyes watery. What a beast, Zhou Honglian thought angrily. But her body was honest. Today she felt refreshed and invigorated. It was truly a good day. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Su Yun's face was flushed and her eyes were dazed. She had secretly watched what happened. "Oh my, Chen Dong is so bad. Sister Honglian is so bold. Xiao Wu, take this. I got this talisman for you from Grandma Lu yesterday. With this talisman on you, the 5 immortals will protect you in the mountains." The old lady handed Chen Dong a palm-sized talisman, slightly blackened from being burned, with a fragrant smell, engraved with the images of the 5 immortals and the words 5 immortals protect. In their area, there were many folk tales, among which the legend of the 5 immortals in northeast China was the most widespread. The so-called northeast 5 immortals represent 5 immortals: the fox, yellow weasel, hedgehog, snake, and rat. It is said that each animal has its own group that has achieved enlightenment. The immortals are not just one, but a group. In any case, the older generation has heard plenty about the 5 immortals, so when hunting, there are certain taboos when encountering them. Of course, the 5 immortals are generally not found within the hunter's range. Actually, besides the 5 immortals, other groups and legends also have their own paths to enlightenment. However, the stories of the 5 immortals are just more numerous. "All right, I'll take it," Chen Dong said as he took the talisman from the old lady and hung it around his neck in front of her. The old lady smiled and said, "Good, good, good. With the 5 immortals protecting you, I can rest easy." His father, taking a puff of smoke, said, "Xiao Wu, when you go into the old forest this time, be extra cautious. Since you have plenty of dogs, let them scout the path ahead." "Old Chen, what do you mean? Are you teaching your own son to sell dogs?" Chen Dong nodded. "Got it, Dad. Mom and Dad, once I catch some big game, I'll buy you some good stuff." The old lady quickly said, "Just buy me some candied melon. Don't buy your dad any more cigarettes." His father immediately protested. "What do you mean, don't buy me cigarettes?" The old lady huffed angrily. "Look at your age. Why are you still smoking so much?" His parents started bickering over trivial matters again. Chen Dong said goodbye and waved his hand at them over his shoulder. Let them argue. After all, they have been arguing their whole lives. Hopefully, they can bicker for 100 years. Just as he left the orchard and was on his way home, Chen Dong encountered Lu Xiangnan, who was dressed in loose red and white sportswear, with little white shoes and her hair tied in a ponytail. She was jogging along the mountain path. A woman named Wang Dali, who was black, thin, not very tall, and had an air of vitality, was jogging behind her. Lu Xiangnan, with her long ponytail, looked very beautiful. The sportswear couldn't hide her curvaceous figure, nor the faint aura of a strong woman that emanated from her. Village chief, going for a run? Chen Dong greeted with a smile. Lu Xiaonan stopped and nodded with a smile. Yes, going for a run. Comrade Chen Dong, you're up so early. Chen Dong nodded. Yeah, I got up early to talk to my parents in the orchard. Soon I'll head into the mountains to hunt. If I catch something rare, I'll invite the village chief and Comrade Dolly to try it later. When he heard Wang Dolly's name, Chen Dong almost laughed. Fortunately, he managed to control himself. How could her father give her such a name when she was born? However, Chen Dong had heard a saying, strange names bring true talent. Before he became a master of Xingyi, he thought Wang Dolly was not simple. Now that he had become a master, he naturally realized Wang Dolly was indeed extraordinary. Just her posture, subtle movements, and the aura she exuded indicated she had to be a top-tier martial artist. As a master of Xingyi, Chen Dong's judgment was naturally keen. He could easily distinguish between ordinary people and skilled martial artists. Their auras were different. That's great. I'll buy some of the game you catch, Lu Xiaonan smiled. Chen Dong shook his head and smiled. Why buy? I'll just give it to you, village chief. He wanted to say, village chief. I know you're a good official who doesn't easily take advantage of the masses, but I just want to flatter you. I just want to cling to you. Originally, Chen Dong thought he shouldn't get too close to Lu Xiaonan, as he knew her background was powerful and was afraid his secrets would be exposed. But then he thought, if he befriended her, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Hiding, when will it end? If he avoided her now, would he also hide from even more powerful people in the future? Sooner or later, he would have to face it, so he decided not to hide, but to embrace and confront it. He changed his perspective. With such a powerful ally in front of him, he knew her identity was not simple. While Lu Xiaonan was unaware, not clinging to such a leg would be a waste. He had to cling. A small embrace, not too close and not too far. It would be useful in the future. Lu Xiaonan was already sweating lightly from her jog, especially as her white sportswear revealed the black undergarment she wore underneath, which became damp from sweat, subtly outlining her figure. This was even more impressive than Sister Honglian. Comrade Chen Dong, I still need to pay you what I owe. Hunting isn't easy, Lu Xiaonan said with a smile. The two chatted briefly before parting ways. Chen Dong wasn't in a hurry to cling to her leg too obviously. She would be staying in Chen Liutuan for a year or two. There was plenty of time to discuss things later. Dolly, what's wrong? Lu Xiaonan asked when she saw Wang Dolly staring at Chen Dong's receding figure for a while. Wang Dolly pondered, I don't know why. But today Xiao Wulong feels a bit strange to me. It's a bit different from before. But I can't pinpoint what's different. Lu Xiaonan shook her head and smiled. Dolly, I think you're a bit too tense lately. You feel something's off about everyone. Even though you protect me, you don't need to be so nervous. I think the local customs here are quite simple. But just as she finished speaking, she stepped on a slippery spot and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Wang Dolly quickly reached out to support her. Looking at the wet patch on the ground, Lu Xiaonan wondered, why is there a puddle on this road? Wang Dolly, with a serious expression, said, if I'm not mistaken, it must be Xiao Wulong's urine. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaonan recalled the information she had heard from others in the village about how Chen Dong had stepped in Chen Dong's feces, which led him to discover Chen Sanming and Zhao Damiai's affair, resulting in a violent outburst. Is Xiao Wulong trying to set me up? Lu Xiaonan said with a strange expression, then couldn't help but laugh at her own thoughts. Lu Xiaonan probably doesn't realize I want to cling to her leg. Chen Dong thought to himself as he walked. Just as he was nearing his doorstep, he encountered a familiar woman. Chapter 164, Sister-in-Law? Dogs don't play, but I do. The person was none other than Zhou Xiangwan. It had been many days since he last saw her, and she looked much better than when Qin Dongsheng was alive. It made sense. When Qin Dongsheng was alive, she had lived under so much pressure, being beaten and scolded by him every day. Now that he was gone, there was no one to create stress for her. Plus, she was secretly with Chen Dong now, and she had her child with her. So she didn't have to think about the child all the time. Without in-laws to support, her life was much more comfortable than before. As a widow living in Chen Dongsheng's home, no one from the Qin family had chased her away, so she had no worries. Sister-in-law, where are you going? Chen Dong smiled at Zhou Xiangwan, making flirtatious gestures as he spoke. Today, she was wearing a light yellow fertilizer promotional t-shirt, paired with gray and white checkered long pants, and a black cloth draped over one shoulder. She wore a black flower hairpin, indicating she was in mourning. Since there were people nearby, Chen Dong naturally didn't dare to say anything inappropriate. I'm going to check on the land in Nanhua. What about you, Xiaowu? Zhou Xianglan replied casually. Because there were people around, her expression was naturally devoid of smiles, especially when facing Qindong. Qindong said, I just went for a stroll in the orchard. I'm heading into the mountains to hunt for a few days, so I might not be back for a while. Then he whispered, Sister-in-law, have you missed me? With her plain attire, shoulder covered in black cloth, and black flower hairpin, along with her aura, there was an indescribable sense of fragility about her. Don't joke around. There are people here. I'll wait for you at the old place, Zhou Xianglan whispered, then spoke louder. You're going to hunt in the mountains? Be careful while hunting. Qindong smiled. Sister-in-law, I'll definitely be careful. Then he whispered with a grin. All right. I'll wait for you at the old place to share some of the new techniques I've learned. Zhou Xianglan smiled. When you come back from hunting, save some meat for me to give to my meow meow. Qindong nodded. No problem. I'll definitely save some meat for you. Watching Zhou Xianglan sway her hips as she walked towards Nanhua, Qindong's heart almost followed her. As for Zhou Xianglan's words, after not seeing Qindong for days, she naturally felt a strong longing, especially since it seemed she had been living like a widow for over a year, and now she was finally able to live a normal life with a man. However, it was delayed due to Qin Dongqing's death. It felt like a cat that hadn't had fish for a long time suddenly got a taste of it, but then was denied it again for a long time. That feeling was truly unbearable. Thinking about what would happen later, Zhou Xianglan couldn't help but squeeze her legs together, unable to suppress her emotions. What did he mean by new techniques? A group of people chatting under a crooked-neck locust tree nearby had no idea about the secretive interaction between Qindong and Zhou Xianglan. When they saw Qindong approaching, they all took the initiative to chat with him. Xiao Wu, what were you talking about with your sister-in-law? What else could we talk about? She just asked me what I was doing, and I said I was going to the orchard for a bit. I'm heading into the mountains to hunt for a few days, and she said she wanted to buy some game for me when I come back. Xiao Wu, are you going into the mountains to hunt? How many days are you going to hunt? You're aiming for big game, aren't you? You must aim for big game. Hunting without some dreams is no different from farming like you guys do. Xiao Wu, your sister-in-law from East City is widowed again, and it seems she won't be able to remarry in the future. Didn't you talk to her before? Do you have any thoughts about her? Xiao Wu, if it doesn't work out, let her be with you. A few people joked with Qindong about Zhou Xianglan. A woman like Zhou Xianglan, who has outlived 2 husbands, is going to have a hard time finding a marriage partner in the future. Once people find out she has outlived 2 husbands, wouldn't that be scary? Although the reform and opening up has happened, and the country has been working to eliminate feudal superstitions, it's not that easy to get rid of them. I say to all you gentlemen, please have some decency. East City Brother's body is not even cold yet, and you are making jokes about my sister-in-law. That's a bit excessive. I am also a married man now, and my wife is currently pregnant. If she hears such jokes, what will she think? I used to talk to her, but now I have my own life. Also, East City Brother just passed away, and you are making jokes about his wife. Aren't you afraid that his spirit will come to find you at midnight? I'll take your jokes as a joke this time, but if you make such jokes again, you better sleep with your eyes closed at night. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to be the last Qindong in Qinlu Tun. Rural areas produce crafty people. This is absolutely true. The things Qindong did in the village actually made so many people disrespect him. It's truly outrageous. I've gone crazy. I actually called myself little. After taking a few steps away, Qindong felt his scalp tingle when he realized he had awkwardly referred to himself as little. He felt dirty, unclean. Sister-in-law? Not even a dog would play with that. I will. After Qindong left, the people who were silenced by his words began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 165, Sister-in-law. You look very graceful in your morning black veil. Old Wu, you guys have indeed gone too far. East City just left, and you are already making jokes about his wife, and it fell on Xiao Wu's head. Xiao Wu was nice not to beat you up, right? Some jokes shouldn't be made carelessly. Xiao Wu's wife is pregnant, and making fun of Xiao Wu like this is indeed excessive. Is Xiao Wu admitting that he was involved in the incident where Dong Lian crashed into Qin Sanming while sleeping with his wife? Whether he admits it or not is unknown, but Zheng Lin was caught because of him. According to Zheng Lin's family, Zheng Lin was originally threatened while keeping an eye on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu noticed it and took him to the police station to report it, but unexpectedly, he ended up being detained by the police, reportedly facing a long prison sentence. Zheng Lin's family said Xiao Wu had Mao deliberately sentenced him harshly. This incident should be blamed on Zheng Lin for being untrustworthy. He actually helped others plot against Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was clever enough to catch on to this. Yesterday, I heard Mao say that Qin Zhenglin colluded with those who wanted to frame Xiao Wu, and he also wanted someone to frame Xiao Wu. which is why he was stalking Xiao Wu for days. It's no wonder he was caught. I have to say, Xiao Wu is indeed worthy of the name Little. He detected the bad intentions behind Chun Lao Wu's subtle hints, proving he deserves the title. How did Xiao Wu get so smart? It's really impressive. Have you noticed? Those who tried to deal with Xiao Wu ended up badly. East City was crushed by a rock. Dong Lian killed Chen Sanming and is waiting to be shot. Zheng Lin might also be facing the same fate. Anyone who offends him is doomed. Think about it. Also, Xiao Wu's hunting results have been quite good lately. He has made quite a bit of money and probably will bring back 1 or 2 big game from this trip into the old forest. Just wait and see. I feel Xiao Wu is protected by the mountain spirit. I also noticed that Xiao Wu wears a Wuxian talisman around his neck, which looks different from other Wuxian talismans. It seems to emit a bit of divine light. Could Xiao Wu be the reincarnation of an immortal? These people first discussed Qin Jinglin's arrest, and then connected it to those who offended Qin Dong, who either died or were arrested and waiting to be shot. Then they linked it to Qin Dong's recent successful hunting trips. And someone even said Qin Dong was the reincarnation of an immortal because of the Wuxian talisman he wore around his neck. On Qin Dong's side, he certainly wanted those who joked about him and Zhou Xianglan in the village to keep quiet, especially since they were actually together privately. So he definitely had to put on an act in front of others. The news about Qin Jinglin's arrest spread quickly in the village the next day, mainly because Qin Jinglin's wife went to the county police to visit him and learn the details of the situation. When she returned, she knelt down and begged Qin Dong to let Qin Jinglin go, for the sake of being in the same village and sharing the same surname Qin. Qin Dong said this matter couldn't be resolved just by asking for leniency. He wasn't the police, and the law would be enforced. If leniency could free someone, then what would be the use of the police and criminal law? He couldn't make that decision. Qin Dong wanted to say, damn. You know we are from the same village and share the same surname, but you helped someone plot against me. Why didn't you think about that? Just then, Mao and a few police officers came down to investigate the case. So Qin Dong asked Mao to explain the general situation to the villagers, to avoid them thinking he was targeting Qin Jinglin. After all, it was clearly Qin Jinglin who was targeting him. This matter also reached his parents, Su Yun and Zhou Honglian. His parents told Qin Dong not to care about how Qin Jinglin's family pleaded for him. They wouldn't care about his life or death. In fact, his mother even angrily said to let Mao find someone to sentence Qin Jinglin harshly, preferably to let him be shot. How could his parents not be angry? Qin Jinglin and others wanted to kill their precious son. If Qin Jinglin hadn't been locked up, his parents would have gone to confront him. This is also why his parents, Su Yun and Zhou Honglian, were worried when they learned that Qin Dong was going into the mountains to hunt and would be away for a few more days. His mother begged for a Wuxian protective charm. Su Yun was very worried. Qin Dong told them that as a man, he couldn't be scared off by a little thing. Besides, Qin Jinglin and the others were already arrested, so he had nothing to fear. Qin Dong first went to Uncle Yu's house to ask him to find the saddle for riding reindeer. Since he had mastered excellent riding skills, he certainly couldn't just use them on women. They had to be used on reindeer as well. Looking at the few reindeer left at Uncle Yu's house, there was already a clear difference in size and strength compared to Dolly and Xiaoli. In Uncle Yu's words, Qin Dong was willing to feed them well, otherwise, Dolly and Xiaoli wouldn't have grown so fast in just a month. When he released the reindeer, he had seen Dolly and Xiaoli. They were both very well trained by Qin Dong. Upon hearing that Qin Dong was going into the mountains to hunt for a few days, Uncle Yu told him to pay attention to safety. Zhuzi, eager to join Qin Dong in the mountains, was told by Qin Dong that he was going with others this time and would take him along next time. Zhuzi then obediently listened. He also inquired about the farming situation from Uncle Yu and Zhuzi, saying that if there were any difficulties, he could tell him or his parents. He wasn't an outsider. Uncle Yu laughed and said he understood, and from now on he would take good care of Zhuzi, taking him out more often. It didn't matter what they did. As long as they had meals, money wasn't important. Zhuzi had great strength and quick reflexes. Even if he just followed Qin Dong around to protect him, it would be good. Qin Dong wanted to say that he did have such plans. When he started his business in the future, he would have Zhuzi by his side as a bodyguard. With his current perspective as a master of Xingyiquan, he could tell at a glance that Zhuzi had extraordinary bones and innate strength, making him a rare martial arts talent. Although he hadn't received systematic training, the aura he exuded was like that of a fierce beast. This kid was a born warrior, just based on his physical instincts. An ordinary martial artist would probably not be his match. Qin Dong was intrigued by Zhuzi. if he used the spirit spring water to nurture him for a few months and provided proper guidance. It was very possible for Heir Juzi to become a powerful martial artist. Soon, Chen Dong returned home, secured the saddle on Dali's back, and planned to ride Dali. As for the animal nets, traps, and some daily necessities prepared by Su Yun, he hung them on Xiaoli's back. He hung 3 guns on Dali. Wife, Honglian, I'm leaving. After giving Su Yun and Zhou Honglian a hug, Chen Dong mounted Dali, gave Dali a pat on the back, and turned back to Su Yun and Zhou Honglian, who were standing at the door. Then, leading Xiaoli and accompanied by 11 dogs, he left without looking back. Chen Dong must be reluctant to part with us. That's why he doesn't want to look back, Zhou Honglian said to Su Yun. Su Yun wiped her tears and nodded. In fact, Chen Dong did have this reason, but it wasn't much. Because he was in a hurry to find Zhou Xianglan in the old place. He hadn't seen her in a while and was quite eager. Soon, he arrived at Nanghua, and after finding no one around, he first put Dali, Xiaoli, and the newly arrived hunting dogs into the spirit spring space. Then he had Da Huang, Xiao Huang, and Da He keep watch while he dove into the small forest, arriving at the cave where he had started with Zhou Xianglan. Upon seeing Zhou Xianglan, who was wearing a black hairpin and a mourning veil on her shoulder, she quickly reached for her clothes when she saw Chen Dong. Xiao Wu, let us hurry, my Miao Miao will wake up soon. Chen Dong reached out to stop her from taking off her clothes and said, Sister-in-law, just keep your clothes on. I think you look very charming in that mourning veil. Zhou Xianglan was taken aback. Chen Dong embraced her from behind. After more than an hour, Chen Dong put on his pants and looked at Zhou Xianglan, who was also putting on her pants, and playfully slapped her on the body. Nice. Xiao Wu, why are you so naughty lately? Zhou Xianglan kissed Chen Dong and beamed with a smile, as if she had been refreshed by the rain. Chen Dong raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sister Xianglan, do you like it? Just now. He used the Rui Pearl to check the events that would trigger her emotional threshold over the next 3 days. Last time, he learned about the tomb raiders aiming at him from her future threshold. If Chen Dong didn't change the future, Zhou Xianglan would die protecting him. What surprised Chen Dong was that, through the Rui Pearl, he observed that Zhou Xianglan was invited by Lu Xiangnan to be the village accountant, and she happily agreed. You're the village accountant? Zhou Xianglan rolled her eyes at him, and then raised her pink fist in irritation. What did you treat me as just now? You were punching me like I was a sandbag. I'm leaving. Miao Miao will definitely wake up. Zhou Xianglan smiled charmingly, deliberately adjusting the black flower hairpin on her head and twirling the mourning veil on her arm, throwing a flirtatious glance at Chen Dong while tidying her clothes and walking out. She felt a bit light on her feet now, whereas she had felt weak just a moment ago. Now her body felt inexplicably relaxed. She thought to herself, oh my, this silly boy is too good at stirring things up. But it was quite thrilling. She could naturally tell that Chen Dong was very interested in her wearing the mourning veil, as if he had a particular fondness for that. It was similar to how he would act in front of Chen Dongcheng, but now Chen Dongcheng had turned into a ghost. Zhou Xianglan was delighted to behave this way. If Chen Dongcheng had turned into a ghost, she would have fun with Chen Dong in front of him. After all, she had been beaten and scolded by Chen Dongcheng for over a year, and naturally, she had a belly full of grievances. Previously, Chen Dongcheng always slandered her for having a relationship with Chen Dong. Now, she and Chen Dong indeed had a relationship. If Chen Dongcheng hadn't died, she would still maintain a relationship with Chen Dong. She wanted to make Chen Dongcheng wear a green hat. He must have said that on purpose, mainly to imply that he didn't mind her being a widow twice in a row, having 2 men die consecutively. Others would think of her as someone who brought misfortune to her husbands. Now, in the eyes of many, she probably had a fate that brought death to men. In the future, if she wanted to find a husband again, it would be nearly impossible. Of course, she also hadn't thought about finding a husband again. In this life, being with Chen Dong was enough for her. Chen Dong told her that if she wanted to have another child, she could. Once they had a child together, she believed Zhou Xianglan would feel more secure. He could provide for her in the child's life, and in the future, she could live with him, but they couldn't get a marriage certificate. In this era, unless a woman was the kind who kept half-open doors, those who were willing to sleep with men were generally looking for a result. Therefore, as a man, Chen Dong had to ensure Zhou Xianglan had a secure future. Zhou Xianglan didn't expect Chen Dong to say this to her, promising her and the child's future and giving her and the child an identity to show in public. As for not being able to get a marriage certificate, it didn't matter to her. As long as she and her child had someone to rely on, and when the child asked who their father was, they would know. That was enough for her. Dong gave her 500 yuan, saying to buy some good food for herself and her daughter. Zhou Xianglan said that was too much money. Dong insisted she take it, saying he had a way to earn it. Thinking of Dong's words and the 500 yuan he gave her, Zhou Xianglan felt a deep sense of security and thought to herself that she would willingly let him ride her for a lifetime, even if it meant dying for him. She would have no regrets. It was time to go into the mountains to earn money. 500 for Zhou Lanqing, 500 for Zhou Xianglan. After buying some things, he didn't have much money left. Even if he didn't find the wild ginseng king this trip, he had to figure out how to hunt more. Besides giving the dogs extra food, he needed to hunt valuable game. Riding Dolly the reindeer, Dong raced through the woods, thinking about how to make more money. For women, plus his parents. To give them a good life, he naturally had to earn more money. Having money was the only way to live well. In this lifetime, he had to ensure they lived well. The reason he chose Bear Blind Gully was not only to dig for wild ginseng kings, but also because he aimed to target the bears there. A bear paw sold for 1,000. He still had a gold gallbladder in hand that hadn't been sold yet. That gallbladder should fetch 2,000 to 3,000, right? Although the bears just woke up from hibernation and there weren't many gold gallbladders, getting a few iron gallbladders and grass gallbladders could still bring in quite a bit of money. Plus, the money from the bear paws. He himself had found that wild ginseng king, but had no intention of selling it right away. He planned to keep it and wait until he needed money for business in the future before selling it. Besides bear bile and bear paws, tiger bones, tiger bile, and tiger skins are also very valuable, but tigers are solitary animals, making them hard to find. Lynx pelts are also quite valuable. A high-quality lynx pelt can be purchased for several thousand, and if sold on the black market at the border to Russians, it could fetch over 10,000. The upper class in Russia particularly loves lynx pelts. However, encountering a lynx is also quite difficult. For instance, it's easier to encounter bears in the Bear Blind Valley. Apart from bears, Dong primarily targeted sika deer. This season is when the antlers of sika deer grow in their tender state. A set of antlers is worth quite a bit, mainly because sika deer are social animals. His excellent riding skills allowed him to easily ride on their backs and synchronize his movements with the reindeer, making the ride feel relatively smooth. It must be said that reindeer are indeed fast in the mountains and forests. By around 3 in the afternoon, after traveling for more than 6 hours, they arrived at the Bear Blind Valley. Along the way, he encountered some prey, but none were his target, so he continued on his journey. During this time, the 3 dogs, Big Yellow, Big Black, and Little Yellow, scouted around him. If they detected any presence of humans, he would take a detour to avoid them. The danger of encountering people in the forest is much greater than that posed by fierce wild animals. Dong was naturally not afraid of what others might do to him. However, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble is certainly not wrong. As for the other 8 hunting dogs, Dong had stored them in the spiritual spring space. It was fine for them to participate in the hunting, but having them follow him all the time would be physically demanding, especially since Big Yellow and the others had been drinking spiritual spring water for a month. Surely, no one would easily venture into Bear Blind Valley, given that it is known for its bears and the long journey involved. Ordinary hunters would not come here. The organized hunting event by the forestry station would not start for another 5 days, so it was unlikely that any hunting teams would venture this far. Chapter 167. Commanding Big Yellow and the hunting dogs to search for wild ginseng. Dong arrived in the old forest before the forestry station's hunting event began, specifically avoiding the patrol routes to prevent encountering the forestry patrol officers. Normally, when hunting in a state-owned forest, hunters must register at some outposts in the old forest, and the forestry station would issue a proof for the hunters. Upon capturing prey, they would need to register at the passing workstations, and when encountered by the forestry patrol, they would record the hunting information on the proof. Sometimes, when leaving the forest, hunters might encounter several patrol officers, and each would note the prey information on the proof. This way, when exiting the forest and handing over the prey to the collection point, the prey's information could be accurately known. The more patrol officers that registered the proof, the more accurate the prey information would be. On one hand, the forestry station needs to extract a portion of the proceeds from hunters hunting in the state-owned forest. On the other hand, this helps to estimate the specific number of forest animals based on the quantity of prey captured by hunters. Hunting these days is not something to be taken lightly. Of course, hunters can hunt in free hunting areas, but the number of animals there is significantly less compared to the old forest, especially the primitive old forest. Dong found a relatively concealed small cave. first gathering a large pile of dry grass and small branches, lighting it at the cave entrance to smoke it out for a while. He planned to stay in this cave for 2 or 3 days. The smoke would help determine if there were any other animals inside, or snakes, insects, and rodents. Driving them out. At this time of year, especially with snakes, they can be quite venomous. If there were venomous snakes in the cave and he didn't smoke them out, it could be dangerous if one crawled out and bit him while he was inside. Safety is very important. Sure enough, the smoke was quite effective. After a while, several black-browed vipers of varying sizes emerged. The large black-browed viper was over 3 meters long, about the thickness of an egg. The head of the black-browed viper is triangular. The back is gray-brown with dark brown patterns, and there is a black stripe between the eyes. Its venom contains a mix of neurotoxic and hemotoxic substances, making it quite lethal. Chun Dong swung a machete with a long handle and chopped the smoked-out black-browed vipers into several pieces. He placed them in the fire pit to cook and then let the dogs eat once they were done. Chun Dong did not eat snakes. Although he had spent most of his life in the port city where eating snake was favored, and for many people from Guangdong and the port city, snake meat is referred to as dragon meat with many cooking methods, he simply had no interest in it. After smoking the cave for a while longer, he used the water he had previously collected in the spiritual spring space to wash out the cave. His actions left the dogs looking at him in confusion. This biped is peeing with his hands, and he's peeing so much. In the spiritual spring space, Chun Dong had collected at least several cubic meters of water. Water is very important, for drinking, for use, and even for other purposes. After cleaning the cave, he laid down a plastic sheet on the ground, set up a tent, then spread out a mat, and took out a large bowl to pour a portion of mutton soup from the spiritual spring space into it, along with a freshly made flatbread. Sitting in a bamboo lounge chair, he savored the fragrant mutton soup while enjoying the warm flatbread, looking at the scenery outside the cave, feeling quite content. While other hunters endure hardships in the mountains, Chun Dong was there to enjoy life. He had the spiritual spring space in hand and the conditions to enjoy life. Big Yellow, smell this ginseng. The leaves look like this. You go nearby and see if you can find the same thing. Once you find it, come back to me, and I'll dig for the ginseng. Chun Dong took out a 20-year-old wild ginseng plant with leaves and vines that he had bought for 300 and let Big Yellow smell it to see its shape, then instructed it and the other 10 dogs accordingly. A few days earlier, Chun Dong had trained Big Yellow and Big Black on finding wild ginseng in the wild. However, he hadn't found any wild ginseng in the surrounding mountains and forests of the village. Chun Dong had thought that perhaps there were decades-old wild ginseng plants hidden right under his nose. He was simply overthinking it. When it came to searching for wild ginseng, Big Yellow was quite experienced. After sniffing the wild ginseng, it immediately let out a low growl to the other 10 hunting dogs. Big Black and Little Yellow followed suit and approached to sniff the wild ginseng. The remaining dogs also came forward to smell the ginseng. The 3 dogs, Big Head and the others, who had been with Chun Dong for a month, were left to guard the orchard and protect Su Yun and Zhou Honglian. The 4 of them had been with Chun Dong for a bit longer and absorbed a month's worth of spiritual spring water, making them much more intelligent than a month ago. Even Su Yun and the others' words, they could understand quite simply. Big Yellow was, of course, the smartest. But Chun Dong could not go hunting in the mountains without Big Yellow as his dog translator. Also, Big Yellow, when you encounter bears or people, tell them not to make a sound and to come find me quickly, Chun Dong reminded Big Yellow. Big Yellow nodded in an anthropomorphic manner, gently tapping its front paws on the ground as if responding to Chun Dong's words. Big Yellow, Big Black, and Little Yellow each took 2 hunting dogs and set off in 3 small teams to search for ginseng, leaving 2 dogs behind to protect Chun Dong. Adding to the fact that there are 2 reindeer named Dolly and Xiaoli in the spiritual space, along with 3 guns, even if a few bears come by. Chun Dong, lying at the entrance of the cave, gives off a feeling of being a single man holding the pass against 1,000. There are no wild mountain ginseng near the village, and very few people come to Xiangxiazi Valley. Apart from the abundance of bears and the harsh living conditions, the terrain is quite steep, so there should be some wild mountain ginseng here. Chun Dong is looking forward to it. He is now waiting for news from Da Huang and the others. If they find wild mountain ginseng, they will go dig it up. If they encounter bears, they will fight. If they see other hunters or bearded men, they will take a detour. If they really want to deal with him, he will find a way to eliminate them. Half an hour later, Xiao Huang returned with 2 hunting dogs, circling around Chun Dong, wagging their tails and rubbing their heads against his legs. Xiao Huang, Did you find wild mountain ginseng? When Da Huang and Da He come back, take me to see it. Seeing that Xiao Huang seemed to have found wild mountain ginseng, Chen Dong was very happy. Chapter 168. Discovery of wild mountain ginseng, a long-lived round ginseng. What made Chen Dong even happier came later. About an hour later, Da Huang and Da He returned one after another with 2 dogs. From Da Huang's reaction, it seemed they had also discovered wild mountain ginseng. It was now 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was still quite high. Chen Dong's interest was piqued. He wanted to take advantage of the daylight to dig up a ginseng root. Da Huang, let Xiao Huang lead the way to the one it found first. Chen Dong patted Da Huang's head and pointed at Xiao Huang. At first, Da Huang didn't understand. But after Chen Dong explained a few sentences, he quickly grasped what Chen Dong meant. He lowly whined to Xiao Huang, who then perked up and walked ahead, followed by several hunting dogs. Chen Dong followed behind them, surrounded by dogs, as the hunting dogs protected him. Xiangxiazi Valley stretches 7 to 8 miles, with a winding and narrow terrain, steep mountain slopes on both sides. The entire valley seems to have been torn out from the ground. The narrowest part of the valley is only 200 to 300 meters, while the widest part reaches 700 to 800 meters. The forest is dense, and shrubs are rampant. In winter, many animals hide here to escape the harsh cold, as the narrow valley weakens the cold wind significantly. Holding a machete, Chen Dong followed Xiao Huang, occasionally swinging the machete to cut through some shrubs blocking the way. Despite the rugged terrain underfoot, walking on this rocky mountain path was as easy as pie for Chen Dong, who had undergone transformation from the spiritual water and become a master of Xingyi Quan. After walking a few hundred meters, Xiao Huang began to call out to a wild mountain ginseng, growing on a steep hillside surrounded by many shrubs. This is a palmate leaf, Chen Dong exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the leaves of the wild mountain ginseng. The number of leaves on wild mountain ginseng is generally used to roughly determine its growth age. 2-leaf ginseng is about 2 years old. 3-leaf ginseng is about 3 years old. 4-leaf ginseng is about 4 years old. 5-leaf ginseng is about 5 years old. And palmate ginseng has more leaves and grows for over 6 years. Palmate ginseng is also called palmate leaf locally, and generally, only those with a long growth period will develop more compound leaves, judging by the branches and leaves of the ginseng before him and the thickness of the main stem. It must be quite old. Xiao Huang, well done. Chen Dong threw a still warm, bloody wolf heart from the spiritual space to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang immediately picked it up with his mouth and lay down happily to eat. Items stored in the spiritual space maintain their freshness when entering and exiting, even preserving their temperature. The memories of animals stored inside also stop at the moment they were taken in. Time seems to freeze at that moment. Da Huang shook his head and made whimpering sounds, as if acting spoiled. What about my share, master? As for the other 7 hunting dogs that had just followed Chen Dong, they were quite restless, with 2 barking at Chen Dong, also wanting something to eat. There's plenty to eat. Chen Dong smiled and said to Da Huang, take care of Lao Jiao and Lao Shi, tell them to keep quiet. Da Huang barked and rushed to the 2 dogs, biting each of them on the neck, causing them to lay down on the ground and make muffled noises, as if feeling wronged. Chen Dong took out 3 pieces of offal from the spiritual space, some from sika deer and some from roe deer. After throwing them to the dogs, they formed 3 piles and began eating orderly. He didn't want the hunting dogs to make noise, mainly to avoid attracting any other people nearby. I don't have much offal left to feed them. Let's see if I can dig up some wild mountain ginseng in the next couple of days. Regardless of whether I find any or not, I will set traps at the small lake more than 10 miles away in 2 days to try to hunt more prey. Otherwise, these dogs are eating machines. Chen Dong thought to himself. He could keep the hunting dogs in the spiritual space to prevent them from getting hungry. When he encounters prey in the mountains, he can let them out. But when he returns to the village, he has to let the dogs out, and feeding them would also be a significant expense. However, he usually keeps the dogs in a small abandoned courtyard next to his home, so others wouldn't see him feeding them. In that case, how he explains it would be his own business, and no one would doubt how he feeds the dogs or where all that food comes from. As the dogs ate, Chen Dong took out the tools for digging ginseng from the spiritual space. Hand hoe, hand pick, hand shovel, ginseng shovel, deerbone stick, quick tongue stick. A long wooden stick about 1 meter long for probing, quick tongue knife, quick tongue axe, red wool rope for tying the ginseng main stem to prevent it from escaping, and a small broom for sweeping away loose soil around the ginseng. This set of ginseng digging tools was passed down from his father, who said it was inherited from his grandfather. As someone who often hunts in the mountains, he always carries ginseng digging gear. Digging ginseng is a meticulous task, and experienced ginseng farmers need to pay homage before entering the mountains to dig. After finding ginseng, they clear the area around it, tie it up with red rope, and then bind it with a copper coin marked red rope to prevent it from being accidentally dug up. With such a detailed set of tools, the ultimate goal is to dig out a complete ginseng root while preserving as many root hairs as possible. A complete ginseng with intact roots and one with incomplete roots can have a significant price difference, even in the same year. As for the mysterious rituals, the numerous legends and stories about digging ginseng naturally create many ceremonial aspects. All these rituals also reflect the high status of wild mountain ginseng in the minds of those who rely on the mountains in northeast China. In the past, my father taught Chen Dong how to dig ginseng step by step. Chen Dong first tied the root of the wild mountain ginseng with a red velvet rope, a step known as locking the ginseng. Then he began to clear the weeds, leaves, and shrubs around the ginseng, carefully using a ginseng digging shovel. He cleaned the soil around the ginseng roots. As the ginseng's top began to show, Chen Dong was delighted to see that it had a round top, as generally, ginseng with a round top has grown for at least 20 to 30 years or even longer. Chapter 169. Wild Mountain Ginseng over 50 years old in Northeast Tiger. The so-called round top refers to the shape of the ginseng's root. Ginseng with a round top must have grown for at least 10 to 30 years. Continuing to dig, the slightly smooth top made Chen Dong even happier. Generally, ginseng over 30 years old may have completely lost its bowl marks, and the surface of the top would be smoother. The bowl marks are similar to tree rings, appearing every year during the ginseng's growth. The more bowl marks, the longer the growth period. Of course, even if the round top appears very smooth, upon closer inspection, one can still see the circles of bowl marks. As Chen Dong carefully dug, the main body of the ginseng was finally revealed, and he closely examined the circles of bowl marks on the top. To his surprise, there were more than 50 bowl marks in total, indicating that this ginseng was at least 50 years old. The wild mountain ginseng that Chen Dong bought, which was 20 years old, cost 300 yuan. Ginseng prices increase with age. A 50-year-old wild mountain ginseng can be worth several thousand yuan. Finding a wild mountain ginseng over 50 years old right away was a huge profit. He planned to sell the wild mountain ginseng he dug up. The medicinal effects of wild mountain ginseng are far superior to those of spiritual spring water. However, he wasn't in a hurry to sell it, knowing it would only increase in value over time. Digging wild mountain ginseng was like accumulating wealth for the future. Finding it or not finding it is a completely different concept. Next, Chen Dong carefully used tools to dig the soil bit by bit, revealing the ginseng's roots. After more than an hour, he finally dug out the entire wild mountain ginseng intact. Except for a few tiny hair roots, he managed to preserve almost all the roots. And he collected the ginseng along with its branches and leaves into the spiritual spring space. Normally, dug out wild mountain ginseng needs to be wrapped in moss and tree bark to protect it from bumps. However, with the spiritual spring space, storing the ginseng there is much safer than leaving it outside, and it can maintain its freshness. As night fell, it was already 6:30, and the surroundings were getting dim. The mountains get dark early, and De Huang and De He would have to wait until tomorrow to dig up the wild mountain ginseng they found. Just as Chen Dong took out his flashlight and planned to return to the cave, De Huang's fur stood on end, and it emitted a low growl. Da He and Xiao Huang also appeared alert, growling softly, while the 3 dogs focused their gaze in the same direction. The other 8 dogs followed suit, barking at that direction. Da Huang, is there a wild beast coming? Chen Dong asked. Da Huang let out a sound and surprisingly nodded. Da Huang has become intelligent. Chen Dong observed the surroundings, and his gaze fell on a sturdy hickory tree not far away. He quickly went to the dogs and put them all into the spiritual spring space. Then, he mixed a piece of the deer offal with a drop of spiritual spring water and placed it next to the stone. As for himself, he quickly climbed to a branch over 4 meters high on the hickory tree. This hickory tree has many branches of various sizes, and even a tiger wouldn't be able to climb it easily. He crouched on the branch, holding a rifle. As soon as a target appeared, he would shoot. If there were multiple targets, he would send De Huang and the others to entangle them while he took the opportunity to shoot. The reason for putting the dogs in the spiritual spring space was mainly to prevent them from scaring away potential prey. There are 11 dogs in total, and it's safe to say that if they encountered tigers, bears, or other formidable beasts, they could subdue them. They wouldn't be afraid of wolf packs or wild boars either. The scent emitted by the spiritual spring water can be detected by animals, and for them, it seems to have an attraction that comes from their bloodlines. Therefore, Chun Dong invested heavily to attract the wild beasts. A drop of spiritual spring water. During this time, through observation, Chun Dong realized that spiritual spring water is not an unlimited supply. Fortunately, there is plenty of it in the spiritual spring space, if not hundreds of thousands of drops, at least tens of thousands. As long as he uses it strategically, it will be enough for a lifetime. Additionally, the spiritual spring space collects a drop of spiritual spring water from the air every month. After more than 10 minutes without any animals appearing, Chun Dong, as a master of Xingyi boxing, felt a sense of danger slowly approaching. A loud roar that shook his eardrums came from the bushes a few dozen meters away. A northeast tiger. It was actually a northeast tiger. Without any hesitation, Chun Dong activated the hard observation mirror. Within a 100-meter radius, he could clearly see the surroundings from a god's perspective. He had accumulated the use of the hard observation mirror 15 times. It accumulates 1 use per day. After half a month, he could use it continuously for 15 times if needed. Each use lasts 5 minutes, totaling an hour and 15 minutes. Once activated, he could observe the surroundings from a god's perspective, regardless of where things were hidden, even in closed spaces, as long as he wanted. He could see anything within a 100-meter radius. Hearing the roar of the northeast tiger, Chun Dong immediately activated the hard observation mirror and aimed his rifle in the direction of the tiger. Although De Huang, Xiao Huang, and the others had enhanced physical abilities due to the spiritual spring water, they could still handle fights against formidable foes like tigers or bears. However, even if they could engage in a fight, they might still get injured or lose a dog or two, making it difficult to subdue a northeast tiger or a bear. This northeast tiger was about 3 meters long and stood approximately 1 meters at the shoulder, looking exceptionally strong, with paws the size of an adult's hand. This was a hefty northeast tiger. In the wild, reaching such a size indicates that this creature is incredibly fierce. Otherwise, it wouldn't have grown to such a size. The northeast tiger was clearly attracted by the enticing scent of the deer offal lying next to the stone a few dozen meters away. To it, the smell of the deer offal was so sweet and appealing. Wow! The northeast tiger let out a deafening roar once again, making the nearby mountains and forests seem to tremble slightly. Its call startled many birds perched in the trees, causing them to take flight. It was very cautious, pacing back and forth in the bushes, occasionally raising its head to look towards the rocks, and every now and then, it would extend its tongue to lick, drooling at the corners of its mouth. It had certainly caught the scents of the hunting dogs and the bipeds around it, which made it a bit wary. It surely did not know that it had already been targeted while hiding in the bushes. Chun Dong watched as the northeast tiger, which was originally pacing back and forth, suddenly stood still, seemingly intent on moving forward to eat the sick deer left near the rocks. Seeing it freeze, Chun Dong decisively aimed at its head and pulled the trigger. Just then, Chapter 170, Hunting a Northeast Tiger, Attracting a Large Black Bear. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Under the influence of Chun Dong's hard observation mirror ability, he could clearly see a blood hole appear right in front of the northeast tiger's forehead. And at the back of its neck, a fist-sized hole burst open from the powerful impact. Blood gushed out like a fountain. This northeast tiger, which stood 3 meters tall and weighed over 700 pounds, fell straight to the ground. It probably never expected that in the dim light, while hiding in dense bushes, it would be shot in the head by a biped. With the powerful force of the .56 caliber, one shot to the northeast tiger's head was enough to blow it apart. At such a close distance, hitting its forehead with Chun Dong's top-notch marksmanship and killing it in one shot was not a difficult task. It was that simple. The northeast tiger, which was difficult for other hunters to deal with, didn't even cast a shadow in front of Chun Dong before being killed. Obtaining top-tier marksmanship from the Spirit Spring space and being able to use a holographic map with a god's eye view, nothing within 100 meters could escape detection, making it reasonable to shoot down prey that got close to him. When encountering the northeast tiger in the evening, Chun Dong decisively used his heart observation mirror ability. This was the time to use this ability. Carnivorous beasts like this often have the habit of lurking and ambushing, silently approaching, and then suddenly launching an attack. However, the northeast tiger, as the ambusher, never expected someone to ambush it. It was a level 6, but Chun Dong was an exceptional level 6. The 3 dogs, Big Yellow, Big Black, and Little Yellow, were now on high alert. In terms of smell, They were even stronger than the Northeast tiger. Big Yellow had long since detected the scent of the Northeast tiger approaching, giving Chundong ample time to react. If it were someone else, in the pitch dark with the Northeast tiger hiding in the bushes, it could have ambushed and killed 1 or 2 people and then left calmly. When the Northeast tiger launched its attack up close, it was incredibly fast, and most hunters would be unable to react. Seeing the Northeast tiger being shot, Chundong jumped down from the tree and first let Big Yellow and the other hunting dogs out. Once released, Big Yellow, Big Black, and Little Yellow rushed toward the direction of the Northeast tiger's corpse after catching the scent in the air. As for Ao and A12, they had just come out of the Spirit Spring space and were still in a daze, wondering how they ended up here. Ao and A12 were the names Chundong gave to the later 7 dogs. They didn't deserve proper names. Big Yellow, Big Black, and Little Yellow had long adapted to their owner's touch on the head, only to appear somewhere else the next moment. Once the dogs appeared, they headed straight for the cicadeer mixed with Spirit Spring water. Crack! This bunch of idiots. Chundong's mouth twitched slightly. All right, they still needed training. Chundong collected the cicadeer mixed with Spirit Spring water into the Spirit Spring space, causing Ao and the others to look at Chundong in confusion. Where's the meat? The delicious meat. A bunch of silly dogs. I'll definitely make you hot pot one day. Chundong scolded lightly, approaching the dead Northeast tiger's body. Big Yellow, Big Black, and the others were circling around its corpse, whining. Chundong stepped forward and directly stored the Northeast tiger's body in the Spirit Spring space. Waving his hand, let's go back. The clever Big Yellow knew that Chundong had killed the Northeast tiger and circled around him in a fawning manner, occasionally rubbing its head against Chundong's leg. As for Ao and A12, they looked confused. Where's that huge tiger? They quickly arrived at the cave, and Chundong carefully examined the Northeast tiger's corpse in the Spirit Spring space. This was a male Northeast tiger. Just this set of dog baskets could sell for 1,000 or 2. Tiger bones can be used to brew wine and made into medicinal materials. For example, the commonly used tiger bone strengthening patches contain tiger bone components, but in the future, the tiger bones in tiger patches would be replaced with other ingredients. Besides the tiger skin, the most valuable parts of the tiger are the tiger whip and tiger eggs. Soaking them in wine has excellent effects. The tiger skin, bones, tiger claws, and tiger whip could easily sell for 3,000 or 4,000. That's great. When I get back, I'll quietly remove the tiger skin, tiger whip, and tiger bones, and find an opportunity to sell them later. There's no rush. Tigers are solitary animals, except for nursing female tigers. They have their own territory and mark the boundaries through urination and clawing. Only during the breeding season do male and female Northeast tigers live together briefly. But this partnership usually lasts only a few days. This area should be the territory of this Northeast tiger, although there might be some black bears living here. Northeast tigers and black bears do not belong to the same species, so there is no competition for territory. Generally, Northeast tigers wouldn't bother to hunt black bears, and a black bear would not actively provoke a Northeast tiger either. Big Yellow, you 3 keep watch. If anything happens, call me. Don't make a loud noise. Chundong lay on the beast's skin blanket he had prepared in the cave and covered himself with a thin blanket while instructing the 3 dogs. Just a short distance away, he threw the cicadeer mixed with Spirit Spring water onto a rock, hoping to attract some larger prey during the night. If the mixed Spirit Spring water could attract a Northeast tiger, it might also attract other animals nearby, with Big Yellow and the 3 dogs guarding. Plus, the puppet talisman activated. As long as he sustained a fatal injury, the talisman would activate, allowing Chundong to sleep relatively soundly. Just as he was sleeping soundly, he heard Big Yellow whining and tugging at his clothes, which made him quickly open his eyes. It was pitch black in front of him, but he soon realized where he was, quickly finding the flashlight. He covered the end of the flashlight with his hand to dim the light. Big Yellow, what's wrong? Is there an animal coming? Chundong asked. Big Yellow whined softly, nodded, and tapped its feet on the ground. An animal had been attracted by the cicadeer mixed with Spirit Spring water and was drawn over. Chundong quickly rolled over and took out 5 or 6 half from the Spirit Spring space. Now it was dark outside, and without hesitation, he activated his heart observation mirror ability. Under the God's Eye view of the heart observation mirror's holographic map, the originally pitch-black surroundings instantly became as bright as day. Then he discovered a large black bear about 7 or 8 meters away from the cicadeer mixed with Spirit Spring water, drooling and staring at the pile of prey on the rock. From Chundong's perspective at the entrance of the cave, The place where this bear was located had no obstacles blocking the view. Dong aimed his gun at its head and decisively pulled the trigger. Chapter 171. A herd of deer was attracted, and Dong was excited. Another shot resulted in a fatal headshot. Dong moved forward to collect the black bear into the spiritual spring space. This black bear was larger than the one he shot a few days ago on the way back to the village, and it was well fed and strong, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds. It was a male bear. He decided to store it in the spiritual spring space first and would extract the bear bile and cut off the bear paw next time he had the chance. Looking at the corpse of the black bear in the spiritual spring space, Dong thought to himself. He had just arrived at Bear Blind Valley and had already hunted a northeast tiger and a black bear, a bountiful harvest indeed. The effect of the spiritual spring water in attracting animals was truly impressive. Dong was very much looking forward to how many prey he could capture when he set up beast traps and hunting nets using the spiritual spring water. Next, Dong hardly slept well that night because the effect of the spiritual spring water mixed with the scent of the deer was astonishingly effective. Another black bear came. Dong released the hunting dogs, and they surrounded it with a flurry of bites. Holding a flashlight in his mouth, Dong aimed his gun and shot the black bear in the head with a single bullet. The two dogs, Big Black and Little Yellow, held onto the black bear's legs, biting down hard and creating a bloody hole in its tough skin. With the other dogs joining in the fight, the black bear was soon trapped. All Dong had to do was raise his gun and shoot it. Two dogs were slightly injured, but after taking a drop of spiritual spring water that he provided, they should recover quickly. Now, he gave the hunting dogs a drop of spiritual spring water every day for a month, allowing them to grow to the size of Big Yellow and Big Black. In the future, he would mix a drop of spiritual spring water in their food. Although he had plenty of spiritual spring water, it needed to be used wisely. Giving one drop to one dog each day would run out in just a few years. Besides, once their bodies became strong enough, the effect of the spiritual spring water would diminish. After hunting this black bear, a pack of over 10 wolves arrived. Initially, these wolves, seeing only Dong and 3 dogs, tested the waters and then charged towards the deer. Dong summoned the remaining hunting dogs, and with a command, 11 hunting dogs rushed towards the wolf pack. The wolves never expected so many hunting dogs to appear out of nowhere. Big Black and Little Yellow each took down a gray wolf, pinning it to the ground and biting fiercely at its neck. The remaining hunting dogs fought fiercely. These gray wolves were no match for them. Big Yellow patrolled the perimeter, killing 2 gray wolves that attempted to escape, and then howled a few times, leading the hunting dogs to surround the remaining wolves. In the end, the pack of 17 wolves was completely killed under Big Yellow's command. Among the hunting dogs, only 3 sustained minor injuries. Having absorbed so much spiritual spring water, they easily overpowered the gray wolves. Looking at the corpses of the more than 10 wolves in the spiritual spring space, Dong realized he had secured enough dog food for over 10 days. While hunting the second black bear and the pack of wolves, Dong did not use his mind observation ability. Instead, he let the hunting dogs surround and kill them. Although he still had several uses left for the mind observation ability, using it on prey that could be handled by hunting dogs seemed like overkill. For Dong, the mind observation ability was powerful and should be used appropriately, not wasted on prey that hunting dogs could easily deal with. After eliminating the 17 wolves, the rest of the night was quiet. He let Big Black and Little Yellow guard the area near the deer, mainly to drive away smaller animals that were attracted. The small animals wouldn't be caught by the dogs, they were just there to sniff around. The reason he didn't summon all the hunting dogs was that keeping them in the spiritual spring space saved on food, and having so many dogs on site would scare off larger prey. Anyway, he was sleeping in the cave, and with Big Yellow guarding the entrance. He would be alerted at the first sign of trouble. Big Yellow, is there more big game coming? Dong was woken again by Big Yellow tugging at his clothes. Seeing that it was already slightly light outside, he quickly asked Big Yellow. Big Yellow whimpered and nodded, then stepped on the ground a few times. Dong immediately stored his sleeping bag in the spiritual spring space, took out his 56 semi-automatic rifle, and went to the cave entrance. In the morning light, he saw a herd of deer, including sika deer, reindeer, and elk. There were over 100 in total. Dong's eyes lit up. These deer were attracted by the scent of the spiritual spring water. Black bears, tigers, and wolves preferred to hunt at night, while sika deer and elk were accustomed to daytime activity. This herd of deer had come shortly after he had just woken up. Unfortunately, he hadn't set up any nets. Otherwise, he could have had a good harvest. So many sika deer and elk made Qindong's heart race. In his eyes, they were walking stacks of cash. He wanted to catch them. Unfortunately, without setting up nets, he could only rely on shooting. At most, he could hit a few, and with Big Yellow and the others. Surrounding 6 or 7 would be good. Although getting around 10 would already be quite impressive, Qindong wanted more. It would be too late to set up nets on their escape routes now. Moreover, sika deer and elk were very alert. If they sensed his sneaky movements, they would likely run away. They weren't all as foolish as the silly roe deer. Big Yellow whined softly, looking at the many deer with an eager expression. Wanting to hunt, Qindong initially thought about having Big Yellow carry a trap and place it on the path the deer might take when they fled, but he reconsidered. If the trap accidentally triggered because of Big Yellow, it could cost the dog's life, which would not be worth it. He realized he was being greedy. When opportunities arise, one must find ways to seize them, rather than thinking about getting more and letting the opportunity slip away. Opportunities are fleeting, if not grasped in time. They could vanish in an instant. Qindong couldn't help but smile, and then summoned the remaining hunting dogs from the spiritual spring space. The summoned dogs, seeing that it was already light outside, looked around in confusion, wondering what had happened. It was just night time, and now it was bright. Big Yellow, tell them the target is the sika deer. Qindong instructed Big Yellow, gesturing with his head to surround and hunt the sika deer. He had previously hunted sika deer with Big Yellow and had told him the names of various animals. With Big Yellow's intelligence, he understood what Qindong meant. The antlers of the sika deer were valuable. If Qindong had to choose from these deer, he would naturally prioritize capturing the sika deer with antlers. Just as Big Yellow understood his meaning and barked, leading the dogs to set off. Qindong planned to search for a conspicuous sika deer in the herd and shoot it. However, the next moment, there was a commotion in the spiritual spring space. Chapter 172. New Hidden Reward. The Seeking Ruler, Great Harvest. An object appeared in the spiritual spring space, floating above the spring, resembling the Seeking Ruler from the Tomb Robber's notes. The extra information in Qindong's mind made him realize what it was. The Seeking Fortune Ruler. In life, there are gains and losses. Understanding the balance of letting go and gaining brings good luck. This sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. It was his mindset that triggered the hidden reward of the spiritual spring space, allowing him to obtain the Seeking Fortune Ruler. Just like the Wishful Pearl and the Heart Observation Mirror, when his mindset activated the hidden reward of the spiritual spring space, the ability of the Seeking Fortune Ruler would refresh once a week. After activation, the direction indicated would bring good luck to Qindong. Good luck includes wealth, romantic opportunities, networking luck, or guiding him towards good fortune in times of danger. This Seeking Fortune Ruler has great capabilities. Regardless of luck, at the very least, it is good luck. Qindong was naturally very satisfied with the Seeking Fortune Ruler. The products of the spiritual spring space must be of high quality, having more opportunities for survival, wealth, romantic luck, and networking is always good. The more, the better. Setting aside the matter of the Seeking Fortune Ruler for now, De Huang and the others had already scattered and were quietly sneaking towards the herd of deer. Qindong, on the other hand, had his sights set on a large spotted deer with a pair of big antlers. These antlers were estimated to weigh over 3 pounds. Antlers sell for over 30 per tail, so over 3 pounds of antlers would be worth over 1,000. Among this herd of deer, there were more than 10 spotted deer with antlers. It all depended on how De Huang and the others performed. Bang! He pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, the spotted deer he targeted was hit in the side of the head, blood splattering everywhere. After the gunshot, the other deer instantly scattered in panic. Bang! 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 Qindong fired 10 rounds in quick succession. Apart from the first 3 shots that hit 3 spotted deer with antlers, in the following 7 shots, 5 hit targets, including 3 roe deer and 2 elk, while the remaining 2 shots missed. After that, he no longer cared about targeting the spotted deer. The herd had already scattered, so he shot at whatever he could hit. Even if he couldn't hit the spotted deer, the roe deer and elk could still be sold, eaten, or used to feed the dogs. After emptying the magazine of the 56 half, Qindong had a Mosin Nagant in his hands, and he used the scope to search for visible prey. It was no wonder they were silly roe deer. Through the scope, Qindong spotted a roe deer standing on a rock over 300 meters away, looking towards the direction where the spotted deer were being chased by the hunting dogs. Observing in the background, the roe deer shook its round head, its ears twitching, and its bulging mouth was rhythmically chewing something, resembling a spectator enjoying the show. This made Shindong very happy. Then he shot it down. Next, Shindong used the Mosin to take the lives of 3 more roe deer. If they were to blame anyone, it would be their curiosity. They had clearly run away but still turned back to look. If they didn't die, who would? After reloading the Mosin and the 56 half with full magazines, Shindong ran towards the area where the hunting dogs were surrounding the spotted deer. Da Huang, Da He, Xiao Huang, and a hunting dog named Ada were currently pinning a spotted deer with antlers to the ground. Ada was one of the 5 hunting dogs Shindong bought a month ago, after drinking the spiritual spring water for a month. Its physical strength was comparable to that of Da Huang and Da He, so hunting a spotted deer alone was not difficult. As for the other 7 dogs, they were attacking 4 spotted deer. Holding a sharp long gun, Shindong lunged at the chest of one of the surrounded spotted deer, stabbing it directly in the chest and creating a large hole. The deer fell over at an angle. Shindong continued to stab with the long gun, killing each of the 4 spotted deer surrounded by the 7 hunting dogs. Under the watchful eyes of the 7 dogs, he collected the 4 spotted deer into the spiritual spring space. The spotted deer suddenly disappeared, leaving the 7 hunting dogs looking bewildered. Next, Shindong also collected the 3 spotted deer, 2 elk, and 7 roe deer he had killed into the spiritual spring space. The battle with Da Huang and the other 3 dogs was basically over. The spotted deer they had bitten had either died or were on the brink of death. What amazed Shindong was that Da Huang, having been enhanced by the hunting dog enlightenment talisman, displayed high intelligence. Da Huang killed 3 spotted deer. First, it quickly bit the neck of 2 spotted deer, severing their tracheas, allowing them to run away, and then it chased down another spotted deer, pinning it down and killing it. The 2 spotted deer that had their tracheas bitten did not get far before they lay down motionless. Da Huang, Da He, Xiao Huang, and Ada, the 4 hunting dogs, killed a total of 6 spotted deer, all of which were male deer with antlers. There were now 14 spotted deer in the spiritual spring space, 12 of which had antlers, and 2 did not. These 12 sets of antlers could sell for several thousand. Additionally, the deer whip and deer eggs could also sell for over 100. The results of this morning's hunting could amount to 7 or 8,000. The deer whip and deer eggs could be used to brew nourishing medicinal wine after being dried. If combined with the northeast tiger, 2 black bears, and 17 wolves hunted last night, selling all of these would certainly exceed 10,000. However, Shindong was not in a rush to sell everything at once. It was better to sell them gradually. After collecting all the spotted deer into the spiritual spring space, Shindong also put Ada and the other 8 hunting dogs into the spiritual spring space. He would release them when faced with danger. Da Huang, you 3 can share the entrails, Shindong said, pointing to the entrails he had used as bait all night. Da Huang looked up and barked at Shindong, while Da He and Xiao Huang rushed over. Da Huang, disdainful, you made me eat what you used as bait all night. Seeing that Da Huang wasn't eating, Shindong shook his head and smiled. Da Huang, if you don't eat, Da He and Xiao Huang will finish it all. This dog is so picky. It's time for breakfast. In his hands, he produced a white enamel jar, a small spoon, and chopsticks. Then, on the lid of the enamel jar, there appeared 2 pieces of fried dough sticks and 4 lamb buns. These were what he bought 2 days ago from a breakfast shop selling tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and buns when he went to the county town, where he ordered 30 bowls of tofu pudding, several dozen pounds of fried dough sticks, and dozens of lamb buns. The owner was stunned, not expecting to encounter such a big customer. Drinking the hot, garlic-flavored savory tofu pudding, eating the fragrant fried dough sticks, and biting into the juicy, oil-dripping lamb buns was incredibly satisfying. Just as he enjoyed his breakfast, in a deep cave in the Bear Blind Valley, several people were gathered together eating cold, dry corn cakes. They were definitely the hunters from yesterday. Don't worry, they won't come here, said a short man dressed in all green. This man had a foreign appearance. Chapter 173. The Seeking Fortune Ruler's lucky direction is deep in the Bear Blind Valley. Could it be that the national security or military personnel have tracked us down here? Yankovsky, you promised to safely escort me into your country. If you can't ensure my safety, I won't hand over that information, said a middle-aged bald man with a slightly plump figure, panic written all over his face. The foreigner spoke in somewhat awkward Mandarin. Wu, don't worry. We will definitely ensure your safe departure from this country. Now we just need to wait for who will lead us through the secret passage. Our people have already made meticulous plans to rescue him from prison. When he arrives here, he will guide us through the secret passage into our country. A beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in a grass-green combat uniform and sporting a small braid, glanced disdainfully at the balding middle-aged man and said with a snort, "Wu, what you need to do now is stay quiet. Since we promised to escort you out, we will definitely ensure your safe passage." A thin man turned to the balding man and said, "Director Wu, please remain calm and don't overthink. We have come this far, and now we can only wait for the person who will pick us up." This Director Wu was named Wu Yangxin. He was a high-ranking official in a key department in Harbin and had been turned into a Russian spy early on. Recently, under the orders of the Russian spy organization, he had stolen a top-secret document. The Russian spies were sending someone to escort Wu Yangxin out of their country. Wu Yangxin had also been cautious and hid the top-secret document, agreeing to reveal its location only after reaching Russia. He was afraid that the Russians would dispose of him after using him. Wu Yangxin shook his head with a worried expression. "Old Wei, I know what you're saying, but I'm worried that the national security and military personnel will find this place, or that your contact, Old Hu, might crack under interrogation in the police station and spill the beans about the plan to pick me up. Won't that lead national security and military personnel straight here?" Originally, according to the plan, after they hid here, the contact would pick him up and lead him through a secret passage to Russia. However, they had received word from the Russian spy organization that the person who knew the secret passage had recently been exposed and captured by the police. To ensure they could obtain the top-secret document from Wu Yangxin, the Russian spy organization had already organized a rescue operation for the contact. The man called Old Wei shook his head. "That won't happen. Even if Old Hu is captured, regardless of whether he confesses or not, the crimes he committed are enough to get him killed. Our people have already sent him a message saying they will rescue him, so he definitely won't expose your information. So on this point, please rest assured, Director Wu." Wu Yangxin took a bite of the cold, hard corn cake and complained, "Can't we get some wild game? Start a fire and grill some meat? Eating these stone-like corn cakes every day is making my mouth taste bland." The female Russian coldly replied, "Wu, if you don't want to attract others by starting a fire and thereby reveal our whereabouts, then you should eat your food quietly." The cold words from the woman, Katerina, made Wu Yangxin involuntarily gasp. A few days ago, when he first met Katerina, he was attracted by her tall figure and stunning looks, thinking he was an important person, so he tried to make a move on her. He ended up getting slapped twice by Katerina, who then warned him that if he touched her again, she would break his hands and feet. They were only responsible for ensuring his safe entry into Russia, but that didn't mean he would leave unharmed. Looking at Katerina, Wu Yangxin often fantasized about the many Russian women he would sleep with once he entered Russia. The morning quickly passed. Chen Dong had dug up 2 wild ginseng roots that De Huang and De He found yesterday. One was 30 years old, and the other was 20 years old. He planned to let De Huang, De He, and Xiao Huang continue searching for wild ginseng while he kept digging. He thought he might be able to find the legendary 100-year-old wild ginseng king after digging for a couple of days. If he found it, that would be great. If not, he wouldn't feel too regretful. After 2 days, he planned to set traps and snares by a small lake about 10 miles away and use spiritual spring water to lure animals into the traps. After a couple of days of trapping, he could head back home. He wondered if the fortune-seeking ruler could guide him to find that wild ginseng king. Chen Dong suddenly thought of the fortune-seeking ruler. It refreshed weekly and would point him in the direction of good luck based on the surrounding environment. Whether he could actually gain good fortune depended on his own discovery and grasping ability. The fortune-seeking ruler only provided a direction and couldn't give specific information about good fortune. However, even so, the ruler's ability was already quite impressive, as it at least pointed towards a direction of good luck, increasing the chances of encountering good fortune significantly compared to normal. With that in mind, Chen Dong did not hesitate. He focused his thoughts and entered the spiritual spring space. As his intention flowed into the fortune-seeking ruler, the ruler, resembling a Tomb Raider's measuring tool, began to spin. Soon, the spinning stopped, and the arrow pointed in the direction deep within the Bear Blind Valley. Could following this direction lead him to the 100-year-old Ginseng King? It must be. In Bear Blind Valley, the most valuable thing was none other than the 100-year-old Ginseng King. Wealth is also a form of luck. Since he had the fortune-seeking ruler pointing him towards good luck, Chen Dong didn't hesitate any longer. He led the 3 dogs, carried a gun, and took a machete, heading towards the direction of good fortune. Chapter 174. Is this the 100-year wild Ginseng King? Following the fortune-seeking ruler's guidance, Chen Dong advanced deeper into Bear Blind Valley. The valley was overgrown with bushes and strewn with strange rocks, making travel quite difficult. Additionally, some paths required detours, causing slow progress. After more than 3 hours, he had covered less than 3 kilometers, with still half the distance to reach the end of Bear Blind Valley. As noon approached, he felt hungry and quickly found a relatively flat spot to sit down and eat. Lunch consisted of a large bowl of steaming, fragrant braised ribs, a freshly roasted chicken, and some white steamed buns, along with 3 bottles of ice-cold beer. Delightful. Eating such food in this remote wilderness was incredibly satisfying. He bought all of this from the county supply and marketing cooperative, which sold marinated delicacies. As for the beer, there were many brands available at the cooperative during this era. Beer had been introduced from abroad many decades ago, and foreigners even built breweries in the country. Even now, some breweries were still foreign-owned. While Chen Dong was eating, De Huang and the other 2 dogs went off to search for wild ginseng. Wallada stayed with Chen Dong. Chen Dong tossed the bones from the roast chicken and ribs to the 2 dogs. For safety, it was essential to have dogs nearby. They were quite reliable. Having the dogs help him search for wild ginseng was much faster and more efficient than doing it alone. He could take it easy and wait until they found the wild ginseng before he went to dig it up. Wild ginseng has a unique smell as a medicinal herb, and dogs have keen noses, making it easy for them to find this special scent. He had seen videos on Douyin of dogs trained to find mushrooms, but his dogs were trained to find wild ginseng, which was a much higher level of skill. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang quickly ran back, barking at Chen Dong, nodding its head and patting the ground with its front paws. Chen Dong asked, De Huang, what does this mean? Have you found wild ginseng or discovered a beast? Then De Huang mimicked digging at the ground and nodded vigorously. Chen Dong was puzzled. Have you found wild ginseng or discovered a beast as well? De Huang nodded emphatically. Big Yellow has really become a spirit. Soon, Big Black and Little Yellow came running back, and from their reactions, it seemed they had also found wild ginseng. It's normal for there to be so much wild ginseng in Bear Blind Valley. The nearest living area is over 100 miles away, and hunters rarely venture this deep unless it's a large hunting party. Otherwise, even if they manage to hunt enough game, bringing it back would be very difficult due to the rugged mountain paths. As for some old ginseng farmers, they wouldn't bother digging ginseng this far away. On one hand, it's too far. On the other hand, Bear Blind Valley is home to many bears, which is very dangerous. Big Yellow, lead the way. Chen Dong instructed Big Yellow to go ahead. With 1 person and multiple dogs, they marched up the hillside. Chen Dong had enough stamina, and as a martial arts master, he found it somewhat difficult to walk on the steep, rugged mountain path, but still managed to move forward. If it were an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to walk up such a steep slope at all. Big Yellow, I asked you to find ginseng. Where did you go? Chen Dong complained as he looked at the steepness of the hillside, which was over 60 degrees. The key was that the top was covered in shrubs, making it hard for him to climb up. Woof, woof, woof. Big Yellow, who had already climbed up, barked and growled softly, as if it had encountered some wild beast. However, from the sound of its barking, it didn't seem like it had encountered a ferocious animal. If it had met a tiger or a bear, Big Yellow would definitely have reacted differently. Big Black and the others rushed up and started barking around something. Out of curiosity, Chen Dong struggled to grab onto vines and stones with his gloved hands and climbed up to where the dogs were jumping and barking. He seemed to hear a hissing sound, which was a bit eerie. Wow, what a large black-browed viper. After climbing up the steep slope for dozens of meters, Chen Dong saw a relatively flat area ahead, where not far from a big pine tree with a trunk about half a meter thick, there was a giant black-browed viper. About 2 meters long and as thick as an egg, with black scales, occasionally raising its head to hiss at the dogs. The black-browed viper is a common venomous snake in the northeast forests. Its venom isn't particularly strong, but it is one of the larger venomous snakes in the northeast. Normally, they can grow to around 0.5 meters, about 2 or 3 centimeters thick. However, the one in front of him was about 2 meters long and as thick as an egg. To grow so large, it must have taken at least several decades. No wonder Big Yellow and the others were afraid to approach. Such a large black-browed viper, even as the queen of hunting dogs, made Big Yellow scared. It's not that the black-browed viper is particularly fierce, but being bitten by it would be fatal for a hunting dog. Over the years that Big Yellow had been hunting, it had seen plenty of hunting dogs bitten by black-browed vipers, many of which had died. The main reason is that when a hunting dog is bitten by a venomous snake, the owner generally doesn't seek treatment because the cost of treating snake venom is much higher than medical expenses for humans. Besides discovering this gigantic black-browed viper, Chandong also noticed a lush plant growing beside it. Wild ginseng. Looking at the thick vines at its root, he could tell that the ginseng below must be quite old. Could this giant black-browed viper be guarding this wild ginseng? This made Chandong recall some mountain tales told by the elders. Some aged mountain ginseng is said to be guarded by spirits, as they also want to use the ginseng to enhance their own abilities. Generally, it's best to stay far away from ginseng guarded by spirits, as offending them could lead to retaliation. Chandong quickly took out a long-handled machete from the spiritual spring space and struck the ground twice, saying, "You've grown this big, so it's not easy. Quickly move away from my ginseng, or don't blame me for being rude." Then another 56 semi-automatic rifle appeared in his hand.